Ada the Betrayed, or The Murder at the Old Smithy Part 2, A Romance of Passion, by John Malcolm Rymer. Chapter 33, Learmont at Home, Dark Reflections, The Summons, The Confederates, Suspicions. In the small room which he had fitted up specially for himself, sat the Squire Learmont in an attitude of deep thought. His lips occasionally moved as if he were repeating to himself the subject of his meditations. The color went and came upon his agitated face, according to the uneven tenor of his thoughts. For more than an hour he thus sat, and then suddenly rising as if with a violent determination to shake off completely the thick coming fancies that disturbed his brain, he went to the window and looked out upon the courtyard of his mansion. The uneasy thoughts of Learmont were not, however, to be thus laid aside. In a few moments he again threw himself into the chair from which he had risen, and commenced in a low, anxious, trembling tone, muttering half aloud the subject of his gloomy thoughts. "Was ever a man," he said, "so circumstanced as I? With all the will to act, yet so hemmed in by strange circumstances as to be powerless, completely powerless. In truth, the wily Jacob Gray has had a triumph. Can the smith have played me false and warned him of his danger? Yet no, I cannot think so. Britain hates him and would gladly take his life. He could not, with such consummate art, act the passion he exhibited at that lonely hovel wherein I thought I had entrapped this Gray. There is yet another supposition. Does the boy live? Aye, is there a young heir to Learmont's broad acres and princely revenues? That is a grave doubt, but let me doubt ever so strangely, I dare not act. Jacob Gray, the arch-fiend himself, could not have woven a better web of protection around a human life than you have cast around yours. I dare not kill you. No, Jacob Gray, you are very safe." Learmont clenched his hands and ground his teeth together in impotent rage, as he felt the full conviction upon his mind that he dared not, for his own life's sake, interfere with Jacob Gray. "There is no plan but one," he said after a long pause. "I must try to purchase from him, by some large and tempting offer, both the boy and the confession. Then, should he be attracted by such a bait, he shall die for the disquiet he has given me. If I slaughter him here in my own house, he shall die. I shall know no peace till that man is a corpse." A small timepiece in the room now struck the hour of 12. "12 o'clock," muttered Learmont. "'Tis the hour the smith said he would be here, but punctuality is not one of his virtues. He knows I must wait for him. Curses on him, curses." A servant slowly opened the door at this moment, and said, in a timid voice, for the household had had several specimens of Learmont's wild passions and violence, "And it please your worship, here is Master Gray." "Show him here," said Learmont quickly, and the man was out of the room as expeditiously as if he had been pulled from behind with a sudden jerk. "They will meet here," muttered Learmont. "Well, be it so. 3 persons so strangely knit together as these 2 men and myself were surely never heard of. Hating them with that hatred which requires to be glutted with blood to calm its fury, yet I am obliged to supply their wildest extravagancies and most insolent demands. Oh, if I dared, if— Oh, you are here, Jacob Gray?" "As you perceive, most worshipful sir," said Gray as he closed the door behind him and fixed his keen, ferret-looking eyes upon the squire. For a few minutes they regarded each other in silence. Learmont at length uttered the word, "Well." "I am rejoiced to hear you are well," sneered Gray. "The fog last night was very damp." "Jacob Gray," said Learmont, "I sought your life." "Your worship was so kind," said Gray, "and since my connection with your worship has grown so dangerous, it shall bear a higher price." "What mean you?" "I mean," said Gray, striking the palm of his hand with his fist, "I mean that where I have had 1 guinea, Squire Learmont, I will have 10, where 10, 100. Thank yourself for raising my price. My nerves are weak, and yet I prize them. I like my blood to keep its even pace. If I am to be tortured, if I am to be threatened, broken in upon at midnight, and cold steel held to my throat, I will be well paid, extremely well paid. You understand me, Squire Learmont. I have raised my price." There was a strange mixture of cunning, rage, and ferocity in Jacob Gray's tone and manner as he made this speech. Every other word that he spoke showed a disposition to shout with anger, but then it was as quickly subdued again by his habitual caution and timidity. When he had finished, he glared at Learmont with a pale and distorted countenance awaiting his reply. "Jacob Gray," said Learmont, "I did seek your life, but it was not for your life's sake I sought it." "Indeed," sneered Gray. "No," continued Learmont. "What is your life to me? But the precautions that you have taken to protect yourself keep me in continual and imminent danger. What's so uncertain as human life?" "Aye, what?" said Gray. "Suppose your sudden death, by accident or illness, what though I had poured into your coffers half my income? What though I had satisfied your wildest demands? Still might I be exposed to danger most imminent, nay, to death without your meaning so to involve me." "Well I know," said Jacob Gray, "that life is uncertain. Too well I know if, Squire Learmont, you have coined for yourself the danger you describe. While you live it will haunt you. But wherefore should I?" said Learmont. "You talk of increasing your demands by tens and hundreds. Why not name thousands at once as the price of what? The boy and your absence forever from England." I had thought of that," said Gray. "And a wise thought, too," urged Learmont. "What is your life to me were it not that you have surrounded me with danger? Do I thirst for your blood for its own sake? Certainly not. Have your own price, bring me the boy, and destroy your written confession. And leave England forever." Muttered Gray. "Yes, seek safety and enjoyment somewhere else in another land where the finger of suspicion can never be pointed at you and where you will only appear as the wealthy stranger." "'Tis tempting," said Gray, but what? Why do you hesitate? Would there be no danger even between the threshold of this house and the deck of the vessel which was to convey me and my fortunes from England forever? Danger? Eh, what danger? "The assassin's knife," said Gray. "Hear me, Squire Learmont. If we could trust each other for so brief a space as half an hour, it might be done, but we cannot, you know we cannot." "You refuse upon danger," said Learmont, trying to smile and producing a ghastly distortion of visage. "You are overcautious, Master Gray." "I think not," said Gray, "and yet I will think upon your offer, Squire Learmont. I will not deny that some scheme of the kind has already dawned upon my own mind. I will think upon your offer, and should some means occur to me by which safety can be so well assured as to be past a doubt, I will accept it, for I loathe the life I lead." "'Tis well," said Learmont. "And now I want £100, said Jacob Gray in an affectedly submissive voice. £100, exclaimed Learmont. "Yes, 100, and I will have them." "Jacob Gray," said Learmont, "why have I plunged myself into crime and leagued myself with such men as you and Britain, but for this gold which your and his insatiable demands would wring from me?" "Agreed," cried Gray. "But now 'tis done, and to keep the gibbet." "The gibbet?" "Aye, the gibbet, Squire Learmont. To keep that without its victim, you must, and will pay the last farthing, if needs be, of that gold you talk of as your tempter. Why, it tempted me, and I will riot in it. £100, good squire. 10,000 are yours if you bring me the boy and your written confession. 10,000? You may safely make it 20, squire, or 30. What do you mean? You call me cautious, cunning, wily as a fox, and am I all that? And because I am, I will not sell my life for 5 minutes at the utmost possession of any sum. Sell your life? Yes, my life. How many paces from this room would suffice to carry Jacob Gray to his grave, provided he gave up his two most rare securities, the boy and the confession? "You wrong me by your suspicions," said Learmont, with difficulty suppressing the rage that was swelling in his bosom. £100. Said Gray. "Jacob Gray, hear me first. £100. Learmont went to a cabinet in the apartment, and without another word counted out the sum. "Have you moved, Jacob Gray?" he said in a calm voice. "Nay," replied Gray. "Why need you ask?" "A message from the old smithy," announced a servant at this juncture. "'Tis Britain," whispered Learmont to Gray. "What, cunning Master Britain?" answered Gray. "Ho, ho, I shall be glad to see him." "Admit him," said Learmont to the servant, then turning to Gray he added, "Will you leave me now?" "No," said Gray. "Wherefore?" "Because I do not want the smith again upon my track like a bloodhound." "Oh, Jacob Gray," said Learmont. If you could destroy Britain, securing at the same time the dangerous papers he has, bring me the boy, commit your own confession to the flames, and share my fortune." "Humph," said Gray. "If I could, you might." "Well, that'll do," roared Britain as the servant held the door open for him to enter the room. "Oh, you here?" "Yes, cunning Britain," said Gray, "I am here." "Curse you, then," said Britain, flinging himself into a chair. "Bless you," said Gray. "Ho, ho, clever Britain." "Perhaps, gentlemen," sneered Learmont, "you will condescend to carry your quarrels to some pot-house when you have said what you wish to say to me." "Yes," said Gray, "we shall anger his worship." "Damnation take, hold Britain," cried Learmont. "You come here for money, name the sum and go." "Oh, name the sum," said Britain. "What's today?" "Friday, my dear Britain," said Gray. "It's generally considered an unlucky day. I pray you to take care of yourself, cunning Britain." Britain cast a savage scowl upon Gray as he said, "I shall, and mind you be as careful." "Friday, is it? £20 will last me till next Monday, squire." "Will they indeed?" sneered Learmont. "Here they are, then. May I now be indulged with the privacy of my own house?" "There now," said Gray, "you hear his worship. Why don't you go, Britain?" "Because I intend staying out, Jacob Gray," cried Britain fiercely. "Well," said Gray, rising, "be it so, but hearken to me, Squire Learmont. If I find this ruffian upon my track, I will be revenged with safety to myself, bitterly revenged, now beware." So saying, Jacob Gray left the room with an expression of countenance perfectly demoniac. Britain made a movement to follow him, but the squire laid his hand upon his arm and said, "No, not now, Britain. We must devise some better means yet of destroying with perfect safety this Jacob Gray." "Curses on him," growled Britain. "Did you hear how he taunted me?" "I did." "Then I say I must have his blood. You shall." "I will, I have sworn it. I will take the hateful life of Jacob Gray. Britain, we understand each other. This Gray is as great an enemy to you as he is to me." "I know he is," growled Britain. "You need not tell me that. And who, think you, is in London and raving through the streets to everyone she meets about the old smithy and a murder?" "She. Who mean you?" "Mad Maud, who used to haunt the village, and ever vented her bitterest curses upon me." "Mad Maud. She must be secured. Even her clamor might arouse suspicion in some quarter, and many a prying knave would be glad to pick a hole in the reputation of the rich and proud Squire Learmont." "When did you see her, Britain?" "On Westminster Bridge, after you and I had parted last." "The water was near." "It was, but the old beldame raised a clamor that brought help. When next we meet, she may not be so near assistance." "True." "How true is the lesson taught by Jacob Gray that safety is best doubly assured. You stay still at the Chequers." "Yes, you know I do. Why do you ask?" "From no special motive." "Yes, I am still at the Chequers. Ho, 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 money flies there. Mine host is about to build a new front to his house, and it's all with your money, squire. By G.D. they sell good liquor at the Chequers, and there's a merry company, a good song and a silver tankard on purpose for good Master Britain. Ho, 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 you sleep there." "Yes, but mind ye, squire, drunk or sober, at home or abroad, those papers are well secured. Don't try to play any tricks with me, squire, you would rue the hour." "Foe, foe," interrupted Learmont. "We understand each other, our interests are mutual, but as for this Jacob Gray—" "Ah, curse Jacob Gray, to which I devoutly cry amen," said Learmont. "And now, Britain, it is our policy to let matters sleep for a time, until Gray's newly awakened caution is somewhat calmed. Go now, good Britain, and, mind you, when you are inclined to set a price upon the papers you have, tell me and we will talk about it." "Oh, very well," said Britain. "I shall be glad to see you at the Chequers any time. I will say this for you, Squire Learmont, that you pay very well indeed. I lead the life of a gentleman now, nothing to do, and so many people to help me, drink from morning till night. Damn, what could a king do more?" Chapter 34. The girl in her melancholy home, the prison house, a dungeon's gloom, unavailing sorrow. When Jacob Gray pitched upon the lone house at Battersea as his place of abode, he could not have resolved upon a house less likely to be visited by the curious, although seen from the river at a considerable distance. It was always pointed out by the watermen to their customers as Forrest's haunted house. The fact was that a most awful and cold-blooded murder had been committed in the house, since which it had been allowed to fall into decay, and the land around it, which had been at one time well drained, had subsided into its old character of a marsh. The fall of a stack of chimneys had impressed everyone with a belief of the extreme danger of venturing within its crazy walls, lest they should fall and engulf the rash intruder in their ruins. It was with great caution that Gray first visited this place, that he was long in discovering that the signs of decay were more superficial than otherwise. And, inquiring diligently and cautiously concerning it, he heard the character of the deserted house, which induced him mentally to resolve upon making it his next abode, should he be hunted out of his miserable residence in the ruined street at Lambeth. The only risk he considered he ran of discovery was in conveying Ada there by daylight. But, after that, he resolved upon never leaving or approaching his gloomy abode except by night, or early in the morning, when he was quite sure no one was observing him, save upon special occasions, such as his recent visit to Learmont, whom he was anxious to see after the stormy meeting in his former residence. When Ada recovered consciousness, she at first felt all that sensation of relief which comes over anyone awakening from a horrible dream. But this feeling of satisfaction lingered but for a few fleeting moments in the breast of the persecuted, betrayed girl. The gloom that surrounded her, the damp air that imparted a chill to her very heart, the dim ray of light that proceeded from a candle, the wick of which showed that it had been some hours unattended, all convinced her that she was a prisoner. With a cry of despair, she started to her feet. She clasped her hands and called on heaven to protect her as she hastily glanced round the gloomy place in which she found herself. The dismal echo of her own voice only answered her wild and incoherent appeal. "Oh, heaven," she cried. "I shall be murdered here, no one to hear my cries, no one to aid me. I am lost, lost. Oh, Albert, Albert." She sank upon the ground and wept long and bitterly as the thoughts of how foolishly she had allowed herself to be deceived by Gray crowded upon her oppressed mind. No hope. No hope. Now there is no hope, she cried bitterly. Oh, why was I preserved for this dreadful fate? I thought it hard to endure the cold air from the river while crouching on the bridge. Oh God! Oh God! What would I not give now to be as free beneath the canopy of heaven as I was then? After a time, the native energy of Ada's character overcame her first bursts of bitter grief, and raising her head, she strove to pierce, with her tear-filled eyes, the dim obscurity by which she was surrounded. What can this place be? She asked herself. Let me recollect. He brought me across swampy fields to a ruined house, and there, at that point, recollection ceases. Memory fades away in a confused whirl, none of which are sufficiently distinct for the mind to grasp and reason upon. She now approached the light and, carefully trimming it, she held it as high as she could and, turning slowly round, took a long and anxious survey of as much as she could see of her dungeon, for such she considered it. The floor was of earth merely, and the walls seemed to be composed of the same material, mingled with stones and broken bricks, to give them some degree of solidity and strength. The place altogether appeared to be of considerable extent, and, by the various refuse matter that lay about, it would seem to have been a cellar for strong vegetables, wood, and sea. During the winter season, a quantity of rough sacks and baskets lay in different corners moldy and moist, with the accumulated damp of many years, and the air, too, was loaded with unwholesome moisture and pernicious exhalations. With a slow and cautious step, Ada traversed the whole of this gloomy place, and what surprised her much was that she could see no means of ingress or egress from it. How have I been placed here? She asked herself. There is no food. Good heaven! Am I doomed to starve in this wretched place? Alas! Is this the awful mode which the fears of Jacob Gray have suggested to him as the easiest and safest of compassing my death? So terrible did the dread of death in that damp, gloomy dungeon become to the imagination of Ada that she could scarcely hold the light for trembling, and she placed it on one of the moldy baskets, while with clasped hands and upon her knees. She breathed a prayer to heaven for protection and safety in her extreme peril. How calming and sweet is the soothing influence of prayer, as the trembling words, wrung from the pure heart of the gentle and beautiful Ada in her deep anguish, ascended to that heaven which never permits the wicked to prosper, but always interposes to protect the innocent and virtuous. A holy balm seemed to fall upon her blighted spirit, and the benign influence of some air from the regions of eternal bliss seemed to fill the gloomy dungeon with a brightness and a beauty that deprived it of its horrors. For many minutes now, Ada remained silent, and her fancy strayed to the last kind words of Albert Satan. Then she pictured him and his father seeking her in the house at Lambeth. In her mind's eye she saw his despair when he found her not, and she thought then that her heart must break to think that she should never see him more. "Albert, Albert," she cried. "Oh, save me, seek for me. Oh, could your eyes but cast themselves upon this gloomy abode, and know that I was here, how happy might I be, far happier than before, for now I feel convinced this dreadful man Gray is not my father. No, no, he could not thus before heaven have betrayed his child. Albert, Albert." She dropped her head upon her breast, and again the tears blinded those beautiful eyes and rolled gently down her cheeks, thence falling upon a neck of snowy whiteness and losing their gem-like luster in the meshes of her raven hair. Suddenly she ceased to weep. She ceased to call on Albert, and a chill came over her heart as she heard Gray's voice cry, "Ada, Ada." She looked up, and from a square opening in the wall far above her reach, she saw a streaming light enter the dungeon. "Ada." Again cried Gray, and she saw him peering into the gloom below and shading his eyes from the glare of the light he carried. "Ada," he cried impatiently. "I am here," said Ada. Gray immediately disappeared from the opening, and all was again darkness whence the light had issued. "What can he mean?" thought Ada. "Did he suppose that already my spirit had yielded to this gloomy prison, and is he disappointed to find that I still live?" While Ada was pursuing these reflections, Gray suddenly reappeared, and placing a ladder from the opening into the dungeon, he said, in a voice intended to be conciliatory, "Ascend, Ada, ascend." "I can meet death here," said Ada. "There is no death to meet," said Gray. "I mean you no harm." "Because you have done me as much, short of taking my life," said Ada, "as lies in your power. By what right, by what flimsy shadow of justice am I immured here?" "Ascend, I say," cried Gray. "There is warmth and comfort above here." "I may as well," thought Ada with a shudder, "meet my death from his hands above as by starvation in this place." She placed her foot upon the ladder and slowly ascended. When she neared the top, Gray reached out his hand and assisted her into the room in which he was. "You tremble, girl," he said. "And so do you," replied Ada, fixing her eyes upon Jacob Gray's pale face. You think I mean you harm," he said in a hesitating tone, and avoiding Ada's gaze as much as possible. "Think," repeated Ada, "think, Jacob Gray." "Jacob Gray," he cried. "You speak strangely. I thought you now knew me." "I do too well," said Ada. "I have told you I am your father, girl. You have told me." "And you believe?" "No," said Ada with sudden energy. "On my soul, no, as I hope for heaven, no." "Indeed." "Yes, Jacob Gray, for the honor of all fathers, for the credit of humanity, I will not believe myself your daughter. No, no, Jacob Gray, I am no longer scared by that dreadful thought, thank God." "Girl, you know not what you say." "My words may be incoherent, not aptly chosen, but the sense is the same. Jacob Gray, you are neither father, uncle, kith, nor kin of mine. No, no." Who told you so?" gasped Gray. There," cried Ada. "Your fears speak the truth. You have confessed the cheat. Jacob Gray, I could forgive you all now that that dreadful weight is removed from my heart." "Know you where you are, since you know so much?" said Gray after a pause. "I do not, save that I have been deceived by you and lured by false promises to this dismal place. You are in my power. Still, likewise, I assert you are my daughter. In your power I grant myself, as far as heaven will permit you, but you are no kindred to me, Jacob Gray. By hell, if you call me Jacob Gray again, Jacob Gray," shouted Ada, her face kindling with excitement, and her delicate form appearing to dilate as she pointed to the abashed and writhing countenance of the villain who trembled before her. "Be it so," said Gray. "We understand each other now. You defy me." "I ever defied you, Jacob Gray." "Be it so," he repeated. "Follow me." "It is my heart that defies you, Jacob Gray," said Ada. "You are a man, and I a weak girl. You are strong enough to enforce me to accompany you." "Come on," cried Gray. Ada slowly followed him from the room. Gray passed out at a large doorway into a smaller apartment, in which was a table, some baskets, similar to those Ada had seen in the cellar turned up for seats, and a small fire dimly burning on an ample hearth, before which a bullock might have been roasted and perhaps had been in days gone by. "Ada," said Gray, "look around you." Ada did so, and Gray continued, "This is a place of discomfort. There is little to recommend it, but it is preferable to yon gloomy dungeon from whence you have but now emerged." "I grant it," said Ada. "Your secret existence here is necessary for me. Nay, my very life depends upon it. It may be but for a very short time. You may imagine that I am not in love with this mode of life. I have gold, store of gold, but I want more, and each day shall add to the glittering mass. When it has reached the amount I wish, you shall be free. Free. Yes, free as air. When you have the gold you wish. Even so, Ada. I have read that the love of gold is one of those passions that increase as they are fed. Not with me. I have fixed in my imagination a sum which I must have. Then, Ada, I leave England forever, and you are free. But wherefore is my captivity essential?" "Ask no questions," interrupted Gray. "Circumstances make you valuable, but mark me, you are equally valuable, dead as alive. Nay, start not. I wish you to live if possible. I do not want to take your life because what? I can use you as such an implement of revenge but no matter, your fate is in your hands. You shall yourself decide your destiny." "Myself?" "Yes. Swear to me that without my permission you will not leave this place. Swear to me you will aid me in keeping you in silence and secrecy. Swear this, and you return no more to yon loathsome dungeon, and perhaps in a short time I may place you on a dazzling height of power, and wealth shall make all England ring with your name. You could be the admired of all. Your beauty, your wit, your gold would be the themes of every tongue if you will but swear." "How can I believe you?" said Ada. "If ever words of truth passed my lips," said Gray, "these are such. On what pretense was I lured hither? Ada, by force or fraud I was compelled to bring you here. 'Twere better the latter than the former. And now," said Ada, "by force or fraud I am to be kept here. Jacob Gray, I will not swear faith to thee. You will not. I will not. Girl, you are mad, you know not what you do. This is a device of mine to save your life, to place you above the reach of fortune's malice. Answer me one thing, and call on heaven to witness your truth," said Ada. "Are you father, uncle, or nothing else? Will you swear as I bid you? I cannot resign the dear hope of escape." Said Ada. "Escape," replied Gray, "is impossible. The dungeon from which I have even now brought you is inaccessible save by the means in my power. For my own safety, I must keep you a prisoner or murder me, you would say. Jacob Gray, I think you dare not kill me." "Dare not," said Gray, trembling. "Yes, dare not were my words. Now I will make to you a proposal. Trust me, tell me all who and what I am. Tell me all, and I will forgive injuries and perchance do your bidding." No, I cannot tell you yet," said Gray. "I wish you one day to know all when I have my gold. Am I to be the slave of your avarice? Call it so, if you will. Who am I? I cannot tell you. Who were those men who sought your life? Was the name of one Andrew Britton." Gray absolutely shrieked as Ada pronounced the name of the smith, which it will be recollected she had heard from Mad Maud on Westminster Bridge. What is this? What do you mean? Who, what devil told you? Speak, Ada, speak. Have the dead risen? Speak, or you will drive me mad." Chapter 35. Ada's appeal, the promise, Ada's despair, Gray's triumph. Ada had seen too often the nervous terrors of Jacob Gray to feel much alarm at his present emotion, and she merely replied, "The man I mention, Andrew Britton by name, was one of them who came to you at our late house. That he is in some manner connected with the mysterious circumstances which envelop me, I am convinced. Oh, Jacob Gray, bethink you now of the evil of wickedness. You cannot gain more, nay, not half so much by deceiving and persecuting me than you would gain by trusting me with every secret. Besides, there is one possession which would then be yours, which is beyond all price. that dear inheritance we all have from heaven as its best, most costly gift, and which is too often bartered for a bauble. You would have peace of mind, Jacob Gray, which you have not now. He who tries may read pain and disquiet in your face. You are haunted by the fearful creations of your own over-hardened conscience. Even I, can see that some hideous specter of the past is ever rising, perhaps in bloody guise, before your appalled imagination. Oh, I am weak, young, and unknowing in the ways of life, but I can tell you, Jacob Gray, that guilt is misery. You are wretched, most wretched, you lead a life of apprehension. Your own fears will carry you to an early grave. Oh, do some solitary but great act of justice, and it will stand as a shield betwixt you and your trembling soul, will plead with heaven for you, and by its brightness so dim the record of your guilt that you may cherish such dear hopes of mercy as shall in themselves be happiness. Release me, trust me. Tell me, Jacob Gray, who and what I am. Justice, though tardy, is justice still. I will invent causes for you up to this moment. I will pray for you, Jacob Gray. Oh, end at once this life of horror, suspicion, and distress. Gray waved his hand several times while Ada was speaking, as if he would implore her to cease, but wanted power of speech to stop her in her appeal. When she had ceased speaking, she stood with clasped hands gazing in his face, and waiting with a deep and holy anxiety the words that would pass his lips in reply. "Girl," he gasped, "you know not what you ask. I wish you well, but dare not tell you a tale would drive you mad. Enough, enough, urge me no more. All this will have an end, it must, but not as you ask. Have patience, Ada, and I will do great things for you. Yes, great things, when I am far away in another land and safe from those who would take my life, who would spill my blood like water. Have patience, girl. Have patience, and all will be well." "I am your prisoner then, Jacob Gray," said Ada, "still your prisoner. For a time, only for a time. Promise me, by the faith you have in heaven, swear that you will abide here without an effort to escape, and such a freedom as you can safely have, you shall have. If I refuse, then you must take the consequences. My safety, my life, I tell you, depends upon your security. I will not trifle with my own existence. Night and day yon cellar shall be your home. But how can my being your unknown, solitary, and unseen prisoner avail you?" "Ask me not," cried Gray. "There is but one other alternative." "And that is, your death, Ada?" "Aye, my death. Such was my thought. But I do not want to kill you," cried Gray hurriedly. "On my soul, I do not. Understand me, girl. Your existence is equally valuable to me as your death, perhaps more so, although it has its risks. Promise me that you will not increase those risks, and on my oath you shall live unharmed by me." Ada sank into a seat, and a feeling of despair came over her heart. "Jacob Gray," she said, "let me promise to go far away. I will be unseen, unknown." "Not yet," cried Gray. "I tell you I have not gold enough for that yet. There will come a time when to proclaim who and what you are will be so sweet to me, that it is only my love for that gold which brings in its train the means of every enjoyment that can stifle pangs that spring from the past. That induces me now to put off the dear gratification of that deep revenge. Still a bad and unworthy motive," said Ada. "You will only do justice to me for the gratification of your own malignant passions." "Say what you will, girl," cried Gray. "Call me what you will, I care not. You are to me now a mine of wealth. When my love of gold is glutted to the full, I can make you an instrument of such revenge that I shall wish for no greater gratification. You understand your position now. You may balk me of my revenge by forcing me to kill you. Save yourself, Ada, by your solemn promise to remain here." Ada felt that all further appeal was useless, and she wept bitterly as the dreary future presented itself to her as a protracted imprisonment, or a speedy and cruel death. Gray watched her keenly, and advancing close to her, he whispered in her ear, "Ada, life is sweet to the young. A world full of beauty and enjoyment is before you. If you promise what I ask, you shall have wealth, and wealth is power. You shall be able to raise the lowly, to crush the proud if you promise. Those whom you love you may do wonders for. He too, that youth who has wound himself around your girlish heart, he you can enrich. He will owe all to you. It will be Ada that will lift him from his low estate and make him great, perhaps noble. But you must promise. How hard it is to die so young. Think of the last bitter pang, none to pity, none to love you, but I need not point such agony to you, you will promise? Jacob Gray, said Ada, dashing the tears from her eyes. The allurements you hold out to me are not sufficient, but I will not cast away the life God has given me. You promise? On condition I will, but hear me, Gray. I do not believe the tale you tell me, that you will take my life some time when I am sleeping, for awake you dare not. If I promise not, I do believe, for already have you attempted the deed. You will promise, cried Gray impatiently. Not unconditionally, replied Ada. For 1 month from now I do promise. To make no effort to leave here. I will be passive merely, I will repel no one, but you will remain. Unsought by anyone, I will not leave this place. You swear? No, Jacob Gray, I will not swear. Well, I will take your word. You have made a wise decision. Heaven knows I am helpless, said Ada. The decision is scarcely mine. She burst into tears and wept bitterly. The name of Albert mingled with her sobs, for she felt now that she was separated from him for an indefinite period. Heaven help me, she sobbed. I am now desolate indeed. Hope, cried Gray. Hope, Ada. The time may come sooner than you think. The time for my revenge, but I must have more gold yet. Much more gold then, Ada, begins your triumph. You shall find yourself raised to a height you dream not of. Jacob Gray's revenge shall be your fortune. You need not weep. You will cause tears of blood, yes, the blood of those who would have murdered me, but they dare not. Ha! Ha! They dared not, and Jacob Gray is still too cunning, far too cunning to fall their victim. Ada sat silent and spirit-broken in that lonely house. A weight seemed to hang upon her heart, and even hope, that one dear solace of the unfortunate, appeared to have flown from her breast. Gray had brought food with him, which Ada partook of in silence, and when the night had come and the short-lived winter's sun had gone to rest, he took his hat and cloak and prepared to go forth. Ada, he said, attend to nothing, heed nothing while I am gone. If danger, that is, I mean, if anyone should venture here, extinguish your light and seek some hiding place, for be assured, your life is the object sought by those who would visit the dwelling of Jacob Gray. You understand me? Be cautious. Ada answered not, and Gray, slouching his hat over his face and drawing his cloak closely around him, left the lone house with a slow and stealthy step, taking his route towards the river's bank, from where he took a boat to Westminster. Chapter 36. The Squire. The Life of a Captive. A strange fatality. The associates. Vice, by the decrees of Providence, seems to have its allotted span. Truly may we say, the wicked triumph for a season, and by some strange combination of circumstances, notwithstanding the turbulence, the anxiety, and the danger of Learmont's early days in the metropolis, matters so arranged themselves, or were arranged for wise purposes by the great dispenser of all things, that from the day on which Ada made her promise to Jacob Gray, Learmont had prospered in his career of villainy. His natural sagacity had told him that now Jacob Gray was put upon his guard, any further open attempt against his life would be attended with great danger, and might possibly have the effect of driving him to some desperate measure of retaliation and revenge, which might involve both. From a deep and careful review, therefore, of the whole of circumstances by which he was surrounded, the criminal and unscrupulous squire decided upon a safer, although more expensive and protracted course of action than he had hitherto pursued. That was, to continually tempt Gray by large offers to give up the supposed boy, together with his own confession, and go to some foreign land to spend the earnings of his criminality. Jacob Gray, with the cunning which formed such an ingredient in his character, favored this idea on the part of Learmont, by apparently always hesitating upon his offers, while at the same time he had thoroughly and entirely made up his mind not to accept them, feeling, as he did, that his life would not be worth a minute's purchase after he had declared Ada's sex, and given her up together with his written confession. Learmont at the same time was not neglectful of the chance that continually presented itself of discovering Gray's place of abode, and pouncing upon him some night unawares, and wresting from him both the boy and the confession, at the same time that he glutted his hatred by putting him to death. Jacob Gray, for once in his life, had been injudicious when he told Ada that he only waited for a certain amount of gold before he gratified his revenge by declaring who and what she was. He really had decided upon such a course. The taunts and undisguised contempt of Learmont had awakened a revengeful spirit in his breast, while the attempt to murder him in the old house at Lambeth inflamed to perfect fury, and made, as it were, part of his very nature. Learmont labored under considerable difficulty in any attempts he might make to trace Jacob Gray to his abode, in consequence of the impossibility of trusting anyone to do the office of spy upon him, except the smith or himself. To the smith, Britain, there were many weighty objections now. Intoxication was doing its work, and moreover Gray knew him so well. Learmont therefore felt that henceforward Britain could be no useful agent in any attempt to discover the retreat of Gray. Then for him, Learmont himself, to dog the footsteps of the cautious villain from his own house, was an undertaking full of difficulty. The very haste with which he would have had to attire himself for the street had its objections, and were Gray to come some day by appointment, and find him ready equipped to follow him, would not his extremely suspicious mind at once conclude the object? Thus the task of following Jacob Gray became one of no ordinary difficulty, and Learmont wasted many months in trying to dissuade himself from persevering in his present course, and take a large sum at once, expatriating himself immediately afterwards, which, by the by, Learmont never for one moment intended to permit him to do, for he would have slaughtered him upon his own marble steps rather than allow him to escape, the moment he could do so with no other danger than that to be encountered from the mere fact of taking a life, in justification of which he would easily have found some plausible excuse, if questioned concerning the act by the laws. Not a week passed without a visit from Gray, and at each he always carried away as much as he could wring from Learmont's policy or his fears. But how truly did poor Ada say that the love of gold was a passion which grew if it was fed. Already had Gray received from Learmont a sum far exceeding that which he had first fixed in his mind as what would content him ere he sought his revenge. Still, however, he lingered, and as each visit to Squire Learmont's mansion added something to his store, he could not bring his mind to stop in time. Day after day, week after week, month succeeding month, he still hoarded, saying over to himself, "Not yet, not yet. I will have more gold ere I have my revenge." The smith, too, was to Learmont ever a sight of terror. He still lived at the Chequers, close to Learmont's mansion, and he, too, paid periodical visits to the proud squire, although his demands were insignificant in comparison with those of Jacob Gray. While a few guineas sufficed for the coarse vices, the drunkenness, and the debaucheries of the smith, Jacob Gray was not satisfied unless he increased his hidden store by a large sum. Thus, although the smith's eternal message from the old smithy grated upon his very soul, Learmont did not feel that intensity of hatred to Britain that he did to Jacob Gray. Nevertheless, he made frequent offers to Britain to quit the country, and give up to him certain papers which, on the night of the murder at the old smithy, had been by Britain taken from the corpse of him who met his death within that ill-named pile. These papers were of as much importance to Learmont as any could well be, for if they did not prove his illegitimacy, they raised the point so strongly that had he stood alone as the last and only heir to the vast estates of Learmont, he could scarcely have established his claim. Of this he was assured by Gray, who would himself have gloried in the possession of such a document, but he dared not take them from the body. Hence they fell, knowingly by him, into the hands of Britain. It was likewise constantly urged by Britain that he, too, had a confession written, and in pursuance of his word, had rolled it round the knife of Jacob Gray, which the latter had left behind him at the smithy in the body of his victim. For a long time it had become an object with Learmont to discover from Britain where he kept such important documents, determining, should he find out, to make some desperate effort by fraud or violence to possess himself of them. But the smith constantly and pertinaciously eluded the most artful inquiries, and Learmont could obtain no clue to where they were concealed, although by Britain's manner he felt satisfied they were not at the Chequers. Still he feared to do violence to Britain, lest he might have adopted some means of bringing them to light after his decease. Never probably were three persons placed by a curious train of circumstances in such strange relation to each other. Learmont hating the two accomplices of his guilt, and not deterred by the slightest compunctions of conscience from taking their lives if he dared, yet placed in so singular a position with regard to them, that he trembled at the idea of any accident or sudden illness depriving either of them of existence, as such an event might bring to light the documents by which they held themselves safe from assassination at his hands. Jacob Gray received large sums of money which he dare not use, and trembled with apprehensions from day to day, lest his miserable retreat in the marshes of Battersea should be discovered. Yet with a species of insanity lingered on with an unquenchable thirst of adding to his store of gold before he began the enjoyment of a single guinea of it. Britain, the reckless savage Smith, was the only one of these three men who in his own brutal manner enjoyed the fruits of his crimes. He feasted, drank, and led a life of awful and reckless debauchery from day to day, defying the future and drowning the present in a sea of intoxication. And now let us speak of Ada, the young, the beautiful, the persecuted Ada, who now for many weary months had endured the solitary and miserable life of a captive in the little house at Battersea. From time to time, Jacob Gray had enforced a renewal of the girl's promise not to escape from her state of bondage, and who, under similar circumstances, would have refused the pledge when death was the only alternative. Life to all is dear and precious. It is the one possession to which mankind fondly clings under all privations, all sufferings. Rob life of all its joys, clothe it in misery, attack the frame in which lingers by disease and unceasing pain. Still, while the brain retains its healthy action, there will be a clinging to life, to mere vitality, which is in human nature, a feeling altogether independent of all that makes up the pains or joys of existence. But if life is thus clung to with a desperate reluctance to quit it by the aged, the diseased, and the hopeless, how much greater must be its charms to the young, healthful, ardent, and enthusiastic spirit that in its young existence seems almost immortal. Ada was unhappy, miserable, but she had not yet done with hope. She could not say, "Take my life, Jacob Gray, for I will promise no more." That would have been a species of moral suicide from which she shrank aghast, and feeling from Gray's manner a firm conviction that he did speak the truth when he declared that her death or life were alike indifferent to him, except so far as the former placed him in a less dangerous position, and the latter would eventually gratify some wild feelings of revenge against someone. She did go on from month to month promising that she would make no effort to escape, and still hoping that a day of deliverance was near, till the hue of health began to fade upon her cheeks, and she felt that dreadful sinking of the heart which ever waits on hope deferred. We have now another person in our dramatis personae to speak of, and that is the gallant, young, and enthusiastic Albert Satan. The sudden and mysterious disappearance of Ada had struck deeply upon his heart, and after about a fortnight's hopeless search through London, during which he endured immense fatigue, and scarcely took any nourishment to sustain his exhausted frame, he was seized with an illness which brought him to the point of death, and from which he recovered but very slowly, although a good constitution and the affectionate solicitude of his father at length triumphed over the disease. Chapter 37. Learmont at home, the baronetcy, a visitor. The rejected offer. A rich, glowing summer's sun was shining through the stained glass in a large window of one of the principal rooms in the mansion of Learmont. The very air seemed filled with glorious tints, rivaling in hues of gorgeous beauty the brightest refulgence of the rainbow. The songs of birds from the gardens came sweetly to the ear. A dreamy stillness, such as is often to be observed towards the close of some delicious summer day, seemed to pervade all things. He, however, who sat in that richly decked apartment, had no ear for the melodies of nature. For him the glorious sunlight had no romantic charms. His brow was knit with anxious care, deep furrows were on his cheeks, and a nervous irritation of manner betrayed the heart ill at ease. It was Squire Learmont himself, who thus sat at the close of that summer's day. And the change in his appearance since we last presented him to the reader was so great that it might have been supposed many years had passed over his head, instead of the comparatively short time that had actually elapsed. His lank black hair was thickly mingled with gray tints, and the sallow of his complexion had changed more and more to a sickly, awful white, such as might be supposed to sit upon the countenance of one risen from the grave. He sat for a long time silent, although his lips moved as if he were muttering to himself something that formed the principal subject of his meditation. "Well," he suddenly said, half aloud, "if I have made so great an inroad in my accumulated wealth as to reduce it by 1/4 of its whole amount, I have achieved something? Aye, a great deal, for I have made the first step up the ladder of nobility. This baronetcy that is promised me is what I suggested to myself long since. Yes, that is the commencement of power, the limit of which who shall define? Then a marriage, one of those marriages of convenience on one side and ambition on the other. My wealth will make me a most acceptable suitor to some branch of a noble family, whose peerage will look all the better for a new coat of gilding. Humph, what says the minister?" He took from the table before him a note which lay open, and read it slowly and distinctly. It ran thus: "There can be no doubt of His Majesty's most gracious inclination to confer a baronetcy upon you, without the slightest reference to your patriotic and disinterested offer to purchase the means of occupying 6 seats in the lower house. The matter may be well concluded this present week." "May it?" muttered Learmont. "It shall. I am not one who brooks delays. I have paid dearly for my baronetcy, and I will have it. Those 6 seats have cost me thrice their sums in thousands, aye, more than that. There can indeed be no doubt of the gracious intentions of His Majesty. That business is settled. I am to all intents and purposes even now a baronet. I have paid the price, and, thank the fates, this is a country where all things have a price, nobility included. And now, how much longer am I to be tortured by these rascals, Grey and Britton? My bitterest curses on them both. Grey's demands increase each time he comes here. His love of gold is insatiable, and he never relaxes in his caution. How on earth to cope with that man, I know not. Must I ever be the victim of his avarice until some day he dies, leaving behind him that which might condemn me? No, this cannot last. Too long already have I groaned under the weight of this man's hideous presence and frequent visits. Some bold or hazardous scheme must rid me of him. And, too, he peremptorily refuses aught to do with the destruction of Britain. He thinks the job too dangerous, and taunts me with the sneer that he gets of me already what gold he chooses to demand. Jacob Grey, beware. Some accident may yet arise to place you at my mercy, my mercy. Ha, ha, oh, if I could invent some torture, some, ha. What now?" "Master Grey desires speech of your worship," said a servant. In a moment Grey entered the room. Anxiety of mind and the necessity of constant caution had had all their effect upon Jacob Grey. He stooped considerably and moved along with a slow, silent, shuffling tread, as if he feared the very sound of his own footsteps would betray him. He peered into the face of Learmont from his half-closed eyes, and then gently sliding to a seat, he said in a half-whisper, "Well, squire, how fares it with you?" "Indifferently well, Jacob Grey," said Learmont. "You look pale and ill." "No, no," said Grey quickly. "I'm very well, quite well and strong. I shall have many years to live yet. I am quite well and strong." "Your looks belie you then. Your hands tremble. You are weak, Jacob Grey." "And yet so strong," said Grey, trembling, his small eyes fixed at Learmont, "that those who would destroy me dare not lay a finger on me in violence." "I understand your taunt," said Learmont. "It has long been settled between us that I dare not take your life, Jacob Grey. But even now will nothing tempt you to conclude a business which is slowly but sorely hurrying you to the grave." "Squire Learmont," said Grey calmly, "it may be hurrying me to my grave, but I do not wish to avoid the hurry by being at once placed in it. I may be ill, but I am not yet disposed to take death as a remedy. You understand me, Squire Learmont. 'Twere needless to affect to be ignorant of your meaning. You think that I would be so foolish as to run the great risk of not letting you go in peace. I know it. You are wrong, Jacob Grey. There was a time, I admit, when I panted for your destruction. I longed to be revenged upon you for your hints and instructions to Britain, but that time is past. Personal safety is now all I care for." "Humph," said Gray. "Revenge is such a long-lived passion. 'Tis sometimes like a blazing fire craving fiercely for its prey, and then it moves to something desperate and dangerous. But at others 'tis like a smoldering combustion, scarcely telling of its existence, but still slowly and surely burning on till the end of time, as if it were by some mysterious means fed by its own ashes. Squire Learmont, I do not say absolutely nay to your offer. There may come a day when I shall wish for freedom of action in another land. Then I will bring the boy perchance to you, reserving the confession until my foot is on the shore, or some other safe method which I have not yet matured. At present, however, we will wait. Yes, we will have a little patience, Squire Learmont." Learmont bit his lips and bent a scowl of such fierce hatred at Gray, that if he had for a moment doubted the flame of resentment still lived in Learmont's breast or not, such doubt would have been at once dissipated, and he would have felt convinced that their relative positions had not altered one iota. "Well, well," said Gray after a moment's pause, "we will talk of other things. The boy improves exceedingly." Learmont bent on him a glance of peculiar meaning as he said, "Gray, that boy would be to me a dainty sight in his coffin." No doubt," said Gray. "The time may come when you may enjoy such a sight, but not yet, not yet. I must needs wait your pleasure in this matter, Master Gray, but you are not serious in refusing to exert your skill in the destruction of the besotted knave, Britain? Ah, Jacob Gray, you stand in your own light most grievously." "Do I?" said Gray. "Hem. Squire Learmont, some time since I listened to your proposals for the death of Britain, the savage smith. I agreed with you that his love of drink should be the means used to lure him to destruction. The plan was thus to stultify his judgment, and never very active caution by the strong stimulants he so dotes on, till I wound from him the secret of where he kept the papers, you know, and the confession, if indeed he had written one, a fact I always doubted. And then a subtle poison in his cup would remove him forever. 2 things prompted me to the deed, Squire Learmont. What were they? The one was my love of gold. Look ye, sir, had I obtained the papers which prove, as I well know, your illegitimacy and bar you forever from possessing the estates of Learmont, be assured I should have kept them. Kept them, Gray? I kept them. But you have, sufficient hold on me already in the person of that boy. A hold I had, but scarcely sufficient, Squire. I am as a careful mariner who in the calmest sea would like 2 anchors to hold his bark. The boy is a great thing, a valuable property, but human life is uncertain, and the Squire of Learmont deep and bold. What mean you? I mean that I have lived upon the rack, said Gray, his pale face quivering with emotion. Was I not by you watched, hunted like a wild beast to my lair? You know I was, and the possession of these papers would have made me sleep more soundly at night, for it would scarcely have been prudent of you to hunt a man who possessed such certain means of disinheriting you, even although you had paved your path to wealth with oceans of blood. I tell you I would possess these papers. And what benefit would the death of Britain have been to me then? Gray smiled hideously as he replied, It is always better to consolidate debts, Squire Learmont. You would have had 1 creditor then instead of 2. Then likewise I would have sold you the boy and left England forever. Indeed? Yes, with the papers. And yet, said Learmont after a pause, with all these advantages to you resulting from the deed, you refuse to prosecute the enterprise of removing Britain safely, which I am quite sure that you can do. Hem, said Gray, and his small eyes twinkled as he fixed them upon the countenance of the squire. There is an old fable of 2 dogs fighting for a bone, while a third walks off unscathed with the object of contention. Squire Learmont, you are scarcely yet a match for Jacob Gray. Learmont was silent, and Gray laughed, and then started in alarm at the unwonted sound of his own mirth. You spoke of 2 reasons for the death of Britain, said Learmont after a pause of several minutes' duration. I, said Gray, I did, and there I was indiscreet. My second reason was revenge. I hated Britain. I still hate him. I loathe him, and my deep hatred, the direful spirit of my revenge, urged me to run some little risk to gratify it. I knew your policy. I saw it as clearly as the sun at noonday. But I was a little blinded by my revenge, and I did make an attempt to get the savage Smith in my toils. You failed. Yes, because you were too hasty in your wish to get rid of Jacob Gray. You recollect the Bishop's Walk on a certain frosty morning some time since? The Bishop's Walk? Yes. There was a man who would have assisted me in the destruction of Britain. You, Squire Learmont, left that man a mangled, bleeding corpse in the Bishop's Walk. I, exclaimed Learmont. Yes, you. I did not see you do the deed, but after some thought I could stake my life upon the fact that Sheldon, the Thames waterman, came by his death from your sword. Thus it was Squire. That man was tempted by me to assist in the murder of Britain. Curiosity, or breach of faith, induced him to dog my footsteps to the lonely house in which you and I and Britain had the pleasant interview at midnight. Learmont made a gesture of impatience, and Gray proceeded. You note how candid and explanatory I am. It is not worth my while to lie or conceal aught from you. By some means, then, which I own I know not, you met with this Sheldon. He told you my place of abode, and for the information you murdered him. Learmont bit his lips with passion. That circumstance awakened me, added Gray. Oh, it did me a world of good. I then saw on what slippery ground I stood. I let my revenge sleep and had its proper time for awaking. You taught me a useful lesson, Squire, a lesson on prudence. Jacob Gray, said Learmont gravely. You have great talent. Think over my offers. If you can, procure me Britain's papers. Give me up the boy and spend your life in any other land you choose. I will charge my lands with an annuity of £5,000 per annum. But the Smith. I will, you having rendered him innoxious by depriving him of the papers, undertake to destroy him. He shall not live 24 hours after that event. I will think, said Gray, rising. You had better, cried Learmont. Here is more money now, but you had better take my offer. It is a large one. Hem, said Gray. And before you go now, added Learmont in a tone of excitement, since you have been so candid with me, know that I am not altogether so much in your power as you, in your great cunning and admirable wisdom, may imagine. I am all attention, answered Gray. Then I tell you there is a point of endurance beyond which even I may be goaded. Pass that by your demands, and I collect all my portable wealth and leave England forever, first handing you over to the tender mercy of the laws. Indeed, said Gray, I have too much faith. Faith in what? In your love, my love. Aye, for yourself, I wish you a good evening and pleasant dreams. Hem. Chapter 38. Ada's Lone Home, the Summer and Adventure. Blessed, says the simple squire of Don Quixote, is the man who first invented sleep. What would the spirit warn? The persecuted, the heart-stricken, and the desolate do without sleep. Oh, if there be one heavenly seal set upon the pure and innocent heart, it is that dear impressive slumber, deep and dreamless as infants, which, like a soft south wind in dreariest winter, lays for a time the wearied senses in a blessed repose. Then is the imagination freed from earthly dross, and clinging cares carried far, far away to happier times. The poor prisoner then escapes from his dungeon, his fetters drop from his benumbed limbs, and he lives again in the glorious sunshine, with the blue heavens alone looking down upon him, and the green earth in all its wondrous beauty stretching far before him. The wave-tossed mariner, absent so long from his heart's home, will, in the dreamy watches of the night, revisit the loved ones that are far away. The freezing winds of the blusterous north will lack their power to chill his blood. The lashing surges will, by some strange magic, be converted into sweet, gentle sounds, such as perchance surround his young home, a home to which his affections still cling, the more distant he may happen to be from it. It was a beautiful idea of the Italian poet, who likened the yearning for home of the Swiss exiles to the tightening of the invisible strings that bound their hearts to their native lands as they increased in distance from it. The tired soldier, too. When the night cloud has lowered, and the sentinel stars set their watch in the sky, on his pallet of straw, he dreams of his home and all his dear associations. He dreams of his native vale far away, and in imagination he looks for the familiar objects of childhood, each associated with some dear reminiscence that makes perchance a wild flower to his heart a dearer object than the richest gem. What is cold, hunger, wounds, and pains then to him? He returns weary and wan, yet oh so happy to those he loves. He hears his own mountain goats bleating aloft. He knows the sweet strain which the corn reapers sing. He sees his home, the cottage embowered amongst crawling honeysuckles. Every sight and sound is to his ears delightful. The wild flowers breathe delicious perfume. Then he reaches the well-known door. There is a cry of welcome. His little ones kiss him 1,000 times o'er, and his wife sobs aloud in her fullness of heart. Oh, what a magic is in that scene conjured up by the fairy power of imagination. The visions may fly at the first faint blush of the coming morn. The sleeper may awaken with a sigh and a tear, but he has been home again. He has kissed his children. Oh, he has been happy, although 'twas but a dream. Soldier, may such dear visions ever haunt thy pillow. May sleep, gentle sleep, nature's soft nurse, ever haunt the couch of innocence. If the persecuted and the unhappy had nothing but that oblivion from care to thank heaven for, it should be sufficient to fill the heart with holy thoughts and deep thanksgiving. What would our poor Ada have done but for sleep? And she could sleep, although Jacob Gray could not. The weary months were reduced more than one half, and heaven sent visions of joy and gushing tenderness to uphold and comfort that young and beautiful girl in her solitude. The day might be gloomy, and the old lone house dispiriting and cheerless, but the fancy, when the body slept, took its airy flight and, heaven-directed, laid in stores of beauty and food for waking thoughts. Ada had kept her word with Gray. She had never once passed the threshold of that lonely abode, and she had renewed her promise from time to time, although with many tears. But she would not throw away the life that God had given, so she lived on, illumined in her heart by the hope that the day would come when her dreams would become reality, and her present reality seemed to her but as the fevered imaginings of a dream. From some hidden place in her prison house, she would sometimes look out for hours together upon the blue sky, and envy the wild birds as they winged their free and happy flight far, far away in the liquid depths of the blue arch that spanned the world. She would listen, too, to the song of the aspiring lark as it flew up towards heaven, until it became but a small speck in the sky. This was a delight to Ada, and to her imaginative mind nothing could be sweeter music than the slowly decreasing cadences of that wild, happy song of the lark, as in its very recklessness of joy it leaves the earth so far behind. Far away sometimes in the open fields, she would see someone picking his or her way along the swampy ground, and she blessed the sight off any other human face than Gray's. Then in the old house there were insects, crawling things which in the great world are despised and put to death because we cannot see their beauties, nor appreciate their pains. But Ada, with a simple and beautiful theology, taught her by her own heart and culled from the few books she had read. Feared not these creatures, for she looked upon them all with a kindly spirit, as being the creations of the same great being who had made the mountains, the wondrous ocean, and all the living, breathing things of earthy, sea, and air. So in course of time, the very mice would come forth at the sound of her voice and eat from her hand, peering at her from their bright, twinkling eyes without fear. Ada shrunk from no living thing but Jacob Gray, and him she avoided as much as possible. He always brought home with him food enough for their wants, and Ada took her portion in silence. There was one small room which she had appropriated to her own use, and into that room she forbade Jacob Gray to enter. Wicked and ruthless as he was, that young girl had acquired a kind of moral control over him which he could not shake off. They never conversed. They had no discussions. Their whole intercourse resolved itself to this, that he would murder her if she did not promise to abide where she was without making an effort to escape, and she, having promised so much, was otherwise a free agent, and under no sort of control from him. Thus the seasons had rolled on, and Ada had marked the subsidence of winter and the budding beauty of the sweet springtime from her lonely home. Sometimes Jacob Gray would be absent for a whole day, and Ada was glad he stayed away, for she would then sing to herself old ballads which were dear to her, because the book from which she had learnt them had been lent to her by Albert Satan. But when she heard his well-known signal of return, she went to her own room and sung no more. Thus, to a certain extent, Ada enjoyed the glorious summer, although she could not wander in the green fields or lose herself among shady trees. The soft, genial air, however, visited the ill-omened house at Battersea, as freely as it blew its sweets in at the windows of a palace, and these were moments when Ada felt most happy. Gray, when he remained out the whole day, never mentioned to Ada his intention of so doing. But she knew that if the day fully dawned and he came not, that he would wait until the shades of evening rendered it safe for him to cross the fields without the risk of observation. On these occasions, it seemed to Ada as if she was half liberated from her prison. So grateful to her was the absence of Jacob Gray. And after seeing the day fairly commenced, and rambling through the old house without encountering the object of her dread and dislike, she would feel comparatively happy. It was on one of these occasions that we propose conducting our readers to the lone house at Battersea. Gray had gone out the preceding evening at sunset, and the morning came without bringing him back again. A glorious morning it was, full of life, beauty, and sunshine. The summer air blew sweetly into the chamber of the lovely girl, but the very murmuring of the soft breeze was company to her, and the twitter of the happy birds as they flew past the old house fell like nature's own music, as indeed it was, upon her innocent heart. Hastily dressing herself, she rose, and with a slow, cautious step descended to Gray's sitting room. He was not there. Here she stood for a few minutes upon the principal staircase and listened attentively. No sound disturbed the repose that dwelt in that house. Ada smiled. "He has not returned," she cried. "I shall have a whole day to myself. A whole day in which to sing over my old songs, to converse with the birds, to feed the mice and insects that abound here. And I think they have learnt to know me now and love me in their way and according to their several natures." The day wore on, but it was scarcely wearisome to Ada. 'Tis true she sometimes wept when she thought how cruelly she was situated. But then she would soon smile again, and sitting opposite to an open window, she would gaze for a long time upon the clear blue sky, and speculate upon the various forms of the light fleecy vapors that imparted an additional charm to the sky, by partially concealing some of its beauties. Then she thought of those who were dear to her, of Albert Satan, of his father, of the poor woman who had spoken a few kind words to her at the little milk shop at Westminster. To those who have been accustomed to harshness, with what a freshening joy the recollection of a few words kindly spoken comes upon the mind. Oh, if the rich and powerful, those who are living in high places and reveling in luxury, did but know how delightful to the bruised heart but a few simple words of common courtesy are, they would themselves feel a pleasure in speaking them. Such as all the adulation of their flatterers, all the glitter of their homes, all the gaudy insignia of their rank can never bestow upon them. Ada wept with grateful joy because that poor woman spoke but a few short sentences of kindness to her. Chapter 39. The Alarm. The Pursuit. A mob in the last century. The fugitive. Maud the beggar. As Ada sat in an attitude of deep musing, and her long silken eyelashes were wet with the tears starting to her eyes, a confused murmuring sound from afar off came faintly to her ears. She started, for in that solitude any direct or tangible sounds from the great world without were strange and new. Bending forward in an attitude of listening, the young girl endeavored to catch the purport of the unwanted disturbance. Still nothing but faint mingled cries and shouts came to her ear. She could hear no words distinctly, but, from the general tone of the cries, she guessed they were those of derision and contempt. So faintly were they borne across the fields, that had not the light winds blown steadily in that direction, no sound of all the uproarious voices that were so mingled together in strange confusion would have reached the ears of the solitary prisoner. Nearer and nearer, however, came the sounds, and Ada went to the highest floor in the house, the windows of which commanded an extensive view in all directions. Close down by the river's side, she could now discern a disorderly rabble, apparently pursuing another object. She saw the action of casting stones, and shouts, shrieks, loud laughter, and every kind of noise which the human voice is capable of producing came each moment more distinctly to her ear. That the crowd were pursuing and pelting some object of popular scorn or hatred she could easily perceive. Foremost, there appeared a strange, cowering mass of rags and squalid poverty, against which the indignation of the rabble of Lambeth seemed to be directed. Ada watched the scene with a pitying eye. She could not imagine any circumstances which could justify the hunting down of a fellow creature in such a manner. But Ada did not know enough of human nature to be aware that one of its recreations is persecution in all forms and shapes. Now she, the fugitive, took to the fields, and, to her surprise, made directly for the lone house. Ada's heart beat quick with the idea that the mob would follow, and her promise to Jacob Gray would become nugatory by persons discovering her, and forcing her from her imprisonment, instead of she herself contriving the means of escape. Too soon, however, was this hope dissipated, for the yelling rout, after pursuing the fugitive a short distance further, gave up the sport and retired with shouts and execrations from the pleasures of the chase. Still, Ada saw the fugitive rushing wildly onwards, and from the looseness and ragged plight of the apparel, she could not decide whether it was a male or a female, who was evidently making with speed towards Forrest's house. To obtain a nearer view of the stranger, Ada descended to the lower portion of the house, and, by the time she had reached a window on the ground floor, the persecuted one was so close to the building that she, with a cry of surprise, recognized her as the mad female she had met on Westminster Bridge, and whose features and general appearance the extraordinary events of that night had evidently impressed on her memory. For several moments after making this discovery, Ada's mind was in such a whirl of conflicting emotions that she could decide upon no particular course of action, and it was not until the poor hunted, bruised, and bleeding woman had sunk upon the doorstep with a deep groan of anguish that Ada felt herself at once roused to exertion and determined to dare all, risk all, in the sacred cause of humanity. In another moment, the compassionate and warm-hearted Ada was at the door. She hesitated not a moment, but flinging it open, stood, for the first time for many weary months, from under that miserable prison house. The sound of the opening of the door seemed at once to strike alarm into the heart of the poor creature, who sat crouched upon the steps and sobbing bitterly. She sprang to her feet, and then, as if she lacked the strength to fly, she sunk upon her knees, and in low, heartbroken accents she cried, "Mercy, mercy! Oh, spare me! Mercy, mercy!" It is impossible to describe the tone of exquisite anguish in which these words were spoken, but Ada felt them keenly, and the tears rushed to her eyes, and her voice faltered as she said, "I am myself a child of woe and persecution. Come in, for some few hours, yet you will be safe here." With a shriek, the poor maniac threw herself at Ada's feet and attempted to kiss them. "How I love to hear a word of kindness! Is there a human heart can feel for poor, mad Maud? Is there a human voice can speak to me in tones of pity?" "There is," said Ada. "God knows I pity you, but you are hurt. Come in, come in. I dare not myself stand here." "Hush, hush," said Maud, holding up her finger and smiling. "Do not speak. You are young and beautiful, but do not speak, for I heard just now the voice of one of God's ministering angels." The tone was low and sweet, but I knew it, ha, ha, I knew it, 'tis comfort to poor Maud. "'Twas I that spoke," said Ada. "Hark, hark! There again! Is it indeed you?" "It is. Shall you stay long?" "Stay where?" "From your house." She pointed to the blue sky as she spoke and gazed earnestly upwards. See, yon cloud is waiting for you," she said suddenly. "So you have come from your own house of light and everlasting joy to speak words of comfort to poor mad Maud. I bless you." The poor creature covered her face with her hands and wept aloud in her fullness of heart. Ada gently laid her small hand upon Maud's arm and led her unresistingly into the house, closing the door after her. "Do not weep now," she said. "I saw you the sport of many from a window in this house. What you may have done to anger those who so hotly followed you with shouts and cries, I know not, but it is sufficient for me that you are faint and weary. You shall have refreshment, and as long a rest here as I dare, for your own safety as well as my own, offer you." Maud withdrew her hands from before her eyes and gazed earnestly at Ada. "Are you indeed mortal?" she said. "Must I once more, for your sake, love my kind?" "I am as you see me," said Ada, "a poor helpless girl. Here, take refreshment, and deem me not inhospitable if I tell you then to go from this place, and forget you ever saw it." Ada placed before the poor, half-famished being such food as she had in the house, and, while she ate of the meat and bread voraciously, Ada amused herself with conjecture as to who and what this singular creature could be, who seemed, in some strange and confused manner, mixed up with her own fate. "Your name is Maud, I heard you say?" remarked Ada kindly. "Mad Maud, they call me," was the reply. "But I am not so mad as they think me. Do not tell them that, though, for the savage smith would kill me, and then I should not die as I ought to do before he does." "Alas," thought Ada, "it is in vain to question this poor creature, her wits are tangled. She may know all, but can tell me nothing. And should she tell me my own story, how can I unravel her strange discourse, or separate the truth from the strange web of fiction which her mental alienation mingles with it?" "You are thinking," suddenly said Maud. "So am I, so am I. Do you recollect the burning of the smithy?" "Ha, ha, that was brave work." "What smithy?" said Ada. "And do you know," continued Maud, unheedful of the question, "do you know the crackling, roaring flames would not touch the body?" "No, no, the smith tried that, but the flames would not touch it. Like long, fiery tongues they licked round and round it. But, ha, ha, it could not burn, it would not burn. No, no, it would not burn." There was a wild, insane exultation about the poor creature as she uttered these words that almost alarmed Ada. "The man you call the smith," she said, "was he you met one night on Westminster Bridge? I heard you address him by that title." "On a bridge." "Yes, you must recollect, he would fain have taken your life." "That was a dream," said Maud, shaking her head, "a long, wild dream." "The sun is in the west," said Ada mournfully. "Before it sinks, I pray you to go, I have no power now. They called me a witch and hunted me." Suddenly said Maud, shivering and drawing her tattered garments closely around her. "'Tis very hard, for I am only poor Mad Maud. I follow Britain the smith, and he cannot kill me, because the Almighty has doomed that he shall die first. Did you ever see that child again?" "What child?" said Ada earnestly. "Of what do you speak?" "Ha, ha, 'twas brave work," muttered Maud. "Was not that an awful death, eh? It came from the smithy, but they could not burn the body. No, no, God. How the man screamed. He was torn and bleeding. His shrieks were music to me, music. Music? To me, because I knew he was a murderer. And Andrew Britton was plunged deeper, deeper in crime. So I follow him. I must see the smith die. That is my task for life." "Poor creature," sighed Ada. "Who's that?" cried Maud. "Who pities me?" "I do, from the bottom of my heart," said Ada. "Oh, tell me if you can, what has driven you to this state, this fearful state? Had you a house, kindred, were kind looks ever bent upon you? Did the sweet echo of soft words ever ring in your ears? Tell me all." Maud convulsively clutched the arms of the chair upon which she sat, and she trembled violently as Ada spoke. Once, twice, thrice she tried to speak, then with a violent effort she gasped the words. "House, kindred, love, oh heaven! Oh heaven, spare me, spare me!" She then burst into such a violent and frantic fit of weeping that Ada became much alarmed, and entreated her to be composed in the most moving and tender accents. Gradually the deep anguish of Maud subsided, and when she again looked on the face of Ada, the wild, glowing expression of her eyes had given place to a mild luster, and she said in a low, soft voice, exceedingly different from that in which she usually spoke, "Where am I?" "Alas," said Ada, "I can scarcely tell you, but till sunset you are welcome to what shelter and food I can give you." "Give," said Maud. "God's mercy has granted me just now, for the second time, the calmness and rationality of my happier days. This will pass away soon, and I shall become what I know I am, mad again." "Nay," said Ada, "hope that heaven is not so stinting of its mercy." Maud shook her head and sighed deeply. "You wish me to go at sunset? For your own safety." "Well, be it so. I was guided hither for I know not what. I believe only because I am poor and wretched, and my wits wander sometimes. Can there be any so wretched? Aye, said Maud. Many, many be poor, houseless, and mad from deep grief and injury, and there is scarcely a human hand but what will not be raised against you. Horrible, exclaimed Ada. 'Tis very wicked. 'Tis very true, said Maud. But hear me. My tale is very short. My brain again will throb and beat, my blood will boil, and strange shapes will again goad me to madness. She compressed her head tightly for several seconds, and rocked to and fro as if in pain. Then suddenly she laid her long, skinny hand on Ada's arm and said, Listen, you shall hear what drove me to this. Haply it may save you from the like. Chapter 40. The Tale, A Blighted Heart's Despair. Poor Maud spoke in a low, earnest voice, and Ada became deeply interested in her story, as with many tears she poured it into the ears of the lovely and persecuted girl. You are young and very beautiful, she commenced. I was young, and they told me I was beautiful. Look at me now and smile at the idle boast. Still there was one who loved me, one who listened to my voice as though it had a magic in it, one who followed me where I led. My heart was touched by the purity of his devotion, and I loved him even as he loved me, next thing to heaven. It might be that we each made too much of our earthly idols, and so turned the face of heaven against us both. But I scarce can think so, for he who made his creatures with fond and faithful hearts must surely look with pleasure rather than anger upon their deep and holy affections. Well, girl, the future lay before us like a summer's day, all sunshine, joy, and delight. We asked each other what could mar our happiness, and in the ecstasy of our own dear truthfulness we answered nothing. Where our mutual parents lived, there came one day a man of coarse and ruffianly aspect. He said he came to settle in the place and seek a helpmate among the village maidens. None welcomed him, for his manner was harsh and brutal, an index of the mind. This man's name was Andrew Britton. Indeed, said Ada. Yes, Andrew Britton, a smith. With unparalleled insolence he said he had fixed on me for his wife. I scorned his suit. He jested at my indignant refusal. I wept, for we were alone. He laughed at my tears. Then I threatened him with the resentment of him to whom I had already plighted my young heart. And Andrew Britton swore then a fearful oath that I never should be his. He whom I loved found me in tears, and after much solicitation, got from me the particulars of the interview that had just terminated with the savage smith. I would not tell him, though, until he had promised me he would not endanger himself by resenting. Men heed not such promises. His young blood boiled with anger. He met the smith, and from words they came to mutual violence. Britton was much hurt, and he whom I loved came off the conqueror to the joy of all. Britton then came and asked my forgiveness. He said he was an altered man. He swore he repented of his passion, and we believed him. But, O girl, when a bad, wicked man speaks, you may fairly mistrust him. 'Tis the glitter of the eyes of the serpent that fascinate but to betray. The day of my union was at length fixed. There were no regrets, no grief, all was happiness. We wandered hand in hand the evening before to look at the last sunset ere we should be bound together in those holy ties which none dare impiously to break asunder. We wondered what could happen to make us unhappy. We saw no cloud in the clear horizon of our joy. Oh, what an hour of bliss was that! 'Tis needless to dwell on what we said or how we looked into each other's eyes to see our own reflected happiness. The sun sunk to rest, and in the east uprose the silver moon ere we parted. With many lingering regrets, we said adieu. Oh God, we never met again. Maud sunk on her knees and, hiding her face upon her chair, she again gave way to a similar wild, awful passion of grief to what had before affected her. Ada had been deeply impressed with poor Maud's simple and affecting narrative, told as it was with a pathos which defies description. She did not speak but let the woman have her way, and after some minutes the violence of her grief, as before, subsided, and she rose to outward appearance calm again. Bear with me yet a brief space, said Maud. I shall not weep so much again. I hope indeed you never may, said Ada. But it would be a harsh and unfeeling heart that could not bear patiently the tears springing from a bruised heart. Maud took Ada's hand and pressed it to her lips in silent gratitude, and then resumed her narrative. The morrow came and brought with it a cloudless sky and a bright sunshine, which never to me seemed so bright and beautiful. We were to meet at the village church, to part no more. And when I and my friends arrived, and we found that we were first, they were inclined to chide my lover's delay, but I only smiled, for no doubt crossed my mind. Not the smallest speck appeared to me as yet in the heaven of my happiness. An hour passed, and still he came not. Then indeed there was a flutter at my heart, a mingled feeling of alarm and anger. Then some went to seek him and returned unsuccessful. He could not be found. My anger vanished, and I began to tremble. 2 more hours passed away, the last was one of agony. Then came one into the church and whispered to my father. I saw his cheek grow pale. I saw him clutch at the altar rail for support. At that moment I thought I should have died, for I knew that something had been whispered which was too horrible to speak aloud. By a violent effort I preserved myself from fainting and rushed to my father. Tell me, tell, I shrieked, what has happened? Father, suspense will kill me. He is dead, was the reply. I heard no more, I saw no more. For many months they told me I lay a breathing, senseless form. And then I awakened, and my first words were, take me to him. They told me then that the grave had long since received its tenant. And by degrees I learned from them that my lover, my husband in the sight of heaven, had been found a mangled corpse at the foot of a deep precipice. He must have fallen over, they told me, but I knew better. Something whispered to me that Andrew Britton did the deed. Since then, I know not what has happened. Once I awoke and found myself chained to a stone wall in a gloomy cell. Then again I was thrust out from somewhere, and a voice told me to be gone, for I was harmless. So I became Mad Maud as I am, and I follow Britton the Savage Smith, because he is to die before I do, and then I shall meet my lover again. And do you know that some sunset, by the great bounty of heaven, he will come again, when the murder is found out? Yes, yes, when the murder is found out. Ha! 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 Again the maniac's eye glanced with the wild fire of insanity, and poor Maud was lost once more in the wanderings of her imagination. The sympathies of Ada had been so strongly excited by the narrative of poor Maud, that she had allowed the lucid interval of the poor maniac to pass away without questioning on the subjects nearest and dearest to her. With a hope that even yet it might not be too late to glean some information from her, she said, "What murder do you mean?" "The murder at the old smithy," replied Maud. "You saw the man as well we all saw him." "When was that?" asked Ada. "Last night." "Last night." "Hark, the wind is still around the old smithy." "'Tis all in vain," sighed Ada. "The time is past." It now suddenly struck Ada that there would be extreme danger to the poor creature should she stay till Jacob Gray came home. And as the sun was just dipping into the western horizon, she said to her, "Take with you all these victuals. I have no power here to prolong your welcome." "The child of the dead, the child of the dead," muttered Maud, totally unheeding what Ada said. "Let me now entreat you to go," said the alarmed girl. "There will be one here by sunset who has no feeling, no mercy." "That must be Britton, the Savage Smith," cried Maud. "No, 'tis one Jacob Gray. Heard you ever that name before?" "Jacob Gray," repeated Maud, evidently with no sort of recognition of the name. "I will sing to him and you." "Go, let me entreat you to go," cried Ada. Maud heeded her not, but began to sing in a wild but sweet voice. "Who loves the bleak night wind that roars twist earth and sky, say, is its loud voice kind? Not I, not I. That's a brave song, but cheerless. I love the day and the sweet sunshine. Here's another for thee, maiden, 'twill suit thy young heart. Love's like a rainbow, why, maiden, why? It opens from the earth up to the sky. A young heart's passion is all as bright as that purest arch of heaven's own light. Like ye that, young heart? Alas! 'Tis long since I learned the ditty. Hark ye, here is one more sad and somber, for I see the tear drop in your eye. Hark, hark! The storm bird may scream o'er the desolate moor, and the north wind blow wide the poor cottager's door. The snowdrift may level mountain with plain, but the sunlight will come, and the birds sing again. But, oh! The fond heart which one storm has swept o'er can ne'er know the peace it rejoiced in before. As the last sound of the poor creature's voice ceased, Ada clasped her hands and uttered a cry of terror, for she heard without the low whistle which she had been taught by Gray to recognize as the signal of his return. Chapter 41. The interview, Jacob Gray's meditations, the slip of paper. The nail, the guilty conscience, the departure. For perhaps the space of a minute, Ada lost the power of action, but the stern necessity of doing something to save the poor creature from the death which Jacob Gray's fears would, she doubted not, induce him to put her to, braced the nerves of the young girl. She took Maud by the arm, and looking her earnestly in the face, she said, "What was the name of him you loved?" Maud pressed her hand upon her brow for a moment as if striving to comprehend the question. Then she replied, "His name was William Heriot." "Then follow me, and speak not for his sake, as you hold his memory dear." "To the world's end? To the world's end?" said Maud. Ada heard the outer door now close, and she was sure that Gray was in the passage. He might, or he might not, enter the room in which she and Maud were, the door of which was within a few paces of the steps. Oh, how dreadful to poor Ada were the few short, but to her awful moments that elapsed before she felt convinced that Gray had passed the door. He always trod slowly and stealthily even in that lone house, for caution and suspicion had grown so habitual with him, that even in security he could not shake off the actions which rendered those feelings manifest. It was difficult, therefore, for Ada to trace his footsteps, or come to any positive conclusion as to what part of the house he had proceeded towards. One thing only she could feel certain of from the duration of time, and that was, that the immediate danger of his entering the room in which she and Maud were was past, unless he were lingering in the passage, which she had never yet known him to do. A few more minutes of great anxiety now passed, during which Maud did not speak, but rocked to and fro in her chair, sighing deeply, as if the sound of her murdered lover's name had affected her deeply. "Maud," said Ada. "Maud, attend to me." "I hear the voice," said Maud. "The voice of the angel that has come from heaven to speak words of kindness to poor mad Maud." "By the memory of William Heriot," said Ada, "do not speak or move till I come to you again." Ada then left the room for the purpose of ascertaining in what room Jacob Gray was staying. With an assumed carelessness of step and manner, she walked into the rooms on the ground floor, but in none of them was Jacob Gray. She then ascended the staircase, and as she neared the top of the crazy flight, a door was suddenly opened upon the landing, and Gray appeared. Ada paused, and they regarded each other for a few moments in silence. Then Gray said in a low tone, "Nothing has happened, Ada? No alarm." "No alarm," said Ada, answering his last question. "Wait for me below. We must have some talk today." "Today?" "Yes, I promise, but from month to month. Today the month expires," said Ada. "It does, but the promise will be renewed." "Stay where you are," said Ada. "I will come to you in a short time." "Nay, not here," said Gray. "Go to the room below. I will be with you shortly." "I am even now proceeding to my own chamber," said Ada. "In a quarter of an hour I will meet you here." Without waiting for a reply, Ada ascended to her own room. Gray stood for a minute with the door in his hand, muttering to himself. "She braves me thus ever. If I were to remark that the sun shone, she would declare 'twas very cold. Sometimes I doubt if I hate her or Learmont most, yet I must spare her to be revenged on him. Curses on them all." He flung the door to, which shut with a bang that Ada heard with thankfulness. Gray then unlocked a cupboard in the room and proceeded to deposit, in a sacred place he had constructed at the back of it, the last sum of money he had wrung from the fears of Learmont. In the same place of safety, likewise, was the written confession addressed to Sir Francis Hartleton, but that was not concealed. It lay openly in the cupboard, a prominent object to anyone who should force the door. A smile of self-satisfaction came across Jacob Gray's face as he took the paper in his hand, and fixed his keen eyes upon its superscription to the magistrate. It would, indeed, be a glorious revenge, he mattered, on both Britain and Learmont to accumulate an ample fortune first, and then, when my foot was on the very deck of the vessel that was to bear me from England forever, to hail some idle lounger on the quay, and bid him take this to Sir Francis Hartleton, and ask his own reward. Yes, if I had 500,000, that would be worth as much again. The time will come, yes, it must come, when I have got enough money first, and then my revenge. Ye taunt me, Squire Learmont, and you, Britain, too, with my cunning. Ha! Ha! I am cunning, it is true. I am too cunning for your dull wits. Jacob Gray will be too much for you both when he has enough money. Suddenly then he now dropped the paper and started. A slight noise outside his door met his ears, and his guilty soul trembled. What noise was that? He whispered. Ada, yes, Ada, ah! It must be Ada. In order to explain the sound that disturbed the gleeful cogitations of Jacob Gray, we must follow Ada to her chamber, whither, as the reader will recollect, she repaired after her very brief conversation with her jailer Gray. The moment Ada found herself in the privacy of her own room, she burst into tears, and a fervent "Thank Heaven" burst from her lips. The necessity of instant action and self-possession, however, rushed simultaneously across her mind, and dashing away the tears with the brief exclamation of, "My promise no longer binds me. I am free to act." She hastily wrote on a slip of paper the following words. To Albert Satan, Ada is betrayed. Seek her in a lone house by the river. She then concealed the paper in her bosom, and, commending herself to heaven, with a beating heart she descended the staircase. Her object now was to pass the door of the room in which was Gray, without arousing his attention. But this was a matter of no ordinary difficulty in that old house, for the staircase was so ancient and dilapidated that it creaked and groaned under the slightest pressure. Taking, however, as much of her weight off the stairs as possible, by clinging to a stout rail which was supported firmly by the wall, Ada slowly descended. She reached the landing, from which opened the door of the room in which was Gray, in safety. To pass that door was dreadful, and Ada thought each moment that her strength would desert her, and all would be discovered. The life of poor Maud, she felt certain, hung upon the slightest thread, and this thought nerved Ada more than any consciousness of personal danger would have done. Creeping cautiously along, she reached the door. One moment, then she paused, and the sound of Jacob Gray's voice, as he muttered his unholy thoughts, came clearly upon her overstrained senses. With her hands pressing upon her heart to still its wild, tumultuous beating, she passed the door. Now the flight of stairs leading to the house was gained in safety. She laid her trembling hands upon the banisters, and at that moment it was that Gray heard the creaking sound that alarmed him in the midst of his wicked rejoicing over the treachery he meditated. Ada turned slowly round and faced the door. To fly, she knew, would tempt pursuit, and without, in her confusion, being able to reflect further than that, the best plan would be to face Jacob Gray should he come from the room. Ada stood for several minutes, enduring the most torturing and agonizing suspense. All remained still. Gray did not appear, and once more Ada turned to descend the staircase. One step she had taken downwards, when a loose nail from the crazy banisters fell into the passage below, making, in the solemn silence that reigned in the house, an alarming noise. Ada paused. Now, she thought, I shall need all my firmness. Heaven help me now. The door of Gray's room opened, and he stood in the entrance with a pale and anxious face. Ada turned as before and met his gaze. It would have been difficult that moment to have decided which face bore the palest hue, the beautiful and innocent one of Ada, contrasted as it was with her long jetty ringlets, to the disturbed, haggard countenance of the man of crimes and blood. There was a noise, said Gray. I heard it, replied Ada. Where was it? Above. 'Twas nothing, Ada, nothing. I suppose quite accidental. Ada, you are going down. I'll follow you. He closed the door behind him with a trembling hand and made a step towards the staircase. Jacob Gray, cried Ada, stop. He paused, for there was an awful earnestness in her manner that greatly added to his alarm. Yet Ada knew not what to do or how to act. The words she uttered were almost involuntary. Then it might be that heaven whispered to her mind a course of action, but it came across her mind that Gray might be alarmed still more, knowing the lurking superstition of his character, and she suddenly said, Did you not tell me once this house was haunted? Haunted, echoed Gray, suddenly descending several stairs, and showing by his rapid changes of color the craven fear that was at his heart's inmost core. His fears, however, had prompted him to the very course which Ada so much dreaded, namely, to descend to the lower part of the house, and on the impulse of the moment she laid her hand on Jacob Gray's arm and said, "I was following it. It has gone down." "It? Who? What?" cried Gray, as he sprung back again to the door of his room in an instant, trembling exceedingly. Ada's pure and innocent heart detested all kinds of duplicity, but if ever such was justifiable, it was surely then, and to save the life of the poor creature who had sought shelter with her, and had suffered so much wrong and unmerited persecution, was a justification which, with the rapidity of thought, came to Ada's relief. "There is someone below," she said. You saw it?" "I did." And followed it?" Gray licked his parched lips as after a pause he added, "Ada, what manner of appearance was it? Will you follow it with me?" "Not for worlds, not for worlds," cried Gray. "Tell me, Ada, was it a man of tall stature?" "It was," said Ada, "of noble bearing, hair slightly silvered." "Even so." I thought 'twas he. I saw him once at the door in that smithy." "Yes, that has begun now." "I shall be haunted now forever." "Oh, horror! Horror!" The word smithy struck upon Ada's ears, and for one moment she could not recollect why it came, as if it were an old recollection to her. Then she remembered that Mad Maud had spoken of a murder at an old smithy, and she asked herself, "Can there be any connection between all these dark hints of things long past and my own fate?" "There must be. I will probe your heart, Jacob Gray. I will tell you," she said, turning suddenly to Gray. "Listen. A wild, bleeding form has appeared in this house." "Bleeding," gasped Gray. "Yes, bleeding. And it is," Gray pointed down the staircase. "It is there," said Ada. Gray shuddered as he said, "Can you look on it and live?" "I can." "God help me. Come with me, and we will together question it further," said Ada. "No, no, no," cried Gray. "The sight would blast me forever. Ada, Ada. If you have one spark of pity, one yearning of heavenly mercy in your heart, you will pray for me, pray for me." "For you, my persecutor? Implore that hideous form to visit here no more. I shall go mad. Mad, mad." Gray hid his face in his hands and groaned bitterly. In his anguish he may confess all, thought Ada, and hastily calling to her memory the words spoken by Maud, she said in a solemn whisper, "Jacob Gray, the bleeding form that has visited is not terrible to me." "No, no," said Gray, because what? Nothing, I have said nothing." "Then hear me," added Ada. "Strange things have been spoken to me." "By it?" "Yes. Do you recollect an old smithy?" Gray removed his hands from before his face, and sinking on his knees, he crawled towards Ada. "Mercy, mercy," he said in a husky whisper. "There was a murder," continued Ada. "Ada, Ada," shrieked Gray. "Child of the dead, spare me. Oh, spare me." "Child of the dead," cried Ada. "Speak, Jacob Gray. Am I that child? Tell all now that conscience is awakened, and soothe the pangs of your own seared heart by relieving mine of worlds of agony. Speak, Jacob Gray, oh, speak. Tell me who I am now at this moment of awful and bitter repentance. I will forgive all. I will, as you ask, pray for you, Jacob Gray. Heaven will pardon you. Speak to me. Tell me, am I that child? Bid him go," crawling towards the room. "And then you shall hear all. The sight of him would overturn my reason. Even now my brain reels. Bid him go, implore him not to haunt me, not to drive me mad by a glance." Ada's object was more than accomplished. "Wait for me," she cried, and glided down the staircase, leaving Gray crouched up by the door of the room, with his glowing eyes fixed upon the staircase, in awful expectation of seeing each moment a dreadful form that would drive him to insanity by one look from its glazed eye. The period of trembling and nervousness was now past with Ada, and with the lightness and speed of a young fawn, she bounded into the room where sat poor Maud. The poor creature's eyes brightened as Ada approached, and she said, "I have not stirred, I have not spoken." "Hush, hush," said Ada. "Speak not now. Here, take this paper, fly across the fields. Look not back, but get away from this place." Yes, said Maud. "Moments are precious," continued Ada. "Wherever you go, I conjure you by the remembrance of him you loved, and who you will meet again in the presence of God to show that paper, but never part with it. Never, never, cried Maud. Oh, never. Now follow me. Heaven speed you on your way. Maud thrust the paper into her bosom and allowed herself to be led by Ada to the door. God bless and help you, cried the girl. Maud kissed her hand and sobbed bitterly. Away, away, said Ada. Oh, pause not a moment. For my sake hasten. Like a hunted deer. Mad Maud flew from the lone house. Ada watched her for a few minutes across the swampy waste. Then, the excitement being over, she burst into a passion of tears and dropped into a state of half-insensibility in the passage of the old house. Chapter 42. Jacob Gray's Fears. The Promise. Ada's Meditations. How long she remained in the passage of the house, Ada had no means of distinctly knowing, but when she recovered from her insensibility, she found herself in the parlor alone and nearly in total darkness. A few moments sufficed to bring to her recollection all that had occurred, and she sprang to her feet, looking anxiously around her, as well as the dim light would permit, to see if Jacob Gray was in the room. An instant inquiry satisfied her that she was alone, but scarcely had she made this discovery when a gleam of light came in from the passage, and the door was gently and cautiously pushed open. Ada did not speak, but she shrunk into a corner of the room and saw Gray enter, carrying with him a dim light. "Ada, Ada," he said. "I am here," she replied. He set the light on the table, and she saw that his face looked harsh and haggard. "We cannot stay here," he said after a pause. "This place will be hideous now." "Not stay here," cried Ada, and her heart sunk within her at the thought of being again removed at the very time when there was a chance of her being rescued by Albert Satan, should he or anyone knowing his name chance to see the paper she had given to Mad Maud. "No, no," added Gray. I would not sleep here. The very air of this place smells of the grave. We must away, Ada." "How came I in this room?" said Ada. "After a long time when you returned not to me," replied Gray. "I descended the staircase and found you lying in the passage just by the door which you had evidently been trying to escape by." Ada was deeply thankful that Jacob Gray himself put this interpretation on the circumstance of finding the door open, and she said, "My feelings overcame me." "Ah, yes." "The sight must have been terrible," said Gray. "Come, Ada, 'tis a very dark night. Attire yourself in the less cumbrous and safer garments of a boy, and let us leave here." "You forget your promise," said Ada. "My promise? What promise?" "You said you would tell me all." "And so will I at the proper time and season, which, believe me, will be the sooner for what has chanced this night." "And so am I deceived again," said Ada. "Girl," said Gray, "you are young enough yet to wait a short time. There will come a day when justice shall be done you, and the cup of my revenge will be filled to the overflowing. It will be very soon, Ada." Ada felt that to urge Gray now that his great fear had passed away to fulfill any promise he might have made while under its influence would be quite futile. Moreover, her great object, the escape of poor Maud, was accomplished, and she had no new spectre wherewith to frighten Jacob Gray. "For that brief time you speak of," said she, "let us remain here. Think you the spirits of another world cannot follow you wherever you go, Jacob Gray?" "Follow me," echoed Gray. Are not all places alike to them? Why remove from here?" Gray seemed to remain silent, then he said in a low, agitated voice, "Girl, what you say may be true. I will think of it again. Tomorrow I will decide. Yes, let it be till tomorrow. You are not weary." "Wherefore do you ask?" said Ada. "Because," faltered Gray, "I do not wish to be alone. And can you ask me to save you from the horrors of that solitude which your conscience peoples with hideous forms?" "Question me not," cried Gray impatiently. I would have desired your company, but will not enforce it." "You cannot," said Ada. "Cannot. You know not what you say." "You dare not," added Ada. She had learnt by experience that she could defy Jacob Gray to his face successfully. Her only fear of him was that he would murder her while she slept or mingle poison with her food. She could not look on him. "Leave me, then." "Leave me if you will," he said. "I will not invade your chamber." "If you were," said Ada, "you might perchance be frozen with horror by meeting the form you have described with so much dread, a form which the voice of nature hints must be that of my murdered father." As she spoke, Ada walked to the door of the room, but ere she reached it, Gray called to her. "Ada, stay yet a moment. You forget. Forget what? That I must this day again receive your promise to exert no contrivance for your escape from me. At 12 today your word expired." "Oh," cried Ada, "then I was free." "No," said Gray, "you were not free. I knew that if you meditated escape, you would seize the first moment. I watched this house from 12 till 2, then as you came not forth, I knew I was safe. And you departed?" "I did." Had Jacob Gray watched another hour, he would have seen Maud hunted to the old house. "Your promise, girl," he cried. "Before we part tonight, I must have your solemn promise." "On the same condition," said Ada. "To preserve that life which God has given me, I will give you my promise." "Be it so," said Gray. "Then in the name of heaven, I promise from 1 month from now that if aid come not to me, if no one comes here to take me hence and offer me liberty, I will remain a prisoner. So help me heaven." "Enough," said Gray, "I am content." "I know you will keep your word, Ada." "How is it," said Ada, "that you can trust thus to my word, Jacob Gray? Have you not taught me deceit? Were I to deceive you as you have deceived me, could you blame me?" "Question me not," cried Gray. "I have said I would trust to your word." "Let that suffice." Ada turned away and sought the solitude of her own room. She always wept bitterly after renewing her promise to Gray. It seemed like pushing hope to a further distance from her heart. And on this occasion, when she was alone, the tears dimmed her eyes as she reflected another month. Another month. But then even upon the instant, a small, still voice within her heart seemed to whisper to her that there were now better grounds for hope than ever. She had made an effort by the slip of paper that poor Mad Maud had taken with her, and her promise to Gray was expressly conditional, so that if Albert Satan should seek her, she was free. How delightful did that word sound to the desolate heart of the young girl. She clasped her hands, and a smile played over her face like a sunbeam on a lake. "Oh," she cried, "if kind heaven has indeed joy in store for the poor, persecuted Ada, surely it will be more delightful by the contrast with what has passed. Friends will be dearer to me, because I have known none. The sunshine will to me possess a greater charm than to those who have always been so happy as to revel in its beams. The charms of music will entrance me, where they present but ordinary sounds to others, for I shall contrast then with the echoes of this dreary house. The voices of those who will love me, and use kindly phrases when they speak to me, will ring in my ears with an unknown beauty. Mere freedom, the dear gift of being able at my own free will to seek the leafy glade of some old forest, or walk in the broad sunlight of an open plain, will be a rich reward for all that I have suffered. Oh, how can the world be unhappy while heaven has left it youth, sunshine, and love?" Thus the young, ardent, enthusiastic girl beguiled the tediousness of her imprisonment. She lived in a world of romance of her own creating, a romance, too, that was mixed up with a pure and holy system of natural theology culled from her own heart, and those mysterious impulses which tell all. But those who willfully shut their ears against the solemn, glorious truth, that there is a great and good God above all, a being to be loved more than to be feared. Ada would now sit for hours picturing to herself the meeting of poor Maud with Albert Satan. She would frame all the dialogue that would pass between them, until Albert had, piece by piece, extracted from the wandering mind of the poor creature the exact situation of the old house in which Ada was immured. Then she would imagine his joy, his rapture, until busy fancy almost conjured up the reality of his voice in her charmed ears. The dull sons of system and calculation, the plotters through life without the capacity to look beyond the present or reason on the past, may condemn the airy freaks of the imagination because of their unreality. But what would the lonely, the persecuted, and the unhappy do if heaven, in its great mercy, had not laid up within the chambers of the brain such stores of joy and ecstatic thought ready to be drawn forth infinitely to cheat what is real of its terrors, by contrasting it with the rare creations of the ideal? Oh, is it not a rare and amiable faculty of mind that can thus shift, as it were, the scenes of life, and with a thought, change a dungeon to a sweet glade in some deep forest, where birds are singing for the pure love of song? Let then the dreamy castle builder pile story upon story of his aerial fabric. He will be the nearer heaven. Chapter 43. Britain at the Chequers. The Visit. A mysterious stranger. The good company. Britain, the smith, was in truth a great man at the Chequers in Westminster. His love of liquor suited the landlord amazingly, and his custom, when the whim took him, of treating everybody who happened to be present, turned out an exceeding good speculation for mine host. Sots and topers came from far and near to the Chequers, upon the chance of a treat from King Britain, as he was commonly called, and they would wait patiently drinking at their own proper costs until the smith got intoxicated enough to act the great man, and order drink for all at his own expense. This acted well for the landlord, whose liquor was constantly kept flowing at someone's expense, and he put up patiently with the brutal jests of the smith, many of them being accompanied with personal ill-usage, rather than turn the tide of prosperity that was pouring into his house. Many were the conjectures as to the source of Britain's ample means, but although all supposed them to proceed from some not over-honest means, all were so much interested in their continuance that the curiosity excited produced no further result than whispered expressions of wonder and wise shakes of the head. It was true that Britain had been watched to Learmont's house, but it never for a moment entered the heads of the busybodies at the Chequers that he visited the great Squire Learmont himself, and whether or not he had some accomplice at Learmont's house, which enabled him to rob the wealthy squire, was the only thought suggested by tracing him more than once to the hall door of Learmont's princely and much talked of abode. Daylight was commonly shut out of the old oaken parlor of the Chequers before it was all necessary, by the orders of Britain, who found himself more at home and enjoyed his liquor better by candle or lamplight than with a bright setting sun streaming in upon his drunken orgies. It was upon one of these occasions that the shutters had been closed by the obsequious landlord at least an hour earlier than necessary, and for which he had been rewarded by a crack on the pate with a pewter ale measure, and that made him dance again. That a more than usually thronged company filled the parlor of the ancient house. Britain sat in an armchair in the first stage of intoxication. His eyes were inflamed and bloodshot, and his whole visage betrayed the debasing influence of habitual drunkenness. He wore a strange mixture of clothing, a richly laced coat which he had bought from the window of a tailor, who had only charged him double price for it, and a kick, contrasted oddly with a coarse red nightcap that he wore, and the pipe stuck in the buttonholes of the rich laced waistcoat, presented a strange anomaly of elegance and vulgarity. The company were some smoking, some drinking, and some talking, but it was easy to see that the general attention was fixed upon Britain, who there sat, as he considered in his glory, landlord. He roared in a voice that made the glasses ring again. "Landlord, I say, curse on you for a sluggish hand, come hither. Where's your respect for your king, you keeper of bad butts, you thief, you purloiner of honester men's sack? Come hither, I say." "Ha! Ha!" laughed a man who had come a long way to chance a treat at the Chequers. "Ha! Ha! That's good. Ho! Ho! Who are you?" roared Britain. I am a cordwainer from the borough, sir." "How dare you call me, sir?" "Why, really." Someone here charitably whispered to the cordwainer the fact of Britain's kingly dignity, and with many winks and nods he corrected himself and said, "I humbly beg your majesty's most gracious pardon." "You be D.D.," said Britain. "You are a cordwainer, are you?" "A cobbler, you mean, a patcher of leaks in bad shoes. Hark ye, mister, cordwainer, the next time you presume to laugh at anything I say, I'll make a leak in your head." "May it please you, King Britain," interposed the landlord, "I am here." "No, you ain't," cried Britain, tripping up the landlord, who forthwith fell flat on the floor. "You are there." This was a stock joke, and was perpetrated nearly every evening, so the company laughed accordingly, particularly those who had seen and heard it before, the newcomers not being fully up to the wit of it. Here the landlord rose, and rubbing the injured part of his person, said with a groan, "Well, gentlemen, did you ever know the like of that?" "Here, come back with a bowl of punch," cried Britain. "And, do you hear, some spiced canary, come quick." "May I venture to ask," said the landlord, still affecting to writhe with pain, "if the spiced canary is to be all round?" "No, you may not ask," said Britain. "Off with you. "We'll drink your majesty's health," said a pale, thin man with great humility. "Oh, you will you?" said Britain. We will," cried many voices. "Drink away, then," roared Britain. "Your majesty has not yet ordered anything for us to drink," said one. "No, no, his majesty don't mean," said Britain. "You are a set of rascals, thieves all." "Ah," said the cordwainer, casting his eyes up to the fly cage that hung from the center of the ceiling. "There is a great deal of dishonesty in the world." "There ain't, and you are a liar," cried Britain. At this moment, the door was flung open, and a wild figure stood in the entrance taking up the laugh of the guests in a strange, discordant tone, and pointing the while at the smith with exultant look. Britain started from his chair, but he was scarcely able to stand, and staggering into it again, he muttered, "Mad Maud, by all that is damnable." "Britain, Andrew Britain," shrieked Maud, clapping her hands together, "I have found you, ha! 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 I have found you." The persons assembled in the parlor looked at each other in speechless amazement, and the majority of them, in the excitement of the moment, finished at once whatever liquor they had before them. "Britain! Britain!" shrieked Maud. "Are you not glad to see me?" "I heard your voice, too well I know it. Oh, I was crawling past this door when your voice struck upon my ear. Andrew Britain, I won't leave you now. Stop. Yes, I must do my errand. I had it from one of bright things that live among the stars. I must do my errand." She fumbled for a time among her strange mass of many-colored clothing and produced at length a small piece of paper. She gazed at it for a moment and then kissed it devotedly. "It saves me from horror," she said in a low, unusual tone. "It saves me from cramp and colds, from the frost and the scorching heat, but I am bound to show it to you. All of you shall see it. It is blessed and was given to poor Mad Maud by the bright spirit. Look, do, you and you and you. Are they not brave words, words to save and bless?" She glided among the guests and held for a moment before the eyes of each the slip of paper that Ada had given her, till she came near the smith, when she replaced it in her bosom, saying, "Not to you, man of blood, not to you. Ho! Ho! Andrew Britain, not to you." The smith had sat till now as if paralyzed. But when Maud was making for the door, he suddenly cried with a tone of anger while his face swelled with wild passion, "Hold, stop that witch! Kill her, tear her to pieces, curses on her." He rushed forward as he spoke, and would most probably have done the poor creature some fatal injury, had he not been suddenly stopped by a tall, stout man who rushed from a corner of the room, upsetting several persons in his progress, and placed himself before Maud. "Stop," he cried in a voice of command. "Touch the woman at your peril." For a moment Britain paused, while his face worked with fury, and he more nearly resembled some wild animal at bay than a human being. Suddenly, then, collecting all his energies, he sprang forward with a cry of rage. But the stranger adroitly stepped on one side at the same time that he threw a chair, on which he had his hand, across Britain's path, who fell over it with great violence. Britain lay a moment as if stunned by the fall, and several of the company began to cry shame upon the stranger, who stood quite calm awaiting the rise of his foe. The landlord, however, who had witnessed some of the affair from the bar, now rushed in a state of great indignation with the stranger for not allowing King Britain to do just what he liked. "Troop out of my house," he cried. "How dare you insult a customer of mine? Troop, I say. Go after your pretended mad woman. You want to rob the house, both of you. Troop, I say." "Suppose I won't go," said the stranger. "Then suppose I make you, you vagabond," cried the enraged landlord. "You can't," said the stranger. "Now by the mass that beats all the impudence ever I heard of," cried the landlord. "Here, Gregory, my staff. We will have this fellow out in the king's name. My staff, I say. Was there ever such a rogue to assault my best customers and then not run away?" The stranger laughed in spite of himself at this last remark of the landlord's, and turning to the company, he said, "Everyone here present can witness that I only interfered with this drunken ruffian to prevent him from committing an assault upon a maniac, and his present condition arises partly from intoxication, and partly from falling over a chair in an attempt to attack me." "You are a scoundrel," said the landlord. "Out with him! Turn him out!" cried the company with one voice. "My staff, My staff, roared the landlord, gathering courage from the unanimous support he seemed likely to receive. You need not trouble yourself for your staff, said the stranger. I am going, and if you required a staff, I could lend you mine, friend. The stranger took from his pocket, as he spoke, a small, bright silver staff. W what? Who are you? Stammered the landlord. It matters not just now who I am, said the stranger. But look to your house, sir. It has grown disorderly of late. With a slow step, the stranger then left the room, amid an universal stare of astonishment from the company. Well, I never, cried the landlord. A silver staff. He belongs to the office of the High Bailiff of Westminster, as I'm a sinner. And yet you wanted to turn him out, said the cordwainer. Landlord, you are an intemperate man, said another. The landlord's a fool, cried a third. Not to know an officer, cried a fourth. Ah, chimed in 3 or 4 more. Why you all called turn him out, said the discomfited landlord. Ah, yes, said the man who had prepared to drink Britain's health, but we meant you. Yes, hear, hear, cried everybody. We meant turn out the landlord. The deuce you did. Where is she? Curses on her, where is she? Is it a dream? Murmured Britain, recovering from his mixed state of insensibility produced by drink and a blow of his head against the floor. Was it true, eh? Continued Britain. Where the devil am I now? Can't you speak, none of you? The landlord turned to the company and placed his fingers confidentially and knowingly against the side of his nose, in intimation that he was about to perpetrate some piece of extreme cleverness not quite consistent with truth. Then, turning to Britain, he said in a commiserating tone, Good luck, Master King Britain. Your Majesty certainly took 40 winks in a chair, and by some sudden move it has upset your Majesty. Is that it? Said Britain, looking around him with heavy eyes. Yes, all these honorable gentlemen can bear me out in what I say. Curse me then if ever I had such a dream, said Britain. All dreams are very disagreeable, said the landlord. Oh, very, said the company. D.N. you all, muttered Britain. The landlord now turned again to the company, and favored them with another bit of facetiousness, which consisted in rubbing his left elbow and going through the motion of drinking in dumb show. And having so bespoken their kind and considerate attention, he turned to Britain and added, Your Worship's Majesty had just ordered cans of spiced canary all round, as you went off to sleep like a babe. Had I, growled Britain, I suppose they all had it then. No, cried a chorus of voices. Quite sure. Oh, quite. Then I'll be D.D. if you get it. The landlord looked rather taken aback by this and rubbed his chin in an abstracted manner with his apron, while the guests looked at each other in consternation. What are you staring at, all of you? Cried Britain. You have seen a gentleman before, I suppose? Oh, yes, said everybody. Then go to the devil while I go for a walk, added Britain, staggering to the door, and as he passed out he muttered to himself, A dream. No dream. She will do me some mischief yet. I must kill her, curses on her, and he too. What did he want here? I know, it was Hartleton. But curse them all, I'll be even with them yet. I should like to cut all their throats and treat those beasts I have just left with cans all round of their blood. I'd make them drink, damn, I'd make them drink it. Chapter 44. The Fête. Villainy prospers for a season, an interruption, the dance. That night, the halls of the princely residence of Learmont presented to the eye one blaze of light, brilliant costumes, costly decorations, and everything that his imagination could suggest as calculated to entrance the senses, and convey a notion of his boundless wealth and unlimited prodigality. Learmont was now in truth carrying out to its utmost the mode of life he had so often proposed to himself, as that alone which could smother the stings of conscience, and by not allowing him time to think of the past, enable him to extract some enjoyment from the gaudy, glittering present. To the entertainment which he now gave, he invited scores of persons which he knew only by name, but who scrupled not to accept the bidding of a man who was supposed to be rich beyond all comparison. There were members of Parliament, of both houses, holy ministers of the Church, high legal functionaries. In fact, Learmont, from the mere rumor of his enormous wealth, a rumor which he had himself originated, and to which he lent countenance by his great expenses, found no difficulty in filling his saloons with all that were considered illustrious or great in the metropolis. Learmont was not a man to allow anything to be wanting at such an entertainment as that he was now giving. He possessed education, talent, and taste, although all were perverted by the utter absence of all moral feeling in his mind. The most delightful music, breathing low dulcet sounds, mingled sweetly and harmoniously with the hum of conversation among his courtly guests. The saloons rivaled the midday splendor of a summer's day by the color and profusion of the lights, which lent a charm to everything within their glittering influence. There were beaufets loaded with costly luxuries, to which the guests helped themselves at discretion, and all this, heightened as it was by brilliant costumes, civil and military, created a scene of magnificence that astonished and delighted everyone there to witness it. The guests would congregate together in small knots, those who knew each other, to wonder at the glory and enchantment around them, and many were the whispered surmises as to how the owner of such riches had spent his early life, when now he manifested so prodigal a spirit, and showed such rare taste and royal magnificence in his mode of life. Some of the more superstitious would have it that he was an alchemist, and had discovered the transmutation of metals, by which he could turn lead and copper to gold. Others looked upon it with the jaundiced eye of party politics upon the scene, and whispered to a friend that the lord of so much wealth must be a spy in the service of the dethroned family, whose rights, real or fancied, were not at that period set at rest in this realm. It was strange that but one of all the guests of Learmont suggested a probably and creditable mode of accounting for his great wealth, and sudden freak of spending it. That was that he had lived many years in melancholy seclusion, making mercantile ventures secretly with his large revenues, which, proving successful, had placed some enormous sum at his disposal, the possession of which had dazzled his brain, and induced him to fly from the pecuniary economy to that of profuse and lavish expenditure. This supposition was, however, far too commonplace and reasonable to find many supporters, and the majority decidedly inclined to the more marvelous opinion. Learmont himself, attired in a handsome dress, which set off his tall figure to the best advantage, seemed upon this occasion to have cast off his habitual gloom and asperity of manner. He mingled freely with his guests, jesting with one, discussing some knotty political point with another in forcible and lofty language, cautiously complimenting a third, and in fact, winning from all those golden opinions which ever wait upon a known cold, proud, and haughty man, when he chooses to unbend himself and make an effort to become agreeable. By degrees, however, he confined almost all his attention to a few well-known political characters who were at the fete, and who were the agents of ministers in the barter of a baronetcy for a certain sum of money invested in parliamentary seats with Learmont. This baronetcy, to procure which Learmont had lent all his abilities of intrigue, he fairly considered as the first grand step up the ladder of ambition. For even supposing the remote probability of his legitimate claim to the Learmont estates to be disputed successfully, he would still have higher dignities of his own acquisition to fall back upon. Thus it will be seen that the wily Learmont was playing a complicated game of public ambition, while at the same time he was privately tortured by doubts and fears concerning the fidelity of his accomplices in crime, the crafty Jacob Gray and the dissipated and ruffianly Briton. The fete was to conclude with a ball in a style of unparalleled splendor. One of the largest of the saloons had been fitted up as the ballroom, in a style of costly and rare elegance, the chalked flooring alone costing £500 in execution, it being designed by some of the first artists of the day. This room was kept carefully closed, until Learmont himself should perceive that his guests were desirous of some changes of amusement, when upon a signal given by him, the folding doors were to be thrown open. This signal he did not give until late, and he had been assured of the baronetcy in the following week before he fancied it time to change the scene. "Your exceedingly patriotic conduct, sir," said an eminent political personage present, "has been represented to His Majesty, who at once acceded to the proposed baronetcy, which he was gracious enough to say should be but the prelude to much greater things." I trust that my future patriotism will be equally appreciated," replied Learmont courteously and with the smallest dash of satire in his manner. "The next step up the ladder of nobility, I am quite aware, is not so easy of access." "Real patriotism," replied the political personage, with a low bow to Learmont, "will accomplish wonders." "Would 3 more seats in the Commons be of service to the minister?" said Learmont in a low tone. "I should say decidedly," replied the other in a suppressed voice, "and ahem, Baron Learmont would sound well." "There is nothing like patriotism," said the squire. "Oh, nothing," replied the political personage, "and it should be rewarded." "I quite agree with you, sir." Learmont then took another round of his saloons and conversed gaily and appropriately with several groups of his guests. A new arrival was now announced, which Learmont had been most anxiously looking for. Not the least important of the schemes of Learmont was to unite himself by marriage to some noble and influential family, who would feel their own dignity and importance interested in upholding him against any untoward circumstance that might occur of a nature to depreciate him. And the announcement that now greeted his ears, of the arrival of Lord Brereton, Lady Brereton, and the Honorable Georgiana Brereton, their only daughter, was the most welcome that had occurred. This family had all the mean, proud vices of the aristocracy, with scarcely any of their redeeming virtues, but they were of ancient race, and numbered among their connections all the principal nobles of England, claiming likewise a distant alliance with royalty itself. Her father was one of those men who fancy they and their extravagancies have some sort of claim upon society at large for support, and all thoughts of usefulness or prudence were with him quite out of the question, and derogatory to his dignity. The family estates were mortgaged to the last farthing. The family plate and diamonds were only their possession on hire from the money scriveners. Still, the income of Lord Brereton was immense, for he was in various shapes quartered upon the public purse as a holder of sinecure appointments with large salaries, on account of his high birth. His lady was silly, weak, and egotistical. The Honorable Georgiana Brereton, it was well understood, was for sale to the highest bidder. She was proud, supercilious, and handsome. Lord Brereton, it was understood, would settle upon his daughter an estate worth £10,000 per annum, always provided the happy man who made her his wife was in a condition to advance the sum necessary to redeem the title deeds from the money-lenders. Therefore was the Honorable Georgiana Brereton, with all her pride and all her insolence, put up for sale at the goodly sum claimed by divers lords as mortgagees of the estate which was to be settled upon her. Into this family Learmont thought it policy to enter. They had all the influence of high rank, and were unscrupulous in using it. For the Honorable Georgiana, he cared no more than for the feathers that danced in her headdress. She might be proud, haughty, insolent, silly, but her pride was nothing to his. Her haughtiness must cringe before his, associated as his was with intellect of a high order. Her indolence, too, he could treat with contempt. She was, in his eyes, merely one of the props to his ambition, and he approached the family that he despised in his heart with a smile of welcome of the most engaging character he could assume. "Welcome to my humble house," said Learmont. "No longer humble, however, when graced by your presence, ladies." Lady Brereton bowed and agitated all her feathers, while the honorable daughter took no notice whatever of the courteous salutation of the master of the house. "You are well lodged here, sir," remarked Lord Brereton. "I hear it is His Majesty's intention to create a baronetcy for you." "His Majesty is very gracious," replied Learmont. "I think it judicious," added the Lord. "Wealth should never be allowed to remain in the hands of untitled persons. Either they, if fitted, should be raised to rank, or the wealth should be by some means taken from them." "There is much sound philosophy in what your lordship says," answered Learmont. "It is my opinion," said Lord Brereton with affected dignity. "Certainly," added Learmont. "And that should be sufficient to settle the question forever, my lord." Lord Brereton bowed stiffly. Learmont now cast his eyes around the saloon, and fancying he saw an air of satiety creeping over his guests, he resolved upon opening the ballroom, which he felt sure would give an impetus to the flagging spirits of the company, who were really getting tired of the incessant glitter of all around them, Chapter 45. The Ballroom. A Noble Family, The Interruption, Unexpected End of Learmont's Fête. Clapping his hands as a signal to the attendants, who were in waiting, the whole of one end of the saloon vanished, as if by magic, being slid away like a scene at a theater, and disclosed the magnificent ballroom, brilliantly illuminated and adorned with the most exquisite plants and flowers. A murmur of delight and astonishment at the suddenness of the change arose among the guests, and then the younger portion eagerly pressed forward to enjoy the delight of the dance. A choice band of music struck up in an enlivening strain, and in a few moments, scarcely a guest remained in the first saloon, in which the numerous domestics began to lay a costly supper. Even the apathetic Georgiana Brereton condescended to remark to her noble mother that the poor man, meaning Learmont, ought not to be blamed or despised, for he was evidently doing his best, to which the mother replied in an affected, languid tone, "Certainly, my dear. They say he is very rich. I declare it's quite sinful for people with no names at all to have the means of doing these things. Papa says," added the young lady, who, by the by, was 30 years of age, "Papa says that the Learmont family came in with the conquest, as a Learmont was a standard-bearer to William." "Indeed, my love? Well, there is something in that, and should he propose, we can make inquiry." "Exactly," drawled the daughter. The ballroom was now filled with the guests, and altogether a more brilliant spectacle could scarcely be conceived. Learmont made a signal to the musicians to cease playing, while the partners were chosen for the dance. With a gallant air, he stepped up to the Brereton party and offered his hand to the Honorable Georgiana, which was graciously accepted, so far as the tips of that young lady's fingers extended. All eyes were upon him and his patrician partner as he led her across the richly chalked floor. There was an impressive silence for a few seconds, when from a side door a servant appeared and, gliding among the guests, approached Learmont and stood for a moment as if he had something to say to him. "Well, knave," cried Learmont, his face slightly flushed with anger at being interrupted at that moment. "And please you, sir, there is—" The Honorable Georgiana tossed her plumed head with a look of great displeasure, and Learmont, forgetting everything on the impulse of the moment, cried angrily, "Speak your message, sirrah." "A message from the old smithy," said the trembling servant. Learmont's cheek blanched in an instant, and his lips quivered with agitation. "How dare you?" he gasped. "And please your honor," said the man in a submissive tone. "Your honor ordered that the message from the old smithy should be always brought to your honor, and he won't go away. He has knocked out 2 of Timothy's teeth, your honor, besides he— Peace," cried Learmont. "Peace, I say. Ho! Music there, music." The band immediately struck up an enlivening air, and the guests gazed at Learmont with bewildered looks, for he presented more the appearance of a madman than the high-bred, courteous gentleman he had seemed during the evening. The servants slowly retreated, but Learmont could not, dared not, let him go without some answer to the savage. "Will your ladyship excuse me one moment?" he said to the Honorable Georgiana Brereton in an agitated manner. "For as many as you please, sir," answered the haughty damsel with a tone of pique and insolence. Learmont strode after the servant, and just as the latter reached the door, he caught him and said, "Tell him to wait." "Yes, your honor," said the servant. Learmont hurried back to where he had left the honorable lady, but she was not there. He glanced hurriedly around him and saw her with her noble relatives at a distant part of the room. In a minute he was with them. "Pardon my rudeness," he said, "in leaving you. I am a bachelor, and have so many troublesome domestic matters to arrange that I am compelled sometimes to appear rude where I would most of all wish to be otherwise." "The interruption," said the young lady, "was so very extraordinary." "Yes, a rather an ill-bred knave," said Learmont. "My servants want a mistress sadly." "Such a strange thing in a ballroom," added Georgiana. Said Lord Brereton. "If it be pronounceable, my dear, what was it?" "Oh, a mere nothing," said Learmont. "An absurd mistake. Is not that a divine strain they are playing?" "Delightful," said the lady. "But the words were a message from the old smithy." "The old who?" exclaimed Lord Brereton with a shrug. "The old smithy. I cannot pretend to know what it means." "Frightful," exclaimed Lady Brereton. Learmont tried to smile, but the distortion of his features looked as if occasioned by some acute pain rather than any sensation approaching to the mirthful. "It was most absurd," he said, "and might make one angry, but that it is too laughable." As he spoke, a voice behind him said in a tone of trembling apprehension, "And it please your honor, he. Learmont positively gasped and clutched the back of a chair for support as he turned and faced another servant, the former one being afraid to venture into the presence of his fiery master again. What now?" he said. "He won't go, and it please your honor." "Won't go," echoed Learmont, in such a confusion of mind that he scarcely knew what he said, and the servant, emboldened by the apparent placidity of his master, added, "No, your honor, and he says he won't wait either." "Thrust him from my door," shrieked Learmont. "Kill him? No, tell him to come tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow." Learmont's noble guests looked at each other in mute surprise. The voice in which Learmont had spoken was loud and strange and attracted all eyes to the spot on which he stood. A glance around the ballroom at once showed him that he was the observed of all, and he felt the necessity of controlling his passion. The dance," he cried. "The most precious hours of gladness and joy. The dance. These words were scarcely spoken when his attention was arrested by an unusual commotion at the further end of the saloon, accompanied by cries, the trampling of feet, and a few oaths, which sounded strangely in that gaudy scene. Learmont's heart sunk within him, and at that moment he suffered a pang greater than any he had ever power to inflict, as the conviction came across his mind that Britain was forcing his way into the ballroom, despite of every obstacle. This was an event which could not have happened under ordinary circumstances, but the whole of Learmont's household were aware that the strange man who came with the message from the old smithy had some sort of power over their master, and their ignorance of its extent paralyzed their exertions in opposing his entrance to the ballroom. Although had they felt themselves free to act, he would never have reached beyond the hall of the mansion. Thus it was that the proud, wealthy, and haughty Learmont, surrounded by troops of servants, and evidently exercising the most despotic sway over them, appeared to his assembled guests in the curious and anomalous position of being unable to keep a drunken brawler from the very penetralia of his mansion. Too well the squire knew the voice of the smith not to feel convinced that it was he, who in some freak of willfulness or drunkenness was thus invading his gay saloons. Defy him he dared not, kill him he dared not. Nay, it was questionable if he dared even be rude to the burly and perhaps infuriated savage. A deep groan burst from Learmont's laboring breast, as the conviction came across his mind quicker than we can relate the various steps of thought that led to it, that he would always be subject to these visitations, even in his hours of greatest enjoyment, when he was making the attempt to drown reflections in a crowd of the gay and the trifling. None of the guests seemed disposed to place themselves in the way of Britain, and when the contest ceased between him and the servants, which it did at the door of the ballroom, he found himself free and unimpeded. With a reeling gait, he walked to the very center of the splendid apartment, and for the space of about a minute he seemed confused and half stupefied by the glare of light around, and the brilliant costumes and decorations that everywhere met his drunken gaze. "Halloa!" he cried at length. "The squire's coming out at last. A dance by H.L.L. I'm your man. I'll dance with the best of you. I tread on no one's toes if they avoid mine. I've had a little drop, but what matters? There are lights enough here to make a sober man's brain dance again. What do you all stare at me for? I came with a message from the old smithy. Tell that to the squire and then hear what he says." "Ho, ho, ho! We are old friends, very old friends, but he didn't invite me tonight. It was D shabby, but here I am, the messenger from the old smithy at 10 guineas a visit. What do you think of that? If anybody says I'm drunk, I'll take his life, I say. Hurrah for a dance? A dance! Hurrah!" Britain had all the ballroom nearly to himself, for the guests shrank from him on all sides, and Learmont seemed for the moment completely unmanned and powerless. Shaking off, however, by a violent effort the confusion of his senses, he suddenly advanced and confronted Britain. The smith shrunk for a moment before the pale face of Learmont, in which was an expression of concentrated rage and hate that might well have appalled even a far bolder man. Britton, however, was not in a state to admit of any moral control. Drink was inflaming his brain, and there was a recklessness about him that, if not carefully treated, might involve both Learmont and himself in one common destruction. The haughty squire felt fully the precarious situation in which he stood, and therefore was it that in the midst of a wild passion that made him tremble, he felt obliged to temporize with the man whose life's blood flowing at his feet would scarcely have satisfied his feelings of awful hatred. "Andrew Britton," he said in a half-choked voice which he wished no one to hear but the smith. "Well, Squire Learmont," replied the ruffian, endeavoring to stand steadily the fixed gaze of the other, "for your own life's sake go away from here. You are drunk and know not what you do." "Drunk, am I? Well, there's many a better man been drunk before today. What do you want? 10 guineas and a hiccup dance. I tell you what it is, it's infernally unfriendly of you not to invite me. You know I'm a gentleman now. Never, never, never to show me, your nobles, curse me if I stand it. Introduce me to the rest of the gentlefolks, can't you, and be D.D. to you. I ain't such a sneak as that cursed Jacob Gray. No, I'm a gentleman, every inch a gentleman. Hurrah! Hurrah! Are you mad?" said Learmont. To his agony, the squire now observed that, impelled by curiosity, his guests were slowly creeping closer around him and the savage smith. He raised his voice suddenly and cried, "My noble and honored guests, this is a poor mad fellow, who from motives of charity I support. I do not like to commit violence on one so afflicted by heaven. Here, take this purse and go." "Oh, yes," hiccuped Britton, "that's all very well as regards the purse, but I don't mean to go yet. I'll have a dance. Let me see, I've got something to say to you, squire." "Another time," cried Learmont. No time like the present. Life is so very uncertain. I tell you what, you recollect that infernal Frank Hartleton?" Mad, quite mad," said Learmont, striving to stop the smith. "Beware," said Britton with drunken solemnity. "I say beware. He's on the lookout, curse him, and that infernal mad woman too, curse her. They want to hang us, curse all the world. Beware, I say, that's all. Never mind me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a gentleman. I live on my means. I'm King Britton, and hope to see you all at the Chequers. Thank you, ma'am." This last observation was addressed to the Honorable Georgiana Brereton, who, having given her head a toss of disdain upon meeting the anxious eye of the confounded Learmont, imparted such a nodding reaction for some seconds to her feathers that the intoxicated smith took it as a complimentary acknowledgment of his invitation to the Chequers. Some of the guests now began to laugh, and others to complain to each other in no very measured terms of the intrusion among them, of so very questionable a character as the smith appeared to be, while several, among whom were the Brereton family, made a move to depart, fearful how the singular scene would end. For a moment, Learmont had his hand on his sword hilt, and the turn of a hair would have induced him to plunge the weapon, at all risks, into the heart of Britton. But the latter, seeing the Honorable Georgiana Brereton, who he supposed had been so civil to him, about to depart, made a sudden rush forward, and before anyone could be aware of his intentions, he clasped her round the waist with one arm, and commenced dragging her along in a wild dance, entirely of his own invention. A general rush now took place to rescue the shrieking female, and a scene ensued of the greatest confusion. Britton grew absolutely furious, and dealt blows and oaths about him with equal liberality. In the midst of all this, Learmont was in a state of mind bordering on distraction. He rushed into the midst of the throng, and seizing Britton by the throat, tore him from among the guests, nor relaxed his hold till he had dragged him through the outer saloon, and flung him into a small anteroom, the door of which he locked and placed the key in his pocket. Partly with the fumes of what he had drunk, and partly with the heavy fall Learmont had given him, the smith dropped into a lethargic state of half-insensibility and half-sleep, so that at all events he was for a time quiet in the room where he was thrown. Dispirited, angry, and his apparel disarranged, Learmont returned to his ballroom. His guests would not, however, be persuaded to remain, and despite all his protestations that the madman was properly secured, he could not restore the confidence or hilarity of the company. Upon one excuse or another, they one and all departed, and not a single dance took place in the elaborately and expensively prepared ballroom of the ambitious and mortified squire. With a forced civility, he saw the last of his numerous guests to his door. The lights were still blazing in his saloons, but there was silence and loneliness in the midst of all his splendor, which now looked such a mockery of gaiety. He sunk upon a chair and buried his face in his hands for many minutes in an agony of painful reflection. Learmont's first grand fête was over and a signal failure. Chapter 46. Albert Satan, The Lonely Search, a suggestion, an important visit. We will now conduct the reader to one of our dramatis personae that we have unwillingly been compelled to neglect for some time. We mean the gallant and enthusiastic Albert Satan. As we have recorded the prostration of spirits which ensued, when he lost all trace again of the unfortunate and persecuted Ada, after so providentially, as it were, encountering her in St. James's Park, terminated in a long and dangerous illness, an illness which brought him to the brink of the grave. But thanks to the tender nursing of his father and an excellent constitution, he successfully battled with his sickness and after some months was able, although but the shadow of his former self, to walk abroad by the assistance of his father. His deep dejection concerning Ada, however, still clung to him like a blight, and it became clear to his deeply affected father that he should never again see the bloom of health upon the cheek of his son, unless the hiding-place of the deceitful Jacob Gray was once more discovered. The old house at Lambeth had been soon deserted by Tibbs, the bear warden. The gloom and solitariness of the situation by no means suited the habits of the roving vagabond, who had been so long without a fixed home of any kind, that now he had become possessed of one, such as it was, he soon hated it, and looked upon it in the light of a prison. All that Jacob Gray had left in the house he sold off, and once more the ruined building was tenanted only by the rats and mice who scampered along its deserted rooms and echoing corridors. Twice Learmont himself had visited the house and explored every nook and corner, and once the savage Smith, in a state of semi-intoxication, had burst open the door and rushed from room to room in the vain hope that Jacob Gray might have returned to his hiding-place. After that it was the haunt of any desperate character who chose to enter it, for the door swung loosely by one hinge, and the winter's wind, hail, and sleet found free entrance to the crazy building. Albert's father, too, had been often, and lingered about the ruined street, until he could no longer cherish the remotest hope of being enabled to find a clue to the place of confinement of the beautiful girl, with whose weal or woe the happiness or sorrow of his dear son was so much mixed up. Then he besought Albert to be patient, and trust in heaven to send succor to her whom he loved. And when Albert himself could walk so far, he went with his father to the old house, and wandered for hours from room to room, pleasing himself with the thought that he was treading upon the spots oft trodden by Ada, and looking upon the objects most familiar to her eye. The situation of secretary to Learmont, which Albert Satan, little dreaming how closely he was connected with the fate of Ada, had endeavored to obtain, was filled up long before he was convalescent. And the state of health of the unhappy youth gave his father far more uneasiness than any consideration of his present prosperity in life. Daily, however, the strength of Albert returned, and once again he commenced the search throughout London and its suburbs for the lost Ada. When wearied with some long perambulation, he would bend his steps to the park, and sit in melancholy thought upon the same seat on which he had been sitting when he heard the voice of Ada. There, chewing the cud of sweet and bitter fancy, he would recline for hours, endeavoring to devise fresh schemes for the discovery of Ada, and trying to recollect some part of the city that he had omitted to visit. He would then wander homewards, listless, dispirited, and fatigued, to relate to his father the particulars and non-success of his toils. It was upon one of these occasions that poor Albert was more than usually dispirited and weary, that his father said kindly to him, "Albert, it does appear to me that we can have no further scruple how we commit this man Gray. "He cannot be the father of the persecuted Ada, her father," exclaimed Albert. "I would as lieve think that the tiger could be sire to the lamb. Oh, no. There is some dark, mysterious villainy at the bottom of all. My poor Ada is the innocent victim of some intrigues and enemies with which this Grey and Britain are mixed up. Alas, alas, the villains may have killed her. Oh, I would that kind heaven would direct me where to seek her." "Do not despair, Albert," said his rather soothingly. "The time will come when all this must be made clear and apparent." "I hope it may, father," said Albert despondingly, "but I am very wretched." "It strikes me," continued Mr. Satan, "that we are not justified, Albert, in the course we are pursuing." "Indeed, father—" "No, Albert. What I advise is an immediate communication of the whole of the circumstances to the magistrate, Sir Frederick Hartleton. The fact that a mysterious packet was actually addressed to him, and set such a store by this man Grey, will be sufficient to interest him in the case." Albert remained in thought for a few moments, and then springing from his seat with energy, he exclaimed, "Yes, father, let us do so. There is hope in that. Sir Frederick Hartleton must have means of inquiry and sources of information that no one but a person in his situation could have. Let us go at once. You are wearied now, Albert." "No, no, I am never wearied in the cause of Ada." "Wait till you are invigorated. You can then tell your fate better, for in truth you must know a great deal more than I." "Oh, father, come with me now. You have made this suggestion, and it may be a most happy one. Come now." "I will not balk you," said Mr. Satan, rising. "I do not think it a proper course, but do not build too much upon it, Albert. Only look upon it as a chance that should not be thrown away." Sir Frederick Hartleton's office was across the park, somewhere close about the spot now occupied by the gardens of Buckingham Palace, and Satan lived in the neighborhood of Soho, so that the father and son proceeded to Charing Cross and entered the park by the gate in Spring Gardens. The sun was setting, but the great mall of the park was thronged with promenaders, St. James's being then a much more fashionable place than it is now. Albert and his father paid but little heed to the careless throng they passed among. Their thoughts were intent upon the object of their search, although it was with a sigh that the elder Satan marked the hopeful countenance and tone of his son. For he himself had been used to disappointment, and expected but little from the visit to the magistrate. It grieved him, therefore, to think that Albert should hope much from the application, because he knew that his disappointment, should it result in nothing, would be proportionately great. "Albert," he said, "this step I consider more a matter of public duty than anything else. We must still trust to Providence to protect Ada, only we place ourselves in a little better position by the cooperation of a magistrate so much respected and esteemed as Sir Frederick Hartleton in what we do." "He may find me my Ada," said Albert, "and so entitle himself to a gratitude from me that shall be boundless." "You had better let me tell the tale," said his father, noticing the agitated spirits of Albert. "Should I omit anything, you can put me right, Albert." "As you please, father," he replied. "I am too much agitated to speak what I know. Your sincerity will be the most apparent to Sir Frederick by the emotion you cannot subdue, Albert. All men, but those who are evil-doers or live on the fruits of crime, speak well of this gentleman as an upright magistrate and a feeling man." He had now crossed the park and emerged at the little gate leading to Pimlico. They then inquired for the office of Sir Frederick, and were directed down a narrow street, called Buckingham Place, which was but dimly lighted by the inefficient oil lamps of the period. Over an open doorway was a lamp with the words "Magistrate's Office" boldly enameled upon the dirty glass. "This must be the place, father," said Albert hurriedly. "No doubt," replied Satan. "Come in, Albert." They stooped under the low, arched doorway and were immediately confronted by a man of coarse, heavy build, who demanded to know their business. "We have a private communication to make to Sir Frederick," said Mr. Satan. "Oh, private," muttered the man. "Yes, strictly private." "Is it anything about Bill Soames?" "Bill who?" "Bill Soames. He's nabbed for robbing the Bishop of Ely crossing the open waste opposite Tyburn Gate." "No, it's quite private business of another kind," said Mr. Satan. "There is my card. This is my son. Please to tell Sir Frederick that we have a private communication to make to him alone." The man took the card and passed through a doorway, growling as he went. In a few moments he returned, and taking a key from a bunch at his girdles, he opened a door at the further end of the passage, at the same time saying, "This way." Albert and his father stepped forward after their guide. In a moment another door opened, from which issued a stream of light, and they found themselves in the presence of Sir Frederick Hartleton, the magistrate, the terror of highwaymen, several of whom he had himself captured on Hounslow and Barnes Commons. He rose courteously on the entrance of the Satans and invited them to be seated. Before they could speak, he said rapidly, "Gentlemen, I trust you will not take any offense at my saying that my time is very much occupied and begging you to be brief." "The time of public affairs, sir," said Mr. Satan, "should never be heedlessly wasted. Do you know a man named Gray?" Gray, repeated Sir Frederick Hartleton. "No, sir, I do not. There exists, however, a man of that name who, without authority, keeps prisoner a young girl if he has not destroyed her." "Where is he?" "That, sir, we do not know." "Where is the girl?" "We are equally ignorant." "What's her name?" "Ada what?" "I know not, sir. You do not bring me many particulars," said the magistrate. "What do you wish me to do?" "In this man Gray's possession, sir," added Mr. Satan, "is a sealed packet carefully addressed to you." "Indeed?" "Yes, and with a superscription attached that is only to be forwarded to you should he, Gray, be absent from home without note or message for a certain time. Then you may depend that this Mr. Gray has found his way home in good time, for I have received no such packet. We," continued Mr. Satan, "from once living in the same house with her, have warmly interested ourselves in the fate of the girl, who is as virtuous and amiable as she is beautiful." "Is this Gray in London?" "We believe he is. He has twice shifted his residence to ensure the better concealment of the girl." "There is most probably some crime at the bottom of this business," said Sir Frederick, "but I cannot help you. If you can find the girl, I will of course grant a warrant to bring Gray here for keeping her a prisoner without her will. At the same time, you had better tell me the minutest particulars as rapidly as you conveniently can." Mr. Satan then related all that he knew of Ada and Gray, comprising what he had gathered from Albert and comprehending the meeting in the park, and the particulars which Ada had related of the midnight attack upon Gray's house. "What names were mentioned accidentally or otherwise during all this business?" "But two, sir," said Albert. "Ada told me in the park that one of the men who sought the life of Gray was called by him Britain." "Britain," said Sir Frederick. "Are you quite sure that was the name?" "Quite. I do know that name." You do, sir," exclaimed Albert with sudden animation. "Then you will save her." "Oh, you are in love with this imprisoned young lady," said Sir Frederick with a smile. Albert drew back abashed. "Nay, my young friend," the magistrate added, "you need not be ashamed of an honest attachment, which in the case of this persecuted girl must be disinterested." "You know Britain, sir?" said Albert, confused. "I know a person of that name. In fact, I am watching his proceedings." "There was another name too mentioned," said Albert. "It was that of a poor maniac called Mad Maud. She seemed to know this Britain." "She has cause to know him," remarked Sir Frederick Hartleton. The magistrate paused, and it was evident that something had crossed his mind of an important nature. He covered his eyes with his hand, and seemed to be musing over some train of circumstances in his mind that wanted some connecting links. "Be so good," he said suddenly, "as to answer me as exactly as you can what I shall ask of you." "We will, sir," said Mr. Satan. "What kind of man is this Gray?" "He is rather above the middle height, of spare habit, and very pale, his eyes shifting and inconstant, looking here, there, and everywhere but in the face of anyone he addresses. You never saw Britain?" "Never." "Now tell me as nearly as you can the age of this young girl you call Ada." "She cannot now be above 17, said Albert. 17. The magistrate took a scrap of paper and made some slight calculations in figures upon it. Then he said, "During all this business, did you never hear another name mentioned as a prime mover or important personage connected with it?" "No," said Albert. "Those were all." "Well, gentlemen," remarked Sir Frederick, "you have said enough to interest me. Pray come here again this day next week, if I should not send to you, for which purpose be so good as to leave your address." You may depend upon my utmost exertions to solve the mystery in which this affair is at present so strangely enveloped." Albert and his father returned their warm acknowledgments to the magistrate, and, leaving their address, they were escorted through the same door they had entered from the private room of the magistrate. Chapter 47. The Pursuit, the Attempted Murder, a Providential Interference, the Papers. For some moments after the departure of his visitors, Sir Frederick Hartleton remained in deep thought. Then he commenced a diligent search among some memoranda that he took from an iron chest embedded in the wall, and, selecting one paper, perused it attentively more than once. "Surely," he suddenly exclaimed, "this is the clue at last." Well do I remember the awful night at Learmont, when the storm spread confusion and dismay among the peasantry, and Britain's ill-omened house was in flames, while the dreadful cries that even now seem to ring in my ears, so forcibly does memory recall them, issued from the burning mass. Let me see. The time. Yes, that is sufficiently near, between 14 and 15 years since. Learmont in London, and Britton the smith living near him, in a style of coarse extravagance and debauchery befitting his coarse nature, who supplied the funds. Why the rich, ambitious, money-loving Squire Learmont, to be sure? And wherefore? Aye, that's the question. For one of two reasons, I'll swear, either as a reward for present services or to purchase silence for the past. Humph! Learmont is by no means scrupulous. He would murder the smith. Aye, surely would he. There is something then in progress which makes Britton's life valuable to the squire. And this man, Grey, too, who is he? Was he the man who rushed with such frantic gestures from the fire with the child in his arms? And is that child this girl, this Ada, as they call her? Surely the whole fits well together. But still there is no proof. All is circumstantial as yet, and involved in mere conjecture. Squire Learmont may maintain Britton if he please, and who shall question him? Sir Frederick now again remained in silent thought for a long time, then he said in an assured voice, "I must trust this affair to no one. It is too intricate for any ordinary scouts to trace. I must see to it myself. The smith, I am aware, holds his drunken orgies at the Chequers. Thither I will myself go and watch him. Squire Learmont, the time will come when the crimes that I suspect you of may be made apparent. But cunning devil that you are, I must be cautious, or I shall alarm you and defeat myself." The magistrate now rose, and disrobing himself of his upper clothings, took from a cloth press in his room the apparel in which he afterwards appeared at the Chequers, where the little scene occurred between him and the smith, Britton, of which the reader is already cognizant. We will now, therefore, follow the proceedings of Sir Frederick Hartleton after he left the Chequers. His object was to procure poor Maud, and get from her as much information as he thought he might, by comparing with what he himself knew, rely upon. He walked very quickly down the street, but the object of his search was nowhere to be seen, and he felt convinced that she must have gone in the opposite direction, although he felt almost sure likewise that he had noticed a figure somewhat resembling hers in the way he was proceeding. While he was standing in a state of doubt, the smith reeled past him, and, Sir Frederick stepping into the shadow of a doorway, escaped recognition from the drunken and infuriated man. He then resolved to follow him, to see whither he went, as Mad Maud he could easily discover by his police agents on the morrow. Dogging, therefore, the unequal footsteps of Britton, the disguised magistrate followed him closely and safely. The smith paused at the corner of the street, and asked a drowsy watchman if he had seen a beggar woman pass. He was at once answered in the affirmative, and in the same breath asked for something to drink, which Britton, being at the same time more savage than hospitable, refused with the addition of a curse. Sir Frederick now congratulated himself upon following the smith, for he doubted not that, should he encounter poor Maud, he would inflict upon her some fatal injury, unless he, Sir Frederick, was at hand to protect the poor creature. Britton blundered on, cursing and muttering to himself, but in so low a tone that, although the magistrate came as close to him as he could with safety, he could not shape any intelligible phrases from what was thus uttered. Britton walked on in the direction of the Houses of Parliament and Westminster Hall, still very closely followed, and almost every passenger he met he asked if a beggar woman had been seen. Some answered one thing and some another, until a lad affirmed that an old beggar woman passed him near to Millbank, and then sat down on a doorstep, nearly facing the river. With a shout of triumph, Britain rushed onwards, but Sir Frederick kept as close as prudence would dictate, until they cleared Abingdon Street and came upon the then dark and straggling purlieus of Millbank. There were but few lights in this quarter, and the inhabitants were not very favorably known to the magistrate as the most moral race in London. Britain now proceeded more cautiously, and kept peering about him to endeavor, as it appeared to Sir Frederick, as well to discover Maud as to note if anyone was near. By gliding along close to some black palings, the magistrate entirely escaped observation, and Britain seemed satisfied that he was alone. Close to the river was a low wall of not more than 4 feet high, and the night was so dark that it could scarcely be distinguished from the dark stream that rolled by on the further side of it. Directly over the wall was a kind of parapet of about 3 feet in width, which was about level with the decks of the small river craft that came to disengage gravel, wood, logs, and sea at the wharfs, and was very convenient for them. Immediately, however, below this parapet, and, in fact, partly washing under it, was the black muddy tide of the river. Dark as was the water, the wall was still darker, and Sir Frederick Hartleton could plainly see the upper part of the bulky form of the smith in slight relief against the water, as he walked slowly along close to the wall. Once or twice he looked back, but his pursuer was on the other side of the way and quite well backed by the black paling which, when he stooped a very little, was above his head. This was the state of things, when suddenly a wild, plaintive voice broke the stillness of the night air, and, with a mockery of gaiety that had in it the very soul of pathos, sang or rather chaunted the words of a song of joy, hope, and mirth, which was then popular in the metropolis, and was the composition of one of the most distinguished wits of the day. There was a wild abandonment of manner about the singer that would have commanded the attention of Sir Frederick at any time. But now that he saw the smith suddenly pause, he paused likewise, and the strains with all their melancholy pathos came full upon his ear. To the bride, to the bride, to the bride, to the bride I sing, and away to the winds the strain I fling. There's a tear in her gentle eye, I trow, she weeps, and her heart is sad, I vow. Her hand like a leaflet shakes, I see, that hand which never more is free. She leaves her happy home of light, where her happiest days were passed so bright. She has trusted all to one, the bride. Shall her young heart's joy e'er know a tide? Shall her bliss flow on for aye or not? When distant far, shall ever the spot where she lived and loved so long be forgot? To the bride I sing, and away to the winds my strain I fling. The voice ceased. A solemn stillness reigned for a few brief seconds, and then Sir Frederick saw the shadowy form of the smith glide forwards. The gruff voice of the savage drunkard came to his ears as he stooped and exclaimed, "So, Maud, we have met again. D.N.U. we are alone now." A half-stifled scream followed that speech, and the magistrate bounded across the road. He paused, however, when he was within a few paces of Britain, for he heard the poor mad creature speak, and the thought crossed his mind that her cry had proceeded from sudden surprise, and not from any injury inflicted by the smith. And knowing his power to save her, he thought that if Britain wished to procure any information from Mad Maud previous to offering her any violence, he might as well hear it, as in all probability it would be important and correct. Acting on this supposition, he crouched down close by the wall for some few seconds. Then suddenly recollecting the parapet on the other side, and the facilities it afforded as sufficiently close to aid poor Maud in case of the most sudden emergency, he crept softly 20 yards or more away, and then clambered over the wall in a moment, on to the parapet. To draw himself along this noiselessly until he actually faced Britain was the work but of another minute, and laying flat down was quite secure from observation, while he was ready for action, and must hear the slightest murmured word that passed. Chapter 48. The Meeting at Millbank. The knife. Ada's fate hangs on a thread, the bold plunge. "What do you mean?" exclaimed Britain as Sir Frederick Hamilton halted on the parapet. "Speak, Maud, or by hell I'll throw you in the river." "What do I mean, Andrew Britain?" replied Maud. "I mean pain and death here and torture everlasting in a world to come for you. Aye, for you, Andrew Britton, you cannot kill Maud. The Almighty has written our names in the book of mortality, but yours comes first. Yes, yours comes first, Andrew Britton." "Idiot," muttered Britton. "Tell me at once, did you bring that Hartleton to the Chequers?" "Hartleton? Hartleton?" repeated Maud. "Oh, he was one of the spirits I knew long ago before I dropped from among the stars." "Answer my question," cried Britton fiercely. "Did you bring Hartleton to the Chequers?" "Answer my question, Britton," said Maud. "If your sealed black heart will let you, why does not my husband come to his bride?" "What do you mean?" "We waited for him, but he came not. Then they whispered he was dead, yes, dead, and I asked heaven who had killed him when a voice whispered, 'Andrew Britton?'" "Peace," cried Britton. "You are mad." "Yes, mad, mad," said Maud. "But not so mad as Andrew Britton, for he has murdered the innocent. There's blood on your hands." Britton started and involuntarily glanced at his hands. "Aye, blood, blood," cried Maud. "You may wash away the outward stain, but then it clings to your heart. And when you are asked at the last if you are guiltless or not of shedding man's blood, you will hold up your hand and it will drip with gore." "Beldame, peace!" cried Britton. "You tempt me to do a deed before the time I intended. Hear me, Maud. You have but a chance now for your life. Answer me what I shall ask of you truly, and I may spare you. Refuse or tamper with my temper in any way, and yon river receives you in its black and rolling tide. We are alone, there is no one to hear a cry, and I will take care you shall have breath but for one. No one is at hand to aid, I have you at my mercy." "Your mercy, Andrew Britton?" said Maud. "Oh, profane not the word. When did you show mercy?" "Savage, the Spirit of God is above and around us. The fiat has gone forth, and heaven has said, 'Thus far shalt thou go and no further,' but your questions." "Your questions? I will hear your questions, although I am a widow. What paper is that you have?" "Paper." "Yes, you have a paper with something written on it. Well, give it to me or you die. An angel gave it me. I dream of her now sometimes when my sleep is blessed and happy. 'Tis not for you, Andrew Britton. It belongs to the angel. I must only show it, and that not to you." "No, no, not to you with your blood-stained hands." Britton was silent for a moment. He was hesitating whether by violence at once to tear the paper from the poor wandering creature, or endeavor first to procure such other information as he expected she possessed. He decided on the latter course, as violence could be resorted to at any moment. "Maud," he said, "when did we meet last?" "In a crowd," she replied. "I recollect there were many men, but none so bad as Andrew Britton." They held up their hands, the one after the other, and none had blood upon them save his alone. "What brought you there? Tell me, or this moment is your last. How far is it to the old smithy?" said Maud, as if she had not heard or understood his question. "Curses," muttered Britton, whose passion and fear together had tended to sober him. "Is she mad or cunning?" "The old smithy, where the murder was done, I mean," added Maud. "I'll tell you," said Britton, in a tone that he intended should be artful and temporizing, "if you will answer me what I ask and give me the paper you have." "Britton, where's the child?" said Maud. "How came you to spare the child? Did it lift its little hands in prayer to you? And was there one spot in your heart that shuddered at the deed of blood? Did conscience for once stay your arm? Or did heaven interpose and strike you powerless when you would have slaughtered the babe? Tell me that, Britton. Where have you put the child? Where is Dame Tatton? Speak, Andrew Britton. I have traveled many, many miles to seek you." "You killed him who loved me. Nay, scowl not. Your brows are darker than the night, and I see them frowning on me. Oh, there is nothing in nature so dark and terrible as thy heart, Andrew Britton. Even at midnight, when people call it dark, and say you cannot see your hand, the smile of heaven still lingers on the world, and there is the faint light of its love still beaming through the mists of night. Andrew Britton, give me the child, and I will teach it to pray for you to heaven. Oh, give it to me. It must be cold and weary. Give it to me, Britton, and then hope to be forgiven." "I have no child," said Britton. "You know that years have passed, and the child who was brought by a man from the burning smithy must be now a child no longer. You would deceive poor mad Maud, because she hunts you, aye, to the death, hunts you. You cannot escape me, Britton, you are D.D. D. How, what mean you? I am to see you die. Pshaw. Tell me now, Maud, didst ever see the man again who rushed forth bleeding with the child from the old smithy? What man was that? Didst ever hear the name of Gray? Gray, the angel asked me that. Ha, yes, Gray, who is Gray? You could take me to the angel. Said Britton in soothing accents. Maud laughed hysterically and pointed to the sky as she said, Take you, with the weight of so much blood upon you. No. Were you lighter you could go, Andrew Britton. What did my husband say when you killed him? What was his last word? You could not forget it. It must be scorched on your heart. Tell it to me, Andrew Britton. You rave, said Britton. Do you know that Frank Hartleton, who used to live at Learmont, has become a magistrate? Do you know, cried Maud, that there's blood wherever Andrew Britton goes? If the soft dew of heaven falls upon him, it turns to gore. He dips his hands into a pure streamlet, and the limpid waters turn to blood. His drink is blood when it touches his lips. Spots of thick, clotted gore fall on him wheresoever he goes. It is the ancient curse of the Egyptians that is upon him. Ha, blood, Andrew Britton. Blood. Devil, muttered Britton. I will haunt you, continued Maud. I will shout after you as you go, there steps a murderer. I will proclaim your calling to all. 'Tis one of deep iniquity. You are branded by the mark of Cain. You have sinned before heaven in taking the life which thou couldst not restore or even comprehend. Wretched, scared, cursed Andrew Britton. I will be with you when you lie writhing in your last agony. When you try to pray, I will clap my hands and shout the smithy in your ears. When you gasp for water to quench the fever that shall then be consuming your heart, I will answer you by the smithy. When you shriek to heaven in your dark despair, I will answer you shriek for shriek, and the words of my vengeance shall be the old smithy. Ha, the murder at the old smithy. When the day comes that the graves give up their dead, then will appear a sight to blast you from the old smithy. 'Tis hidden now, but the earth will crack, and with a hideous likeness of what it once was, the form of your victim will pursue you to accuse you before the judgment seat of God. Then you will shriek, yell for mercy. You who showed none, and the blue sky shall open to let you go down, encircled in the loathsome embrace of slimy, awful things that will lick your shivering form with tongues of flame. Peace, wretch, cried Britton. At the same moment he lifted his arm, and in his hand gleamed a knife. Hold, cried Maud, you dare not. Sir Frederick Hartleton raised his hand. Britton slowly dropped his murdering arm. Woman, he said, do you wish for death that you tempt me thus to kill you? There was a trembling fear in Britton's voice that reassured Sir Frederick, and, congratulating himself that the sudden movement he had, on the impulse of the moment made, had escaped observation, he again lay perfectly quiet, but prepared to aid poor Maud upon an emergency. Maud, said Britton after a pause, give me the paper you have, and leave London. Leave you, said Maud. I dare not. I have a duty to do. It is to follow you. Wherever you go, Andrew Britton, there will you find me. No. I cannot leave you. I sometimes think I am dead, and that there is my spirit haunting you. We shall see, muttered Britton. Spirits have never troubled me yet. The paper, I say, the paper that you set such store by, I must and will have it. Never. Then take the consequences. He again raised his knife, and was in the very act of bringing it down to plunge it into the breast of the hapless creature, when his eyes fell upon the form of Sir Frederick Hartleton, who rose up on the parapet between him and the water. This sudden appearance, rising apparently from out of the river, had all the effect which Sir Frederick expected it would. Britton, for the first time in his life, was affected by superstition. He could, on the spur of the moment, imagine the tall, dusky form that thus rose before his very eyes, and, as it were, from the bosom of the Thames, to be no other than some supernatural being interposing between him and his victim. He started back in horror. Then, dropping the knife, he rushed precipitately from the spot. Maud burst into a wild laugh, and before Sir Frederick Hartleton could speak a word to detain her, she fled in a contrary direction to that which Britton had taken with great speed. Hastily springing over the wall, Sir Frederick, as well as he was able by the dim light, pursued the flying woman, his object being the same as Britain's, namely, to possess himself of the paper in Maud's possession, and which, he doubted not, was in some way near or remotely connected with the chain of mysteries that enveloped the crimes of Squire Learmont and his associates in guilt, the savage Smith, and the man named as Gray. Now and then he could see the flutter of her garments as she rushed along by the wall, and as often as he did, he redoubled his speed with the hope of overtaking, while she was compelled, from the nature of the ground, to go forward in nearly a straight line. For he well knew that, after passing the river wall, which did not extend much further from the broken nature of the open country, and several hedges and plantations that were close at hand, he might be completely foiled till daylight in his attempt to follow the poor creature, who most probably fancied she was flying from Britain. "Maud! Maud!" cried Sir Frederick Hartleton, with the hope that she would recognize that his voice was not that of the savage Smith. His call, however, seemed to alarm her still more and, in fact, notwithstanding her wild and superstitious confidence in the probability of her outliving the Smith, the fear of death from his ruffianly hands had come strongly upon her, and she fled, shrieking, from the magistrate, with the full confidence that Britain was pursuing her, armed with the knife she had seen gleaming for an instant above her devoted head. Her fleetness astonished Sir Frederick Hartleton, for swift runner as he was, he could not come up with her. "Maud!" He cried again, and the poor creature answered him by a scream, which at once convinced him that he inspired her with terror rather than confidence by calling after her. He therefore abstained from doing so, and began evidently to gain upon her just as she neared the part of the river's bank where the low wall terminated. Now she looked back and screamed again, as she saw his figure dashing onwards through the gloom. "I am a friend," cried Sir Frederick Hartleton, but his voice was weak from the violence from which he had been pursuing Mad Maud, and she heard him not. Now she reached the end of the wall and looked round again. A cry announced her terror, and she turned toward the river instead of the land. There was a heavy splash, and as he heard it, the awful conviction came across the mind of the magistrate that the unhappy creature had thrown herself into the Thames to escape him. He gained the spot in an instant. A lighter stood moored close to the bank. With a tremendous spring, Sir Frederick gained the deck, and leaning anxiously over the side, he gazed earnestly into the stream as it rippled by. A stifled cry met his ears. He looked in the direction from whence it came, and saw a dark object hurried on by the water. It was but the act of a moment to dive from the deck of the lighter, and in the next, the athletic Sir Frederick Hartleton touched the bottom of the Thames. He was an admirable swimmer, and rising to the surface, just as the watchmen on the Surrey side began to spring their rattles, and give an alarm by calling out that someone had fallen in the river. Some few hundred yards in advance of him, he saw the dark object still hurrying on. Assisted by the tide, and his own vigorous swimming, he soon neared it. A few more sweeps of his arms brought him within arm's length, and he grasped poor Maud, for it was she, indeed, by her long raven hair which had escaped from its confinement, and floated in a dark mass upon the surface of the water. "Help!" cried Sir Frederick in a clear voice, and turning towards the Surrey shore, which was now much nearer to him than that from which he had come. Several boats had now pushed off, and in one a man stood up with a link that cast a lurid glare over the stream. "Hilloa!" cried the man. "Who's in for a ducking now? Hilloa there, Hilloa!" cried Sir Frederick, and the rowers at once pulled towards him. "Back water!" cried the man with the light. "I see him, here ye are." The magistrate grasped the side of the boat and said, "Now, my lads, take in the woman." Maud was lifted into the boat, and Sir Frederick himself clambered after her. "50 guineas, my brave fellows," he cried, "if we get to shore in time to recover this poor creature." "50?" ejaculated the man with the light. "Yes, 50 guineas. Pull, you devils." He shrieked out to the rowers, "Pull, pull." The men bent all their energies to the task, and in less than 3 minutes more the keel of the boat grated on the shore. Wet and cold as he was, Sir Frederick Hartleton seized the inanimate and light form of Maud, as if she had been an infant, and springing from the boat, he ran to a public house called the King's Bounty. that was celebrated at the time and declaring who he was, had poor Maud immediately properly attended to, while he himself ran to a surgeon and procured his instant services to restore her, if possible, to consciousness. Chapter 49. The Smith's Anger. A drunken tour through Westminster in the olden time. The watch. A scene at the Chequers. The determination. When Britain fled in sudden fright from the low wall by Millbank, he took his route up Abingdon Street, and turning into the first house of entertainment he saw, he ordered a quantity of brandy that made the landlady stare again. But when he lifted the measure to his mouth, and then after a dead silence of about a minute, laid it down empty, the aforesaid landlady's eyes became much larger than before, and she looked again and again in the measure, as if she imagined the brandy might still be only lurking in some corner and would suddenly make its appearance again. When Britain then struck his own head, which he did with his clenched fist, the landlady gave a great jump and exclaimed, "Bless us and save us." "I am a fool, an ass," cried Britain. "To be scared by a shadow curses. What's to pay, woman? Don't stand staring at me." You've had a pint, sir," gasped the alarmed landlady. "Take your money out of that, and be quick," cried Britain, throwing down a guinea, the ring of which on a little bit of marble, which the landlady kept behind the bar door, being quite satisfactory. She turned round to hand her customer his change, but to her surprise he was gone. Half maddened by rage and drink together, Britain now rushed back to where he had left Maud. But both she and Sir Frederick, from the pace at which they had immediately left the place, were out of sight and hearing, muttering, therefore, imprecations on his own head. The smith returned towards Westminster in a fit mood for anything. "Fool that I am," he roared, for the tremendous dose of brandy he had taken made him quite reckless of who might be within hearing. "Idiot! I who have made the clang of my hammer heard by midnight when within a dozen paces of me was a sight that would end the lights. They stand in my eyes, and the houses are toppling. Fool, fool to let her go. Would Jacob Gray have done as much? No, not he. It was the idiot Britain. Oh, if I could find them out, Gray and the boy, the boy. I'd dash his brains out against Gray's politic skull. Curses on them all. The very pavement is mocking me. The houses reel, and the lamps seem dancing from earth to sky as if they were all mad. It's to annoy me. I know it is." He reeled on, the liquor he had drunk so recklessly each moment exerting greater effect upon him. The few chance passengers whom he met heard his wild ravings before he reached them, and some had the prudence to cross to the other side of the street, while others would stand in a doorway until the evidently furious man had gone past them. One watchman, who had just awakened from a sound nap and walked out of his box, eager to show his efficiency upon somebody, had the temerity to hold up his lantern in Britain's face and make the simple and innocent remark of, "Hilloa, friend." Britain was, however, in no humor to be spoken to at all, and with one crashing blow of his Herculean fist, he sent watchman and lantern into the middle of the road, where they lay a dirty mass, consisting principally of a greatcoat of a dingy white-brown, with the letters W.L., signifying Westminster Liberties, on the back of it. This little adventure calmed, in a slight degree, the animal irritability of Britain, and although he shouted and reeled along in a stage of intoxication only 1 degree removed from the last, he spoke more joyously, and even condescended to alarm the neighborhood by some snatches of bacchanalian songs, roared out in a voice loud enough to arouse the celebrated 7 sleepers. In fact, divers of the indignant and infuriated inhabitants opened their windows and called watch. But as no watch answered, they closed them again, wondering where the watchman was, and remarking, as testy old gentlemen do now of the new policeman, that he is never to be seen when he is at all wanted, although, in this case, the watchman might have been seen by any curious inhabitant who chose to walk into the middle of the road in Abingdon Street. In about half an hour the guardian of the night recovered, and as Britain had hurried on and the neighborhood was restored to quiet and serenity, he roused it all up again by springing his rattle and crying "Murder!" for about 5 minutes incessantly. The good folks of Abingdon Street and its vicinity had therefore two alarms that eventful night, the one by Britain himself roaring through the streets when there was no watchman, and the other by the watchman when there was nobody to apprehend. In the meanwhile Britain went on until he reached, more from habit than design, the door of the Chequers. There he paused, and as it happened to be shut, by way of saving himself the trouble of knocking or lifting the latch, he flung himself against it with such force that he rolled into the passage, as if he had been suddenly discharged from a cannon. The landlord was not slow in recognizing His Majesty King Britain, and stooped to assist him to rise with all humility, which piece of kindness was rewarded, as kings very often reward their subjects, at least as far as principle went. For the smith seized the unhappy landlord by the hair of his head, and then bumped the said head against the floor with a reiteration of blows that alarmed the house. "That will teach you to shut your doors in the faces of your best customers," stammered Britain, rising. Yes," said the landlord, rubbing his head and making a variety of wry faces. I really, good Master King Britain, you are quite facetious. I declare I never had such knocks on the head in my life. I'll see you hung some day." This latter sentence was uttered aside, and with an air of candor that left no doubt of the deep sincerity of it. "Stir yourself," cried Britain. "Who's here?" "Who's here, King?" "Yes, have you any croaking spies here? Who was yon vagabond in the grey coat?" The villain who stood in your worship's way a while ago." "Aye, the same. Do you know him?" No, your Majesty." "So much the better. I do know him, and if you had, I'm not sure but I should have been under the necessity of smashing you, do you hear?" "Yes, most humbly. Oh, I shall see you at Tyburn yet." "What's that you mutter?" I was arguing that all villains ought to be at Tyburn, your worship." "Oh, ought they? Then why ain't you there?" I really don't know." At this juncture, when the courteous host felt himself rather at a loss to give a reason why he should not be hung, there entered the house a little bustling man, exclaiming as he came, "Well, they are coming it. There's nothing but lights here, there, and everywhere. You may hear the music in the park. Ah, no doubt, 'tis a right merry scene." "What do you mean?" roared Britain. Explain yourself, you bad-looking piece of bad clay, you gnat. Explain, or I'll give you a blow. Shall curse me if I know." "Ah, explain yourself, Master Sniggle," said the host, winking at the little man. "Why," said the little man, "there's lights everywhere, there's lights above, lights below." Explain, roared Britain. "Well, I am explaining. There's lights. If you say lights again, I'll be the death of you." The death of me for saying lights?" "You are an idiot," said Britain gravely. "Ah, a rank idiot," cried the landlord, winking again at the little man, who, however, was too much enraged to notice the telegraphic regard of the politic host. "I an idiot!" he exclaimed. "Well, I never heard the like of that before. I tell you what it is, Master Landlord, I won't drink any more of your ale, D.E. You can't drink much, you wretched little midge," said Britain. "Sir," cried the little man, giving his hat a fierce cock. "Sir, I never enter your house again, and my wife shall get her rations from the blue cat and frying pan, or the crocodile and crumpet, D.E. The landlord now winked so dreadfully and so incessantly that it seemed quite doubtful whether or not he would ever leave off again. But the little man was not to be winked into good humor, and shook his head in great indignation. Britain reeled towards the bar, exclaiming, "Give me a half-pint measure, and if I don't put him into it, my name ain't King Britain." The landlord now took the opportunity of whispering to Master Sniggles, "Do for heaven's sake be an idiot." "Aye, the devil," cried Sniggles. "Say you are a midge," added the landlord, at the same time enforcing his argument by a poke in the regions of Master Sniggles' ribs. "He'll be desperate if you contradict him. Be an idiot just for old acquaintance' sake and to oblige me." "It's not very pleasant," suggested the little man. "Now," roared Britain, returning with a pewter measure in his hand. "Are you going to explain yourself?" Yes," stammered the little man. "The lights, good sir, were at the large house belonging to the rich squire, whose floors, they say, are paved with dollars, and his walls hung with gold leaf." "We do, you mean, Learmont?" "Aye, marry do I, that's his worshipful name. They say he eats off gold plate and cuts his food with a diamond." "But what about the lights?" roared Britain. Why, that's what I asked a knave that was lounging at the door, and he, a burly knave he says to me, he was a stout fellow too. What did he say? Why, says he, the squire gives an entertainment tonight to the court and nobility. Oh, cried Britain. He does, and he has not invited me. The landlord winked at Master Sniggles, and Master Sniggles this time winked at the landlord, both the winks signifying how very far gone was Britain in drunkenness to make so very absurd and preposterous a remark. Britain was silent for a few moments. Then a half-drunken, half-malignant smile covered his swarthy visage. I will go, he cried. I will be the only uninvited guest and yet the most free. Ha ha! Learmont would as lieve see the devil himself walk in as King Britain the smith. I'll go. Does your majesty really mean, suggested the landlord, to kick up a royal row at the rich squire's? Do I mean, said Britain. I will have a dance in his halls, I say. There's not a knave in his household dare stand in my way. Hurrah! Hurrah! I'm a gentleman. I do nothing but drink, so I'm a gentleman. Ha! 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 Learmont don't expect me, but there's nothing like an unlooked-for pleasure. I'll visit him tonight if the pit of hell should open at his threshold to stay my progress. So saying, he dashed from the checkers, leaving the landlord and Master Sniggles gazing at each other in speechless amazement. What occurred at the drunken smith's visit to Learmont's fete we are already aware. Chapter 50. The Old House Again. Ada's Alarm. Gray and his Gold. Ada felt that after the experience of the recent interview with Gray, she had a power over him which, were she free from her promise not to escape, she might use for the purpose of restoring herself to liberty. That power was grounded on the superstition of his character, a weakness which had grown with his crimes and been increased by the constant pangs of remorse, which even he could not stifle entirely. The solitude likewise, and the constant state of trembling anxiety in which he lived, had shattered his nervous system to that degree that he was indeed a melancholy and warning spectacle of the mental and bodily wreck to which crime is sure to reduce its unhallowed perpetrators. His eyes were sunken and bloodshot, his lips never bore the hue of health, his step was stealthy and trembling, and his hands shook like an aspen leaf. He would lock himself in the room which contained his hoarded wealth and recount the glittering mass for hours together. But still, he could not think it enough. The demon of avarice had got a clutch of his heart, and the larger the amount of his gold became, the wider range his love of the bright temptation took, and constantly fixed a sum far beyond what he had as that which would content him and enable him to put in practice his scheme of departure from England, and vengeance upon Learmont and Britain. I must yet have more, he would mutter. 'Tis but a short delay, and Learmont cannot refuse me the gold. Yes, 200 more of those pieces shall satisfy me. That will make up a goodly sum. And then, in some other land, I shall get some sleep undisturbed by the awful visions that here crowd upon my trembling imagination. But 200 more. Perhaps I may get so much before this month is past, and then I shall be saved the trouble of extorting a renewal of the promise of this willful girl. Yes, it shall be so. I will raise my demands upon Learmont. He dare not say me nay unless I were to become outrageously unreasonable in my drafts upon his purse. 200. Let me think. 5 visits at £20 each will be half the money. Pshaw! I will have 40 each visit. Aye, 40. That will not alarm him. If I insist on more, he might, in his cautious brain, think upon the scheme I mean to practice, and take some means of most effectually preventing such ruin to himself. I will lull his suspicions. Oh, what a day of triumph will it be to me when I sail from England with the conviction that, within 24 hours after I am gone, Learmont and Britain will each inhabit a prison. They will then confess that Jacob Gray is cunning. The sneer will turn with an awful fact to them. There is but one drawback. I shall not see them hung. No, I dare not stay to see them hung. Ada will be rich and great, but she will know who I am. Will she use her wealth in hunting me through the world? Or will she forgive in the flush of her prosperity? If, I thought that the firm, untamable spirit which this girl evidently possesses, and which I may confess it here in secret, daunts me. If I thought it would induce her to hunt me down, as she might, for her means would be ample for such an object, were I hidden even in the bowels of the earth. I'd kill her ere I went. Yes, some night when she slept I could do it, but not till the hour before I meant to go, for I could not stay in this lone place without her. She scorns me, treats me with a haughty contempt, will scarcely condescend to address me. But still she is here, and there is company in the thought that I know I am not quite alone in this gloomy place. She may load me with opprobrium. She may heap scorn upon my head, but she is here, and I could not lie down for one night here without the conviction that there was someone else within these walls. So, Ada, you are safe now, very safe. But ere I go I must seek some subtle means of knowing what will be your course of action when you know all, and the name of Jacob Gray is linked with a crime that will rouse your nature and bring an angry flash to your eye. Ha! What noise was that? Gray sprang to his feet, and he trembled violently, for some slight noise, such as old decayed houses are full of, came upon his ear in the stillness that reigned around. I thought I heard a noise, he muttered, but I have thought so often when 'twas nothing. Ada is here. I am not quite alone. Should I see anything, I could scream, and then she might come, perchance, to exult in my agony. But there would be protection in her presence, because she is innocent. Innocent? Oh, God, why am I not innocent? Is all this world and its enjoyments a gross delusion, for which I have bartered all the essence and foundation of all joy, peace? For many minutes he remained silent, and the nervous twitching of his countenance betrayed the disturbed condition of his mind. Then he spoke quickly and nervously. I must not give way to thoughts like these, he said. They will drive me mad. Yes, murder lies that way. I must go on now. The path I have chosen is one which there is no retracing. 'Tis as if a wall of adamant followed close behind to prevent one backward step. I am committed to the course I have taken. To pause is madness. I must go on, but I will spare you, Ada, if I can. The sound of a distant clock, sounding the hour of 12, now came upon the night air, and Jacob Gray listened to the faint moaning tones of the bell until all was still again, and no sound broke the solemn stillness but the agitated beating of his own heart. Midnight? He said. 'Tis midnight? I will now endeavor to snatch a few hours' repose. I have fatigued myself now for many hours with the hope that the body's weariness might lull the mind's agony. Agony! Do I call it agony? Is that all I have purchased by crimes? He lifted the light as he spoke, and its feeble rays fell upon the glittering heap of gold that lay before him. A ghastly smile played across the pale countenance of Jacob Gray. I have gained something, he said, as he laid his thin, cold hand upon the gold. Yes, I have gained these pieces of bright metal that will exchange for honors, service, gay attire, enchanting music, nay, they will buy what men affect not to sell opinion. There may be some pure state of society in which, when speaking of a man, the question may be, what is he? But here in civilized, moral, intellectual England, the question is, what has he? These, he continued, running his hand among the guineas, these even will purchase prayers to heaven, petitions to God from the good, the saintly, and the pious. Gold, I love thee, but now to bed, to bed. He carefully placed his treasure in its recent receptacle at the back of the cupboard, and then with a faltering step and a shifting glance of fear, he repaired to his own chamber, which was near to Ada's room. In his progress he passed the door of the dormitory of his victim. He paused a moment and listened attentively. Then, in a voice of deep anguish, he said, she can sleep, she can sleep. No ghostly vision scares slumber from her eyes. While he shuddered and passed a step or two on, then pausing again, he said, Oh, if she, the young and innocent, the loved of heaven, if she would but bid me a good night, I think I could sleep. I asked her once, and she would not give me so much peace. She would not say good night to me. These words were spoken by Gray in a tone of great mental anguish, and he passed on silently to his own chamber. A silence, as of the grave, reigned over the old house, and an uneasy slumber crept over Jacob Gray. Well might the man of crime dread to sleep, for, although exhausted nature sunk into repose, the busy fancy slept not, but, ever wakeful, conjured up strange, ghastly shapes to scare the sleeper. The imagination, unchecked by reason, began its reign. A reign sometimes so full of beauty and joy that we sigh to awaken to a perception of that which is, instead of remaining in the world of dreams. Jacob Gray's visions, however, took the shuddering, ghastly complexion of his waking thoughts and recollections. From memory's deepest cells would these creep forth one by one in hideous distinctness, remembrances that were maddening, and scenes would be enacted over and over again within the busy chambers of the brain, that in his waking moments he would shun the faintest reminiscence of. As he would the terrors of a pestilence, the smithy at Learmont rose up before him, black and heavy as it appeared among the drifting snow. Then he would hear the howling of the wind even as it howled on that eventful night, when the storm was just commencing. Momentarily it increased in fury, and Jacob Gray felt that all the awful events of that night were to do again. Why or wherefore he knew not. Then the smith, he thought, took him by the throat and threw him down upon a ghastly, rotting corpse, and the long, bony arms closed over him, while he felt his own warm, living face in hideous contact with the slimy rottenness of the grave. He heard then, as he had heard it on that dreadful night, the cry of fire, and he strove with frantic efforts to free himself from the embrace of death, but 'twas all in vain. The flames then waved around him like a sea, and the skeleton arms grew to a white heat and burnt into his flesh, and a hot pestilential breath seemed to come from the grinning jaws of the dead. Still he could not move. His struggles were as those of an infant in that awful clutch, and he prayed for death to terminate his agony. Then a voice said, "No, you will remain thus till time is no more." With a scream, Jacob Gray awoke, and starting wildly from his couch, he sunk on his knees, shrieking, "Mercy, mercy." Spare me, heaven. Chapter 51. A human voice, the departure, an unexpected meeting, the reception. The dim, cold, uncertain light of morning was faintly gleaming in long, sickly streaks in the eastern sky, and the trembling, half-maddened Jacob Gray crawled to the window of his room, and hastily tearing down some paper that patched a broken pane of glass, he placed his scorched and dry lips against the opening, and drank in the cool morning's air as one who had crossed a desert would quaff from the first spring he met after the horrors and thirst of the wilderness. On his knees the wretched man remained for some time, until the mad fever of his blood subsided, and calmer reflection came to his aid. "I cannot sleep," he said. "I cannot sleep. 'Tis madness to attempt it. My waking thoughts are bad enough, but when reason sleeps, and the imagination, unshackled by probability, commences its reign, then all the wildest fancies become realities, and I live in a world of horrors, such as the damned alone can endure. Endurance must constitute a portion of their suffering, for if they felt so acutely as to decrease sensation, they would be happy. Alas, what can I do? I must rest sometimes. Exhausted nature will not be defrauded of her rights, but while the body rests, the mind seems to take a flight to hell. Oh, horrible, horrible. I wonder if Ada be awake. Methinks now the sound of a human voice would be music to my ears. I will creep to her chamber door and speak to her. The slightest word in answer will be a blessing. Yes, I will go, I will go." Jacob Gray then, with a slow and stealthy step, left his chamber, and as he glided along the dim corridor of that ancient house, he might, with his haggard looks and straining eyes, have well been taken for the perturbed spirit that popular superstition said had been seen about the ill-omened residence of crime and death. He reached Ada's door, and after a pause, he knocked nervously and timidly upon the panel. There was no answer. Ada slept. She was dreaming of happiness, of joy that brought pearly tears to her eyes, those eyes that are the blissful overflowings of a heart too full of grateful feeling. Again Jacob Gray knocked, and he cried, "Ada," in a voice that was too low and tremulous to reach the ears of the sleeping girl, but which startled Gray himself by the hollow echoes it awakened in the silence of the gloomy house. Again he knocked, and this time Ada started from her sleep. Gray heard the slight movement of the girl. "Ada," he said. "Ada, speak." "Jacob Gray," said Ada. "Ada, I am going forth. Speak, Ada, again." "Wherefore am I summoned thus early?" said Ada. "What has happened?" "Nothing, nothing," replied Gray, "Be cautious, Ada, I shall not return till night." He waited several minutes, but Ada made no reply. Then he crept slowly from the door, muttering, "She has spoken. I think there is some magic in her voice, for I am better now, and the air in this place does not seem so thick and damp. It may be that there are evil spirits that, at the sound of the voice of one so pure and innocent as she, are forced to fly, and no more load the air with their bad presence. I am relieved now, for I have heard a human voice." Gray then proceeded to a lower room of the house, and enveloping himself closely in an ample cloak, he cautiously opened the door and went forth secure in the dim and uncertain light of the early morning. The air was cold and piercing, but to Jacob Gray it was grateful, for it came like balm upon his heated blood, and the thick, teeming fancies of his guilty brain gradually assumed a calmer complexion, subsiding into that gnawing of the heart which he was scarcely ever without, and which he knew would follow him to the grave. He skirted the hedges, concealing himself with extreme caution until he was some distance from Forrest's house, for notwithstanding the great improbability of his being seen at so early an hour, Jacob Gray was one of those who, to use his own words to Learmont, always wished safety to be doubly assured. Walking rapidly now, along a pathway by the river's side, he soon neared Lambeth, and the sun was just commencing to gild faintly the highest spires of the great city, when he arrived near the spot which is now occupied by the road leading over Vauxhall Bridge. Gray began now to look about him for some place in which to breakfast, for such was his suspicious nature and constant fear that he never from choice entered the same house twice. As chance would have it now, he paused opposite the doorway of the public house called the King's Bounty, and while he was deliberating with himself whether he should enter or not, he started and trembled with apprehension as the figure of Sir Frederick Hartleton passed out. Jacob Gray had made himself well acquainted with the magistrate by sight, for curiosity had often impelled him to take means of seeing the man to whom he had addressed the packet containing his confession, and from whom he expected his revenge against Learmont and Britain. And at the same time that he, Gray, had personally to dread Sir Frederick most of all men, while he should remain in England. Gray drew back as the magistrate advanced, although a moment's thought convinced him of the extreme improbability of his being known even to the vigilant eye of Hartleton, who had almost grown proverbial for his skill and tact in discovering who any person was, and for recollecting faces that he had only once in his life seen. Gray was so near the doorway that he had to move in order to allow Sir Frederick to pass, and at that moment their eyes met. The magistrate looked earnestly at Gray for a moment, and then passed on. During that brief look, the blood appeared to Jacob Gray to be almost congealing at his heart. So full of fear was he that some distant reminiscence of his countenance might still live in the remembrance of Sir Frederick Hartleton. Such, however, appeared not to be the case, for the magistrate passed on, nor once looked behind him, to the immense relief of Gray, who now made up his mind on the moment to enter the house from a feeling of intense curiosity, to know what business his greatest foe could have there at such an early hour. When he reached the small, sanded parlor of the little hostel, he found several persons engaged in earnest discourse, among whom he had no difficulty in selecting the landlord, who was talking earnestly and loudly. "Ah, my masters," cried the landlord, "he's a brave gentleman and a liberal one, I can tell you. He said to me, 'Landlord,' says he, 'let her have of the best your house affords, and send your bill to me.' That's what he said, and it's no joke, I can tell you, for a publican to be on good terms with a magistrate. Oh, dear me. Then you should have seen how cold and wet he was, and when I offered him my Sunday garments, he took them with a 'Thank ye, landlord,' that was worth a Jew's eye, coming as it did from a magistrate, mind you. 'Bring me a measure of your best wine,' said Gray, 'and whatever you have in the house that I may make a breakfast on.' This liberal order immediately arrested the landlord's attention, as Gray fully intended it should, and mine, host of the King's Bounty, turned instantly all his attention to a visitor who ordered refreshments on so magnificent a scale for the house. 'Directly, sir,' cried he. 'Your worship shall have some wine such as the bishop has not better in his cellars, and they do say that he keeps his canary cool in an excavation that goes from his palace some feet under the bed of the Thames.' I wish for the best of everything in your house, said Gray. By the by, was not that Sir Frederick Hartleton, whom I saw leave your house a few minutes since? And it please your honor, it was, said the landlord. Mayhap your worship is a friend of his and comes to speak to the poor creature above. Yes, yes. By my faith, I thought as much. Yet stay, said Gray, for he was cautious to the extreme. Do you know when Sir Frederick will be here again? Not till tomorrow, sir. Humph, then I will see the poor creature you mention. Certainly, sir. This way, sir. Your breakfast will be ready by the time your worship comes downstairs again. Who can this be that he calls the poor creature? Thought Gray, as he followed the landlord upstairs. This way, sir, exclaimed the loquacious host. It was touch and go with her, poor thing, they say, but Sir Frederick saved her. I dare say, however, your honor knows all about it. That room, sir, if you please. The landlord now opened a door, and, popping his head in, cried in a very different tone to that in which he addressed Gray, upon the supposition of his acquaintance with Sir Frederick Hartleton. Hilloa. Here's a gentleman come to see you, old un. Gray had not heard the reply, but he entered the room at once and confronted Mad Maud, who was sitting in a chair, looking more like a corpse than a human being. Chapter 52. Gray's cunning, danger thickens. The hour of retribution has not come. Who are you? Cried she. That seeks poor Maud. Maud, exclaimed Gray, I have heard Britain speak of you. Britain, the savage smith, cried Maud, rising and trying to clutch Gray with her long, skinny arms. He speak of me? Have they hung him, and I not there? Tell me, have they dared to hang him without my being there to see it? Ha, 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 Gray shuddered. He had heard that wild and fearful laugh before. On the night of the storm at Learmont he had heard it, and he had never forgotten it. You lived once far from hence. He said, Far, very far. 'Twas a weary way to walk. Sometimes I slept in a barn, and they hooted me out in the morning because the frown of God was upon my soul, and I was mad. Yes, I was mad, so they who had sense and judgment cast me out. You know Sir Frederick Hartleton, said Gray. Frank Hartleton I know, she replied. He was always kind to poor Maud. When the smith hunted me into the river, he saved me. Yes, I know him and the angel. And who? The angel who fed me and spoke kind words even though I was mad. Those kind words made me weep. An angel spoke them. Mad as she can be, thought Gray. I do not like her acquaintance with Hartleton, however. There may be danger. The savage smith hunted you, did he? He then said aloud. He would have killed me, replied Maud with a shudder, but the water came up to where we were and saved me. I am a dear friend of Hartleton's, said Gray, and he wishes you to say to me all you know about things that happened long ago. What things? You recollect the old smithy. The old smithy, repeated Maud. Yes, I do. Why should I not? The murder was only done last night, and the death cry of the victim still lingers in the air. The storm is lulling, but the wind moans like an infant sobbing itself to sleep upon its mother's breast. The distant shrieks of him who rushed forth with the child still echo through the valley. Do I remember? Yes, 'twas brave work for the savage smith. Hush, hush. Tell me now if it be true that they will bring me the child. I will tend it, for I have nothing to love now. Britain killed him that I loved. Oh. Give me the child of the dead, and I will be a mother to it for its orphan state. Indeed. Who has promised you the child? He, the good, the brave, who? Frank Hartleton. Be patient, he said, and you shall see that child again. Gray trembled as he said. You are sure he said this? Sir Frederick Hartleton. Tell me what more he said, and, if you love gold, you shall have it. Tell me all that has passed in your interview with him, and then ask of me what you will, it is yours. You seem poor, nay, wretched. I will give you money if you will tell me all you know of this murder you mention. Gold, muttered Maud. That is man's enemy, for that he betrays trusts, robs, lies, murders? Jacob Gray groaned. Yes, continued Maud. The red gold is heaven's worst foe. It robs the realms of light and glory of many mortal souls. I will not have your gold. Tempter, away. Give me the child, the sweet, smiling babe that heaven made the bad man save from the burning smithy. Give me that, and then tell me where Britain is, and I will do your bidding. You shall know all. I accept your terms, said Gray. You shall have the child. Tell me who did this murder at the smithy and what Hartleton says about it." "I, Hartleton," exclaimed Maud. "He, too, has promised me the child, but he says I shall not know it." "Indeed?" "Yes, he says that years have passed away, that the child has grown to be a maiden of rare beauty, but I shall see it." "Yes, poor Maud will see it yet, and I shall know it, because its hands have some blood upon them." Gray absolutely reeled and mechanically sunk into a chair as Maud spoke, and a conviction crossed his mind that by some means Sir Frederick Hartleton was on the scent for him. A short interval of confused and agonizing thought now followed. Then it shaped itself into a course of detail that he felt was the only one presenting a chance of escape, and that was to discover, if possible, in what particular manner the danger threatened, and whether it was near or remote, if it consisted of positive knowledge or only surmise. "Go on," he said, making a great effort to speak calmly and communicate his feelings. "Go on, I pray you. I shall have the child. You shall. Be assured you shall. Ah, then Britain will soon die. I shall live till then, to see him die, and then poor Maud is willing to die. I am to remain here till he comes again. Who? Frank Hartleton, blessings on him? He says that the career of the wicked is now over. Who is this Gray they all speak to me about?" Jacob Gray started and fixed his eyes intently upon poor Maud's face, for an awful doubt, suggested by his shivering fear, came across his mind, that he might be falling into some trap laid for him by the cunning of the magistrate, and that she who asked of him so strange a question might be only aping the malady she seemed to suffer under. "Don't you know Gray?" he said sharply, at the same time fixing his keen, ferret-looking eyes upon the door, and then suddenly turning them to her. Maud shook her head, and there was something so genuine in her negative that Gray drew a long breath and felt reassured that he was at the moment safe. "Oh, Gray," he said. "Who mentioned him? He is dead, dead long ago." "Dead? Yes, there is now no such person." "So Sir Frederick, I mean Frank Hartleton, mentioned this Gray." "All have mentioned him," said Maud. "'Tis very strange, but I am asked by all if I know Gray." "Indeed? By Hartleton?" "Yes, by him. He says that Gray is the worst villain of all. The Lord of Learmont is scarce worse than Gray. Where is he with his dark scowl?" "I have not seen him for some days, that is, since he would not have the fire put out. They said he and the savage Smith killed Dame Tatton and took the child away, but I know better. Ha, ha, ha. Poor Mad Maud knows better." "Then Learmont did not do so," said Gray in a soft, insinuating tone. "How could he when I met her by the mill-stream, weeping?" "You met her?" "Aye, did I, by the mill-stream. It was early dawn, and the birds alone were awake, as well as Mad Maud. Ha, ha. I met her and, I will tell you, she had the child, and she wept while I kissed and blessed it." "But about this man, Gray? Speak more of him. I pray you, speak of him." "I know him not, but Frank Hartleton, who always had a kind word for poor Maud, which makes me believe him. He says that before sunset, Gray shall be in prison, and that he is a villain." Gray rose with his features convulsed with rage and fear, and approaching Maud, he said, in a husky whisper, "Woman, on your soul, did he say those words?" "He did. It will be brave work." "How is this?" cried Gray, clasping his hands. "God, how is this? Am I betrayed, lost, lost?" He sank in a chair with a deep groan at the moment that the landlord opened the door, saying, "An it please your honor, your breakfast is hot. There be new-laid eggs and buttered buns, a chine, the like of which is rarely seen at the king's bounty. Then we have some confections, your honor, which would be no disparagement to the bishop's own larder, which, they do say, keeps up a continual groaning from the heap of niceties collected therein. Then, as to wine we have, I will say it, who should not, the very creamiest, rarest, peace, begone." Said Gray, "Your honor, begone, I say. I humbly, peace. Is it thus you torment your guest? Do not interrupt me until I call for you. I have a private conference to hold with this poor creature. Here, pay yourself as you will for the cooling of your most precious viands." Gray threw a piece of gold to the landlord, who picked it up, and vanished with a profusion of bows, to tell his company below what a nice gentleman, a friend of the great Sir Frederick Hartleton, he had above stairs, who not only paid for what was cooked for him, but requested he might be charged for the cooling of the various delicacies. Now, that's what I call a real gentleman, added the landlord, and one as makes a virtuous use of his money. When Jacob was once more alone with poor Maud, he approached her and said, "As you value your life, tell me all. My life? Is Britain dead?" she replied. "What do you mean?" said Gray impatiently. "Because I cannot die till he does." "Listen to me," said Gray. "You say that this Hartleton talks of imprisoning Gray. Was that all he said?" I wept, and he would not then take from me what the angel had given me. I promised her by a name as sacred to me as that of heaven, and I could not even let him have it. No, no. He pitied my tears and let me keep the angel's paper. Paper! Paper! What paper? Oh, it is precious. Continued Maud. I think it is a charm against sickness. It is, truly, as coming from an angel. Let me see it. Yes, of course, I am to show it to all. That was what the angel said. You shall see, but you will not take it. Promise me you will not take it. I promise. Maud then dived her hand in her breast, and produced, with an expression of intense pride and satisfaction, the scrap of paper which Ada had given her, with the faint hope that it might meet the hands of Albert Satan. She held it out to Gray to read, and as he did so, and fully comprehending the few words it contained, his lips turned to an ashy paleness, and his brain grew dizzy with apprehension. He has seen this," he gasped. "Who?" "Hartleton." "Oh, yes. I tell you he wanted it, but he would not tear it from me." Gray made a snatch at it, and tore it from the grasp of the poor creature. Maud uttered a loud scream, and Gray, drawing a pistol from his pocket, stood in an attitude of defense as he heard a confusion of steps upon the stairs. "Give it to me," shrieked Maud. "Oh, as you hope for heaven, give it to me." A moment's reflection assured Jacob Gray that not only was he acting indiscreetly, but that he had no time to lose. Hastily concealing the pistol, he handed the paper to Maud, saying, "Hence, hence, I did but jest." The door was immediately flung open, and several heads appeared. "This poor creature is mad, friends," said Gray. She thinks she has seen something." "The Lord preserve us," cried the landlord. "And it please you, sir, I see Sir Frederick crossing the river." "Who?" cried Gray. "Your honour's good friend, Sir Frederick Hartleton. Ah, I'll warrant he has some sport in view, for he has Elias and Steffi, his 2 runners, with him." Gray darted to the door. "Your honour." Cried the landlord. "And it please you, what did the poor crazy creature fancy she saw?" "The devil!" cried Gray. In a moment he was outside the house. He cast one glance towards the river. In the middle of the stream was a 2-oared cutter, pulled rapidly by 2 rowers, while a figure that he at once recognized as the magistrate sat steering. With a stifled cry, Jacob Gray set his teeth and darted off towards his solitary home like a hunted hare. Chapter 53. The Proposal. Gray's reasoning, the vault, Ada's tears, a guilty heart's agony. Oh, what a fearful race home that was to Jacob Gray. He knew he had the start of the magistrate by some quarter of an hour, or probably more. But still that was not time sufficient to pause upon, and he relaxed not his headlong speed till he came within sight of the lone house that was his home. Then, for the space of about a minute, he turned and looked back to see if he were followed, and to strive to think what he should do when he did reach the house, which he felt could shelter him no more. That the scrap of paper in the possession of Mad Maud was written by Ada, he did not entertain a doubt, but it utterly foiled all conjecture to think how she could have found the opportunity, confined as she was, of giving it to the poor creature who set such great store by it. Forward, then, Jacob Gray rushed again, after ascertaining that there was no one within sight. It was yet very early, and but few persons were out, so that Gray hoped he might be able to cross the fields without being seen. But how to drag Ada away and leave Forrest's house in safety before Sir Frederick and his party arrived defied his thoughts. And he groaned and struck his breast in the bitterness of his anguish and despair. "The time has come, the time has come," he muttered. "I am lost, lost. No chance, no hope. If I kill Ada, what then? I only exasperate my pursuers, and my death is certain. I have, if taken, but one solitary gleam of hope for mercy, and that is, that I have done no violence to her. No, I dare not kill her unless she would betray me. We must hide. That is a remote chance." He bounded over the swampy fields and gained the door. Without pausing to make his accustomed signal, he drew from his pocket the key which had fitted to the rusty lock, and in another moment he had entered his house of dread and danger and closed the door behind him. "I have yet some time," he said, or rather panted, for his violent rush homeward had quite exhausted him. He reeled rather than walked to his own chamber and took a copious draught of spirits. The ardent liquor in his excited and agitated state of mind appeared to have but little more effect upon him than would so much water, at least so far as its power to intoxicate went. He felt refreshed, however, and now he rushed to the window, which commanded an extensive view across the fields, and he drew a long breath as he said to himself with a sensation of relief, "I do not see them yet. I have time. Yes, still some time. Now for Ada, for Ada. I have a task before me." He crossed the corridor to see if Ada was in her own room. The door stood partially open. "Ada, Ada," cried Gray. There was no answer, and, looking into the chamber, he saw she was not there. Suddenly he started. The sweetly clear and natural voice of Ada, emerging from an upper room, met his ears. She was looking out at the blue sky and watching the soaring larks, totally unconscious of the sudden return of Jacob Gray, and fondly anticipating the pleasure. For all our pains and pleasures are comparative, and it was a pleasure to Ada of being alone for a whole day. Gray was in no mood for singing, and with a step very different from the cautious, stealthy one with which he usually crawled about the house, he ascended the staircase and presented himself before the astonished eyes of Ada. "Returned," she exclaimed. "Yes, returned," echoed Gray. "Ada, you have broken your vow." "So help me heaven, no." "You have," cried Gray in a high, shrieking voice that decreased to a hissing sound, as if he were afraid of his own violent outcry. "I have not," repeated Ada fearlessly, and meeting Gray's eyes with a clear and open gaze that he shrunk from. The scrap of paper," said Gray. "The note to what shall I call him? Albert Satan, I have seen that. Ah, well may your color flit. Ada, you are detected, you have tampered with your vow. No more prate to me of your innocence and high virtue, no more taunt me with your purity. Ada, we understand each other better now." "Liar!" cried Ada with an energy that made Gray start. "I will still taunt you, still prate to you of my innocence, which only can gall you in proportion as you yourself are guilty. I have tampered with no vow, and you know it. I still stand on a pinnacle from which you have fallen, never, never to rise again. Bend not your brows on me, Jacob Gray. You are my slave, and you know that too." Gray quailed and trembled before the flashing eye of Ada, who, as she spoke, assumed unconsciously an attitude of such rare grace and beauty, with the fire of heavenly intelligence and truth beaming in every feature of her face, that it was with mixed feelings of fear, hate, and admiration. That Gray replied, "You have made an indirect attempt to escape from here." "And why not?" said Ada. "If I have the power and opportunity, I will make 100, I, Jacob Gray, and 100 more to back them. My vow contained a special reservation that I would accept of aid if it came to me. Moreover, Jacob Gray, when I made the attempt of which, by some accident, you have become aware I was as free as air, my promise had expired." "Ha!" "Yes, it was made in the brief time that elapsed between one promise and another, Jacob Gray." "Damnation! Why do you reiterate my name so constantly?" "Because it angers you, Jacob Gray." "What if I were to kill you?" growled Gray. "'Twould be another murder," said Ada. "Ada, I do not believe your exculpation. Why did you not escape if you had the opportunity you speak of?" "That I had a special reason for which I will not tell you, Jacob Gray. I do not wish to kill you. That I know you have some highly politic reason for preserving my life, else it had been sacrificed long since. But now it has become politic so to do," added Gray. "Indeed." "Aye, indeed. Then God help me. If I must die now by your hands, may heaven forgive you for your deep sinfulness." "Hear me, girl," cried Gray. "There is yet a chance of saving you. Say on. You have some proposition to make, from which you guess I will revolt, or you would not preface it with such murderous looks." Gray walked first to a window which commanded a view in the direction of Lambeth. He saw as yet no traces of the magistrate and his party, and he returned to Ada. "Attend to what I say," he cried. There are those coming here who, as it happened once before in our former place of abode, seek mine and your life. Ada started? Yes, continued Gray. By an accident little short of a miracle, I have discovered their intentions. They are now on their road here. There is not time to fly. They may be foes to you only, said Ada. She then suddenly clasped her hands and uttered a cry of joy. I see it now, she said. Albert is coming. No, thundered Gray. You are wrong, on my soul, you are wrong. It is not he. If you hear his voice, act as you please. I will not restrain you. Who are these men, then? That I will not tell you. Suffice it, they seek your life. We must die or live together in this emergency, or else if you, with fatal obstinacy, will not be guided by me and embrace the only chance of escape, in self-defense I must silence you. By murdering me? Yes, although reluctantly. Ada, you have sense, knowledge, discretion beyond your years. Ada sat down, and deep emotion was evident in her countenance. Jacob Gray, she said, death is frightful to the young. Let me believe the reasons you urge, or believe them not, it matters little. You will kill me if I do not do your bidding in this case. Those who are coming may be my friends, or they may be my enemies. I cannot tell, and your statements carry not with them the stamp of truth to my mind. The heart, once thoroughly deceived, trusts no more. You need not seek to delude with untruths. It is enough that you will kill me if I do not hide from those whom you dread. But you have said that, should I hear the voice of him, who, why should I shrink from the avowal? Him whom I love, you will not stay me. I swear I will not, cried Gray. Your word is quite as weighty as your oath, Jacob Gray, said Ada. Both are worthless, but you would not make such a promise even if you thought that he would be one of those you expect. Time, Ada, time is precious, cried Gray. To you probably, but I must obey you. You have chosen wisely, said Gray. Hear me. My own life hangs upon a single thread. If you had persevered in obstinately refusing to side with me, I should have killed you for my own preservation and cast your lifeless body into the same place of secrecy where we will soon repair to. Where mean you? That dark cell in which you have passed some gloomy hours. The entrance to it is by a panel in the wainscoting of the room below, which fits so truly that none, not previously aware of it, would suspect its existence. When I came first here, I found it by an accident. If we are found there, we shall be found together, and by any crying to me you would benefit nothing. All I require of you now is silence. Gray now again walked to the window, and this time he started back with a loud cry. They are coming, he said. Look, Ada, be satisfied that neither of these men in any degree resemble him you so much wish to see. Ada sprang to the window, and at some considerable distance off, crossing the fields towards the house, she saw 3 men who were strangers to her. You see they are armed, said Gray. They are, I know them not. How can they be enemies of mine? Follow me, shrieked Gray. There is not time for another word. As he spoke, he took a pistol from his breast and turned to Ada. You know the use and powers of this weapon. So much as stir, unless I bid you, when we are hiding, or speak even in the lowest whisper, except in answer to me, and I will assuredly take your life. Ada did not answer, and after regarding her fixedly for one moment to see what impression he had made upon her mind, Gray hastily left the room, saying, Follow quickly. We have time enough, but none to spare. He led her to the crevice in the wall of which the aperture opened, leading to the damp vault in which she had been before. The ladder is on the inner side, he said, as he placed a chair to assist her in reaching the opening. Descend, while I make some other arrangements in the room. He hastily left the room, locking the door behind him. Ada stood upon the chair and looked into the dismal vault, from whence a damp, earthy smell arose, and sighed deeply. Alas, she said, must I obey this man? Is he so desperate that he would really take my life? Or does he only threaten that which he dare not perform? No, he is a villain, and he would kill me. I am sure that my life is of value to him. But with such a man, the feeling of self overcomes all other considerations. He will kill me if I obey him not now. My heart tells me he will. Albert, for thy sake I will do what I can to preserve my life. Just heaven, direct and aid me. She passed through the opening in the wall and slowly descended the ladder into the dismal darkness of the vault. Chapter 54. The Search. The Confession. The strange report, an awful dilemma. Jacob Gray's first care when he left Ada was to repair to the room in which he concealed his money. Hastily collecting together the really large sum he had from time to time wrung from the guilty fears of Learmont, he bestowed it about his person, and then carefully placing his written confession, with its dangerous address, in his breast, he hurried to the street door, upon the back of which he wrote with a piece of chalk, J.G. and A. left here June 2nd, thus endeavoring to paralyze the magistrate's exertions in the way of search by inducing him to think that the house had been deserted by Jacob Gray for some time. He then, with wild haste, ran through the house, concealing everything in the shape of provisions, which would undeniably indicate a recent occupancy of it. Ada's bed and his own he cast into a dusty cupboard, and altogether succeeded in producing a general appearance of litter and desertion. Then, without daring to cast another look from the windows, for fear he should be seen, he rushed to the room in which he had left Ada, and getting through the opening in the wall, he closed the panel and stood trembling so exceedingly on the ladder, that had he wished he could scarcely have commanded physical energy sufficient to descend. His object, however, was to remain there and listen to what was passing, which he could not do below. Ada, Ada, he said in a low tone, you are safe. I am here, said Ada. Hush, hush. Not another word, not even a whisper. Hush, for your life, hush. A heavy knock at the outer door now echoed fearfully through the spacious passages and empty rooms of the house. To Gray that knock could not have been more agonizing had it been against his own heart. By an impulse that he could not restrain, he kept on saying in a half-choked whisper, Hush, 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 while he clutched the sides of the ladder till his nails dug painfully into the palms of his hands, and a cold perspiration hung in massive drops upon his brow. Ada, meanwhile, was getting a little used to the darkness of the place, and feeling cautiously about, she found one of the baskets she recollected to have seen there before. This she sat down upon, and burying her face in her hands, she gave herself up to gloomy reflections, while tears, which she would not let Jacob Gray see for worlds, slowly and noiselessly trickled through her small fingers. In a few moments the knock at the door again sounded through the house, and Gray, although he was expecting it, nearly fell from the ladder in the nervous start that he gave. Then followed a long silence, after which a voice came to his ears in indistinct tones, saying something which terminated with the words, "In the king's name." There was then a slight pause, followed in a moment by a crash, and Jacob Gray knew that the doors were burst open. A sensation of awful thirst now came over Gray, such thirst as he had read of only as being endured by adventurous travelers in crossing hundreds of miles of sandy desert. His tongue seemed to cleave to the roof of his mouth, and his parched lips were like fire to his touch. Still he clutched by the ladder, and each slight noise that met his overstrained attention added fearfully to the pangs of apprehension that tortured him thus physically and mentally. He could hear the sound of heavy footsteps through the house, and occasionally the low murmur of voices came upon his ears, although he could not detect what was said. That they would, however, come to the room from which he was only separated by a thin piece of wainscoting he knew, and if his dread and agitation were great now, he thought with a shudder what would be his feelings when each moment might produce his discovery and capture. Then he strained his ear to listen if he could hear Ada moaning, and a low, stifled sigh ascended from the gloomy vault. Yes, yes, he thought. She will be still, she will be still. The fear of a sudden and violent death is upon her young heart. 'Tis well, 'tis very well. Now she thinks me the unscrupulous man, the murderer that she taunts me with being. She does not suspect that if I were taken, my only hope of mercy would be in having preserved her life and my only plea would be that not a hair of her head was injured. No, no, she guesses not the value of her life. I have been cunning, very, very cunning. Besides, if they find me, what evidence? Jacob Gray very nearly uttered a cry of terror as this thought passed through his mind, for he immediately then recollected his own written confession that he had in the breast pocket of his coat, and which, if he were taken, would be his destruction. He struck his forehead with his clenched hand, and uttered a deep groan. What means had he there, situated as he was, of destroying the damning evidence of a guilt which otherwise would only rest on conjecture and surmise, and from the consequences of which, it not being distinctly proved, the money and influence of Learmont, exerted for his own sake, might actually free him. The written confession was an admirable weapon against Learmont, so long as he, Jacob Gray, had the control of it and lived. But now, when there was a fearful chance of his own apprehension, it was at once converted into a fearful weapon against himself and a damning evidence of his guilt. For some moments he was incapable of anything resembling rational thought, and his reason seemed tottering to its base. This state of mind, however, passed away, and how to destroy his confession became the one great question that agitated and occupied his throbbing and intensely laboring brain. If he attempted to tear it into fragments, he must either cast these fragments on the door of the vault, from whence they would easily be recovered, or he must keep them in his possession, which would avail him nothing. He thought of descending the ladder and digging a hole with his hands in which to bury the dangerous document. But then Ada was there, and would by the dim light of that place see what he was about. And it was not to be supposed that she would keep a secret she was so strongly and personally interested in revealing. There was but one other resource that occurred to the maddened brain of Jacob Gray, and that was one which, in his present state, nothing but the abject, awful fear of death by the hands of the executioner could have brought him to. It was to tear the confession into small pieces and eat it. With trembling hands, while he stood upon the ladder as well as he could, he drew the paper from his breast, and notwithstanding his awful and intense thirst, he began tearing off piece by piece from it, and forcing himself to swallow it. Thus had this written confession, this master-stroke of policy, upon which he had so much prided himself, become to him a source of torment and pain. Occasionally he could hear a door shut in the house, as Sir Francis Hartleton and his 2 officers pursued their search, and he went on with frantic eagerness devouring the paper. Now, by the distinctness of the sounds, he felt sure those who sought him were in the next apartment. In a few short moments they would be there. His danger was thickening, and the confession was not half disposed of. With trembling fingers that impeded themselves, he tore off large pieces and forced them into his mouth, to the danger of choking himself. Now he really heard the door of the room open, and the heavy tread of men upon the floor. In a few moments there was a death-like stillness, and Jacob Gray stood in the act of suspending mastication, with a large piece of the confession fixed in his teeth. Then Sir Francis Hartleton's voice, or what he guessed to be his from the tone of authority in which he spoke, came upon Gray's ears. "This is very strange," he said. "To my thinking, there are evident indications of recent inhabitants in this house. Go down to the door and ask your comrade if he has heard anything." "Yes, Sir Francis," replied another voice, and the door closed, indicative of the man proceeding on his errand. Now, thought Gray. If we were alone, if there were no other, a pistol would rid me forever of his troublesome and most unwelcome visit. Sir Francis spoke, as if communing with himself in a low voice, but in the breathless stillness around, Gray heard distinctly what he said. "Is it possible that the man Gray has left here?" he said. "Are we, after all, as far off the secret as ever? And yet I cannot think so. What could be the motive of such an inscription on the door as that which states his departure more than a month since? It is some trick merely. By heavens, that must have been Gray who left the king's bounty so soon before me. The fates seem to be propitious to the rascal, and to aid him in every way. I made sure the information was good, and that I had him here safe for the fetching merely." Sir Francis now walked to and fro in the room for some minutes. Then he paused and said, "He can't be hiding here anywhere. The old house is full of cupboards and closets, but they are very easily searched. Learmont? Are you still to triumph in your villainy for a time? I could stake my life upon the fact that some crime of black hue was committed that night of the storm at the old smithy at yonder village. The issues of the crime are still at work, but they are not revealed. Humph! It's of no use apprehending Britain on mere vague suspicion. No, that would be very foolish, for it would set the whole party on their guard, and that which is difficult now might become impossible." "Please your worship, he ain't heard nothing," said the man at this moment entering the room again. No noise of any kind? No, nothing, your worship. No one has crossed the fields within view since he has stood guard. Not a mouse, your worship. Very well. Now go and search the lower rooms thoroughly, and then come back to me here. I shall rest on this chair a while. So saying, Sir Francis Hartleton sat down on the chair which Ada had stood upon to enable her to reach the panel that opened to the vault. How little the poor, persecuted Ada imagined that a powerful friend was very near to her. Jacob Gray was now almost afraid to breathe, so close was the magistrate to him. Had the wainscoting not intervened, Gray could, had he been so minded, have touched Sir Francis's head without moving from where he stood. At length he spoke again. "I wonder," he said, "if this girl that the Satans speak of, and yon poor creature, Maud, raves of as an angel, be really the child that was saved from the smithy on the night of the storm and the murder. I have only one very substantial reason for thinking so, and that is that the name of Britain is mixed up with the business. To be sure, the dates correspond pretty well with what the young man, Satan, says he thinks is her age. It's rather strange, though, that no one except Maud mentions Learmont at all in the matter, and her mention of him is nothing new. 'Tis a mysterious affair, and, at all events, this man, Gray, is at hide and seek for some very special reason indeed." The man who had been sent to examine the lower rooms now returned. "Well," said Sir Francis, "there ain't not nothing, your worship, by no means," he said. "You have searched carefully." "Yes, your worship. I'd take my solemn davy as there's nothing here." "I know I can rely upon you," said Sir Francis in a tone of disappointment. "Exactly, your worship. Do you think there are any hiding places about this house?" "Can't say as I does. Your worship sees as it's a house a-standing all alone, and there ain't no great opportunity to make hiding places, you see." "I will make one more effort," said Sir Francis. "It is a forlorn hope, but if the girl be hiding anywhere in this house under the impression that I am an enemy, she may hear me and put faith in my words. I will call to her." Sir Francis rose as he spoke, and Jacob Gray, upon whom this determination came like a thunderclap, dropped from his trembling hands the remnant of the confession he had been eating, and curling his feet round the ladder, he slid in a moment to the damp floor of the vault. His great dread was that on the impulse of a moment, Ada might answer any call to her by name, and he knew that, close as Sir Hartleton was, the least shrill cry of hers must inevitably reach his ears, when instant discovery and capture would be certain to follow. Drawing then his pistol from his pocket, he felt about for Ada. "Ada, Ada," he said in the faintest whisper. "Here," said Ada. "Hush," said Gray as he grasped her arm. "Speak above the tone I use, and you seal your own destruction." He placed, as he spoke, the cold muzzle of a pistol against her forehead. Ada shuddered as she said, "What is that?" "A pistol? Make the least noise, raise the faintest cry, and I will pull the trigger. You will be a mangled corpse in a moment. Hush, hush, hush." A voice now reached the ears of Ada, and thrilled through the very heart of Jacob Gray. It was the voice of Sir Francis Hartleton, which, now that he raised it to a high key, was quite audible to Ada, while before, from the low position she occupied at the bottom of the vault, she had only heard a confused murmuring of voices without being able to detect what was said. "Ada!" cried the magistrate. "Ada!" The girl clasped her hands, and an answering cry was on her lips, but the cold barrel of the pistol pressed heavily and painfully against her brow, and Gray, with his lips close to her ear, said, "Hush, hush," prolonging the sound till it resembled the hissing of some loathsome snake. "Ada!" again cried Sir Francis. "Ada! If you are concealed within, hearing of my voice, be assured it is a friend who addresses you." A low, gasping sob burst from Ada, and Gray again hissed in her ear. "A word, and you die. You are a corpse if you speak, and all hope of seeing Albert Satan in this world will be past." "Ada!" again cried Sir Francis. "Speak if you be here. A friend addresses you. I am Sir Francis Hartleton, the magistrate." Ada made a slight movement, and Gray pressed her quite back with the violence with which he held the pistol against her temple. There was a dead silence now. Sir Francis said no more. Ada's hope was past. Still, however, Gray stood close to her with the pistol, and as the murderer and the innocent Ada remained thus strangely situated, It would have been difficult to say which suffered the most mental agony of the two. Ada to know that relief had been so near without the power to grasp at it, or Gray to know that one word from her would have consigned him to a prison, from whence he would never have emerged but to ascend the scaffold to die a death of ignominy and shame. Chapter 55. The Lonely Watcher. Gray's cunning, the cupboard on the stairs. Notwithstanding the search which Sir Francis Hartleton had made, a search that satisfied him that Ada had been removed from Forrest's house by the cunning of Gray, he could not divest himself of the idea that one or both might return to the old mansion, if for no other purpose than to remove some of the articles, which in the course of his researches he had found in various closets and cupboards, into which they had been hastily thrust by Jacob Gray. In case such a thing should be, after some consideration, he resolved to have one of his men there for several days, and he accordingly turned to him who had been guarding the door and said, "Elias, you must remain here for a few days." "Here, Sir Francis?" "In this old house, your worship." "Yes, here in this old house, Elias. You are strong, fearless, and well armed. Arrest anyone who comes here." "Yes," said Elias, looking about him, not over well pleased with his commission, as it did not promise much comfort or sprightly company, two things that Elias was rather partial to. "I expect a thin, sallow man," continued Sir Francis, "to come here of a pale and anxious cast of countenance. Arrest him by all means." "Yes, your worship." "And should a young girl come with him, or by herself, mind, Elias, she is a lady, and take care you treat her respectfully." "A lady," ejaculated Elias with astonishment. "Your worship, is she a real lady, or like Moll Flatterty?" "Pshaw," cried Sir Francis. "Treat her, I say, with respect, and bring her to me." "Oh, bring her to your worship, oh. Now you have your instructions." "It's warm, so you can do without a fire and its light, and smoke would scare away the people I wish to come. When you sleep, Elias, shut your door lightly, so that you may hear if anyone comes. Upon consideration, however, you had better sit up all night and sleep a little in the daytime, for those that I seek are not likely to venture across the fields, lest they should be seen." "Your worship's unkimmen considerate and very kind," muttered Elias. "You have your lantern, Elias." "Yes, your worship, and lots of little wax ends put in it." "Very well. Now, good day. Keep a good watch, Elias, and, do you hear? There's £50 reward for either the man or the girl." "50? "Yes, from me, so you know you are sure of it if you earn it." "Oh," cried Elias, looking round him with a very different expression upon the old house. "It's a very comfortable place indeed, your worship." "By the by," said Sir Francis, "I forgot one thing. The girl may come in boy's clothing." "Oh, the dear," said Elias. "So, if what you think a boy comes, you may assume that that's the girl." "The pretty cretur," exclaimed Elias. £50, bless her." The magistrate then reflected a moment, and not recollecting anything else that it was necessary to impress upon the sensitive mind of Elias, he was turning away from the door, when that gentleman himself suddenly thought of something of the very greatest importance in his eyes. "Your worship," he said, my victuals, your worship." "What?" said Sir Francis. "Am I to be starved, your worship? How am I to get my victuals?" Sir Francis smiled as he replied, "I should not have forgotten you. You must do the best you can till sunset, when I will send Steffi to you with plenty to last you." "Well," exclaimed Elias, "it is a mercy that I tucked in a tolerable breakfast." Sir Francis now left the house with his other companions, and Elias, who was remarkable for his size and great personal strength, closed the door, and began to bethink how he should amuse the leisure hours until sunset, when the welcome provisions should arrive. After which time he did not contemplate that the time would hang at all heavily upon his hands. In the meanwhile, Jacob Gray remained in the vault, threatening Ada, until he thought all danger must be past, from the extreme quiet that reigned in the house. Not the most distant notion of Sir Francis Hartleton's leaving anyone behind him to keep watch in the lonely mansion occurred to Jacob Gray, and after half an hour, as he guessed, had very nearly passed away, he began to breathe a little more freely, and to congratulate himself that for that time at least the danger had blown over his head. During that half hour, he made a determination to leave the house, and for the short time now that he would stay in England, for he was thoroughly scared and resolved to be off very soon. He would take some lodging for himself and Ada, at the same time binding her by a solemn promise, as before, not to leave him, which promise he would now render less irksome to her, by representing that in a short time she should be quite free to act as she pleased, as well as knowing everything that might concern her or her future fortunes. With this idea, and believing the danger past, he spoke in a more unembarrassed tone to Ada. "Ada," he said, "be not deceived. The voice you heard calling upon you was not that of Sir Francis Hartleton. That name was assumed merely to deceive you to your destruction. You, as well as I, have escaped a great danger, so great a danger that I shall hasten my departure from England, and you may rest assured now that within 1 month of time you will be rich and free." "Indeed," said Ada incredulously. "You may believe me," said Gray. "On my faith, what I say is true. 'Tis hard to believe him who would murder one moment and promise wealth and freedom the next. I was forced to threaten your life, Ada, for my own, as I tell you, hung upon a thread. You will not repent this day's proceedings when you are happy with him you love and surrounded by luxury." Ada started, and had there been light enough in that dismal place, Gray would have seen the mantling flash of color that visited the cheek of the persecuted girl, as the words he spoke conjured up a dream of happiness to her imagination, that she felt would indeed pay her for all she had suffered, aye, were it 10 times more. She did not speak, for she would not let Jacob Gray guess, from the agitation of her voice, the effect that his words had produced, and after a pause he said to her, "Remain here while I go into the house and see that all is safe. They must be gone by this time. Jacob Gray has foiled them once again, but he will not incur the danger a 3rd time, I assure you. Ada, as I live and breathe, your thraldom cannot last another month." He ascended the ladder as he spoke, and after listening attentively and hearing nothing, he slid open the panel and looked into the room. All was still, and the glorious bright sunshine was streaming in upon the dingy walls and blackened floor. Again Gray listened. All was still, and he got through the opening with a lurking smile of gratified cunning upon his face. He, however, could not forget his habitual caution, and it was with a slinking, cat-like movement that he walked along the floor of the room. He intended to walk through the entire house, to see if his unwelcome visitors had left behind them any traces of their presence. Opening the door of the room very carefully, he began to descend the stairs. He muttered to himself as he went, "'Twas an hour of great danger. I have been saved by what good and pious people would call a miracle, had it happened to them, but I suppose it's merely an accident in Jacob Gray's case. Well, well, be it so. Accident or miracle, 'tis all the same to me, and I am not sorry, too, to leave this old house. It has grown hateful and loathsome to me. I would not pass such another night in it as I have passed for much money. No, no, it would indeed require a heap of gold to tempt me." Now he reached the door of a large cupboard on the staircase, which was wide open, as Sir Francis and his men had left it in the course of their search. "So," sneered Gray, "they have looked for me in the cupboards, have they? Well, the keener the search has been, the better. It is less likely to be renewed, far less likely. I wish I could think of any plan of vengeance upon this magistrate, for the misery he has caused me. Oh, if I could inflict upon him but 1/10 of the agony he has made me suffer within the last hour, I should be much rejoiced. Curses on him and his efficiency as a magistrate, a meddling, cursed fiend he is to me. I must think, Master Hartleton, some little plan of revenge upon you may suggest itself to me by and by." Jacob Gray rubbed his hands together and gave a sickly smile as he said this. He was about the middle of the staircase, and it was fortunate for him he had his hands on the banisters, or in the intense horror and surprise that suddenly overcame him, he might have fallen down the remaining portion of the crazy stairs. He heard a door open, leading into the passage from one of the lower rooms, and a heavy, careless step rapidly approached the staircase, while a common street melody whistled with a shrillness and distinctness that was more horrible to Jacob Gray than would have been the trumpet of the angel at the day of judgment, fell upon his ears. Jacob Gray gave himself up for lost. The blood rushed to his heart with frightful violence, and he thought he should have fainted. How he accomplished the feat he afterwards knew not, but he stepped back. 2 paces brought him to the cupboard. It seemed like the door of heaven opened to him. He doubled himself up under a large shelf that went across the middle of it, and clutching the door by a small rim of the paneling, he drew it close. Mr. Elias, with his hands in his pockets, and whistling the before-mentioned popular melody, passed on up the staircase, leaving Jacob Gray almost distilled to a jelly with fear. Then, when he had passed, Gray thought at first that his best plan would be to rush down the stairs, open the outer door, and make a rush across the fields, leaving Ada to her destiny. But this was hazardous. He would be seen, hunted like a wild beast, and taken? No. That was too bold a step for Jacob Gray. He listened with heart and soul to the footsteps that sounded so awful in his ears, and the question arose in his mind of, should the man, whoever he was, enter the room where he, Jacob Gray, had just left so heedlessly as he now thought with the panel open, or would he pass on? That was a fearful question. He thought he heard him pause once, and his heart sunk within him. No, he passed on. He was ascending the 2nd flight of stairs leading to the 2nd story. Chapter 56. The Death of the Elder Satan. Albert's Grief, the Prophecy. It is necessary now that we should, although unwillingly, leave the fortunes of the beautiful and persecuted Ada to proceed by themselves for a short space, while we acquaint the reader with what the other important personages in our story have been and are about. First, we will turn to Albert Satan, who, with his father, returned from the office of Sir Francis Hartleton, rather dispirited than otherwise at the result of the interview with him. It was in vain that Albert reasoned with himself on the folly of his having had any immediate expectations of news of Ada through the interposition of the magistrate. He did feel depressed and disappointed, and the words indicative of the difficulty that enveloped the business which Sir Francis Hartleton had used made a far greater impression upon the mind of Albert than anything else that had transpired at the interview. Had Sir Francis Hartleton not been a magistrate, but a mere private gentleman, knowing what he did, and suspecting what he did, in all probability the interview with the Satans would have been more satisfactory to them and more productive of beneficial results to Ada. But as it was, Sir Francis felt that, in his official capacity, he could not be too cautious as to what he said, or what opinion he suggested in any criminal undertaking. Thus he did not, and so far he was quite correct, feel himself justified in mentioning the name of Learmont, unless the Satans had heard it previously, in connection with any of the mysterious circumstances surrounding Ada. As yet all was mere suspicion, and there was no direct evidence on which to found an open accusation against the acts of Squire Learmont. For although he, Sir Francis, by putting together all the circumstances in his own mind, felt morally convinced that there had been some great crime committed, in which Learmont, Britton the Smith, the man Gray, and possibly others were implicated, still the evidence of that crime were to be sought, and it would have been highly inconsistent with him, Sir Francis, as a magistrate, to have brought a loose and unsubstantiated charge against anyone, much less a man with whom it could be easily proved he had previously quarreled, and who might, by the very indiscretion of making an improper charge against, be so far put upon his caution as to succeed in effectually destroying all evidence that could ever militate against him. Taking, therefore, this view of the case, and being satisfied that the Satans had communicated to him all they knew, and having their promise to bring him any fresh information they might become possessed of, he resolved to prosecute the matter quietly and cautiously until, by getting some of the parties in his hands, he would be able to put together something distinct in the shape of a charge against Learmont, or ascertain his innocence. The magistrate had seen much of human nature, and he very soon came to the conclusion, in his own mind, that brave, ardent, and enthusiastic as Albert Satan was, he would be very far from an efficient assistant in a matter that required the utmost coolness, caution, and finesse. Thus it was that he acted entirely independent of Albert, and said as little to him as he could upon the subject, at the same time that he, Sir Francis Hartleton, would not have lost a moment in communicating with Albert, had any discovery really taken place at the old house at Battersea. While all this was going on, Albert Satan pursued his inquiries, although with a languid spirit, for there was no place he had not already several times visited. Twice or thrice he had actually looked at the house in which Ada was a prisoner, and once he thought of crossing the fields from curiosity to visit it, but was told that it was in ruins and in fact dangerous to approach, as it was expected to fall to the ground very shortly. And considering it as a most unlikely place to search in, standing as it did so very much exposed to observation in its situation, he abandoned the notion of crossing the marshy fields to the old ruin. Pale and languid, he would return to his father in the evening, and it was some time before he noticed that there were perceptible signs of rapid decay creeping over the only earthly tie he had, save Ada. In truth, Mr. Satan was near that bourne from whence no traveler returns, and in the midst of his other griefs, the absorbing one sprang up, of the loss of his father. Every other consideration was now abandoned by Albert in his anxious solicitude for his father's health. It seemed, however, that a rapid decay of nature was taking place, and in less than 3 days Mr. Satan lay at the point of death. Medical advice was of no avail. The physician who was called in declared that neither he nor any of his brethren could do anything in the case. There was no disease to grapple with. It seemed as if nature had said, "The time of dissolution has come, and it may not be averted." It was early dawn, and the stillness that reigned throughout London had something awful and yet sublime in it, when Albert, who had been watching by the bedside of his father, was roused from a slight slumber into which, from pure exhaustion, he had sunk by the low, faint voice of his dying parent feebly pronouncing his name. "Albert, Albert," he said. Albert started and replied to his father, "Yes, father, I am here." "You are here, my boy, and you will remain here many years. Here in this world, I mean, which I hope may teem with happiness to you, but I am on my last journey, Albert. I shall not see another day." "Father, say not so," replied Albert, endeavoring to assume a tone of cheerfulness that was foreign to his feelings. "Say not so. We may yet be together many years. Albert, do not try to delude me and yourself with false hopes. Listen to what I shall say to you now." "I will, father." "They are my last words, Albert, and it is said that when the spirit is about to quit its earthly tenement, and is hovering, as it were, upon the confines of eternity, it is permitted to see things that in its grosser state were far above its ken, and even to obtain some dim glimpse of the future, so that it may to the ear of those it loves hazard guesses of that which is to come." Albert listened with eager attention to his father's words, and it seemed to him as if there were something of heavenly inspiration in his tones. After a pause, Mr. Satan continued, "Albert, for 2 days now I have known no peace on your account." "On my account, father?" "Yes, Albert. By my death, the pension which my just claims have wrung from the government, for which I suffered so much, ceases, and you know I have not enjoyed it long enough to leave any sum that will do more than supply your immediate exigencies." "Think not of me now, father," said Albert. "Dismiss all uneasiness from your mind on my account. I am young, and can labor for my bread as well as what, my boy? As my griefs will let me, father. Listen to me, Albert. I say I have suffered much on your account, because the thought haunted me that I was leaving you to struggle unaided in a cold, selfish, and too frequently wicked world. But now that feeling, by some mysterious means, has left me. Indeed, father. Yes, a kind of confidence, surely from heaven, has crept over my heart concerning you, and, without knowing how or why, I seem to have a deep and thorough conviction that you will be happy and prosperous." "Father," said Albert, "for your sake do I rejoice in your words, not for my own. If you must be taken by God from me, let me see you thus even to the last, free from care and that cankering anxiety which has now for some time afflicted you." "Yes, I am comparatively happy," said Mr. Satan. "You will wed her whom you love, and there shall not be a cloud in the sky of your prosperity and happiness. All shall be achieved by heaven in its own good time." "Father, your words sink deep into my heart," cried Albert. "They come to me as if from the lips of the Eternal One himself." I would fain have lingered with you, my boy, yet a while, even until I could have seen and rejoiced in all this that I now foretell to you. But it may not be, it may not be. Oh, yes, there is still hope. No, no, my mortal race is nearly run. Albert wept. Nay, Albert, do not weep. Said his father, we and all we love, all who have loved us, will meet again. 'Tis a dear hope, said Albert, endeavoring to control his tears. And now, my dear boy, when you do see this young and innocent girl, this Ada whom you love, tell her I send her my blessing and beg her to accept it as she would a father's. You will tell her, Albert? Tell her, father? Oh, yes. Your words will be precious to her, father. I know her gentle nature well, continued Mr. Satan. Cherish her, Albert, for she is one of those rare creatures sent among us by God to purify and chasten the bad passions of men. Cherish her as a dear gift from heaven to you. As heaven is my hope, I will, said Albert. I will live but for her. 'Tis well, 'tis well. I would have joyed to see her, but no matter. The spirit may be allowed to look with purer eyes upon those it loved on earth than it could through its earthly organs. Your love, Father, will cling forever round us, and we will rejoice in the fond belief that we are seen by you from above. Albert's voice became choked with tears, and he sobbed bitterly. Nay, now, Albert, said his father, this is not as it should be. We were talking cheerfully. Do not weep. Death is not a misfortune. 'Tis only a great change. We leave a restless, painful scene for the calm repose of everlasting peace and joy. Our greatest thrill of happiness in this life is like a stagnant pool to the ocean in comparison with the eternal joy that is to come. Do not, therefore, weep for me, Albert, but do your duty while you remain here behind me, so that we may meet again where we shall meet never to part without the shadow of a pang. Father, your words are holy and full of hope. They will ever be engraven on my heart. Mr. Satan was now silent for many minutes, and Albert, by the rapidly increasing light of the coming day, watched with painful interest the great change that was passing over his countenance. Father, he murmured. Yes, Albert, I am here still, was the reply. You are in pain. No, no. Bless you, my boy. Albert sobbed convulsively and took his father's hand in his. And bless you too, Ada, added Mr. Satan after a pause. Then he seemed to imagine she was present, for he said, You love my boy, Ada? Blessings on you. You are very beautiful. Ada, but your heart is the most lovely, so you love my boy. Take an old man's dying blessing, my girl. Albert was deeply affected by these words, and in vain he endeavored to stifle his sobs. Albert, said his father suddenly. Yes, father, I am here, he replied. Do you recollect your mother, my dear boy? But dimly, father. She is beckoning me now. Farewell. Bless you, Albert, Ada. There was one long-drawn sigh, and the kind-hearted, noble Mr. Satan was with his God. It was some moments before Albert could bring himself to believe that his father was no more. And then, with a frantic burst of grief, he called around him the persons of the house, who with gentle violence took him from the chamber of death, and strove to soothe his deep grief with such topics of consolation as suggested themselves to them. But poor Albert heard nothing of their sympathy. His grief was overwhelming, and it was many hours before his deep agony subsided into tears, and the last words of his father came like balm to his wounded spirit. Then his grief assumed a more calm and melancholy aspect. He shed no more tears, but there was a weight at his heart which even the bright and strangely earnest prophecies of his father, concerning his happiness with Ada, could not remove. Time alone, in such cases, heals the deep and agonizing grief which ensues in a fond and truthful heart, after such a disseverment of a tie which, while it exists, we cannot imagine can ever be broken. Chapter 57. The Smith at Learmont House. The breakfast. The threat and its results. The caution. While these events were taking place, Learmont was ill at ease in his stately halls. Well he knew that the visitation of the smith at so inopportune an hour at his fete would be related throughout that circle of nobility and power into which it was the grand end and aim of his life to force himself. And it added one more damning argument to those already rapidly accumulating in his mind towards the conviction that after all he had made a grand mistake in life, and mistaken the road to happiness. At the same time, however, He felt that having chosen the path of guilt he had, there was for him no retreat, and with a dogged perseverance compounded of mortified ambition, he continued his career of guilt. Take the life of Britain he dared not, although he lay such an inanimate, helpless mass in his power. And it was not the least of Learmont's annoyances that he was compelled to see to the personal safety of the drunken brute, who had produced confusion and derangement among his most ambitious schemes. It was many hours before Britain slept off the intoxication under the influence of which he had acted in the manner described in the ballroom, and when he did recover and open his heavy eyes, it was with no small degree of surprise that he found himself in the same dark room into which the squire had thrown him to sleep off his debauch. His first thought was that he was in prison, and he rose to his feet with bitter imprecations and awful curses upon the head of Learmont and Gray, whom he supposed must have betrayed him in some way. A second thought, however, dispelled this delusion. "No, no, D-N them. No," he cried. "They dare not. Well, they know they dare not. I have them safe. My evidence would destroy them, while it would not place me in a worse position. Where the devil am I?" The room was very dark, the only light coming from a small pane of glass at the top of the door. Britain, however, was not exactly the kind of person to waste much time in idle conjecture or imaginative theories as to where he was. But, ascertaining that the door was locked, he placed his shoulder against it, and with one heave of his bulky form, forced it from its hinges. A loud cry arrested the smith's attention as he accomplished this feat, and, to his great amusement, he saw lying amid the confusion of a tray, glasses, and decanters, a man who happened to have been passing at the moment, and, alarmed at the sudden and violent appearance of the smith, had fallen down with what he was so carefully carrying. This was a piece of sport quite in Britain's way, one of those practical jests that he perfectly understood and appreciated in order, however, to add zest to it. He gave the astonished man a hearty kick, which induced him to spring to his feet and make off with frantic speed, shouting "Murder! Murder!" at the top of his lungs. Britain immediately turned his attention to one decanter which, in a most miraculous and extraordinary manner, preserved its position of perpendicularity amidst the universal wreck of every other article. He seized it instantly as a lawful prize, and plunging the neck of it into his capacious mouth, he withdrew it not again until it presented an appearance of perfect vacuity, and the bottle of wine which it had contained was transferred into his interior man. "That's good," gasped Britain when he had finished his draught. "I was thirsty. Upon my life, that's good. Curse the awkward fellow. He has broken the other. I wonder how the D.L. I came by G.D. This is the squire's. Now I look about me. I must have been drunk. What the deuce has happened? My head is all of a twirl. Let me think. Humph. The checkers D.N. it. I can't recollect anything but the checkers." Britain's cogitations were here interrupted by the appearance of Learmont with a dark scowl on his brow that would have alarmed anyone but the iron-nerved and audacious Britain. "Well, squire," he said, "I suppose I'd a dropped too much, and you took care of me, eh? Is that it?" "Follow me," said Learmont, bringing out the two words through his clenched teeth and making a great effort to preserve himself from bursting out into a torrent of invective. "Follow you," exclaimed Britain. "Well, I have no objection. I'll follow you. Our business is always quite private and confidential." He followed the rapid strides of Learmont along a long gallery, during the progress of which they encountered a servant, when Britain immediately paused, and roared out in a voice that made the man stand like one possessed, "Hark ye, knave! You in the tawny coat, turned up with white, bring breakfast for two directly." "Andrew Britain," cried Learmont, turning full upon the smith, flashing with resentment. "Squire Learmont," replied Britain, facing him with an air of insolence and bloated assurance. There was a pause for a moment, and then Learmont added, You are still drunk." "No, I am hungry. A drunken man never orders victuals, squire." "I have breakfasted," said Learmont. "Very like, but you don't fancy I meant any of it for you. Curse me. I always make a point of ordering breakfast for two, now that I am a gentleman and can afford it. I'm sure to have nearly enough then. Breakfast for two, I say. You can get it ready while your master and I settle some little affairs connected with the old smithy. Do you hear?" What are you staring at? The servant looked at Learmont evidently for orders, and the squire, almost inarticulate with rage, said, "Go, go, you may get him breakfast." "Ah, to be sure," said Britain. "Of course you may. I'm a particular friend of your master's. And mind you are more respectful another time, you beast, and use polite language, and be D to you, you thief." The amazed domestic hastened away, for he shrewdly guessed that, if he delayed much longer, he might be favored by some practical display of the excessive freedom which the messenger from the old smithy evidently could take with the proud, haughty Learmont, and everything that was his, or in any way connected with him. A freedom which puzzled and amazed the whole household, and formed the theme of such endless gossiping in the servants' hall, that without it, it would seem impossible they could found any materials for consideration, conjecture, and endless surmise. Learmont now stalked on, followed by Britain, until he reached the small private room in which the conferences with both Gray and the smith were usually held. The squire then closed the door, and turning to Britain with a face convulsed with passion, he said, "Scoundrel, are you not afraid to tamper with me in this manner? Drive me too far by your disgusting conduct and insolent, vulgar familiarities, and I would hang you, though I had to fly from England forever before I denounced you. Nay, hear me out, and let my words sink deep into your brain if it be capable of receiving and recording them. If you dare to thrall me by untimely visits, I will, though it cost me thousands, lay such a plot for your destruction, that your life shall not only be forfeited, but I will take care to associate your name with such infamy, that no confession nor statement of yours would be received with a moment's credence. You earn from me the wages of crime, deep crime, and you know it. But were those wages millions, and were those crimes of 10 times blacker hue than they are, you have no right, nor shall you be a torment to me. I am your master, and I will make you know it, or rue the fearful consequence." Learmont paused and regarded the smith with an air of haughty defiance. "Oh," said Britain, "so you've had your say, Squire Learmont. You threaten to hang me, do you? Ho, ho, ho. The same length of cord that hangs me will make a noose for your own neck. You will lay a plot to destroy me, will beware, Squire Learmont? I have laid a mine for you, a mine that will blow you to H.L.L. when I choose to fire the train. I don't want to quarrel with you. I've done a black job or two for you, and you don't much like paying for them. But then you know you must, and there's an end to that. Now for the familiarity business. I give in a little there, Squire D. Me. Justice is justice. Give every dog his day. I have been cursedly drunk, I suppose, and made an ass of myself. I came here, though, now I recollect, with a good motive. It was to warn you. But mind you, Squire, don't call me any ugly names again. I won't stand them. Be civil and growl as much as you like, curse you. Be genteel and don't provoke me. Solemnly promise me that you will only come here at stated times from visit to be arranged," said Learmont, "and I am willing to forget the past." "Well, that's fair," cried Britain. "When I've had a drop, I'm a little wild or so, D.N. it. I always was. You consent?" "I do. Now give me my fee." "Your fee?" "Yes, £10. Learmont took out the sum required from his purse and handed it to Britain, saying as he did so, "And when shall I be honored again with your next visit?" "What's today, Squire?" "Thursday." "Then I'll see you on Saturday morning. If I've been sober on Friday night, we'll say 11 o'clock. If drunk, make it 2 or 3. A low tap at the door now announced someone, and Learmont went to see who it was. The breakfast for 2, Your Honor, is laid in the south parlor," stammered a servant with a frightened aspect. "Oh, it is it?" said Britain. "Then you may eat it yourself, for I ain't going to stay to breakfast with his worship." "Yes, yes," said the servant, disappearing. "There now," cried Britain, "ain't I respectful? You see I ain't going to touch your breakfast. I dare say I shall get a D sight better one at the Checkers." "Ha, ha, ha, I'm a king, then. Who'd have thought of that, King Britain, the jolly smith of Learmont?" "You said you came to warn me of somebody or something," suggested Learmont. "So I did," replied the smith. "That cursed Hartleton has got some crotchet or another in his head, you may depend. He came in disguise to the Checkers to watch me. Beware of him, Squire. If I catch him prying into my affairs and listening to what I say over my glass, I'll meet him alone some dark evening, and there will be a vacancy in the magistracy. Perhaps, squire, you could step into his shoes. That would be glorious. I'd have a row every night, and you could smother it up in the morning, besides paying all the expenses. Good morning to you, squire. Take care of yourself. Chapter 58, The Escape, A Song of the Times. It was several minutes after Gray felt perfectly assured that the man, whoever he was, that had passed whistling by the cupboard door, had gone up to the highest story of the house before he could summon courage to leave his temporary hiding place. The urgent necessity, however, of doing so while there was an opportunity came so forcibly upon his terror-stricken mind, that although he trembled so excessively as to be forced to cling to the banisters for support, he crawled from the place of shelter which had presented itself so providentially to him in such a moment of extremity, and treading as lightly as he could, while his whole frame was nearly paralyzed by fear, he succeeded in reaching the room from which opened the small aperture to the vault, where Ada awaited his coming. Jacob Gray's mind at this moment embraced but one idea, indulged in but one hope, and that was to reach the vault in safety, and close the opening in the wall which had already escaped the scrutiny of Sir Frederick Hartleton. The extreme caution that he thought himself compelled to use in his movements made him slow in attaining his object, and each moment appeared an age of anxiety and awful suffering. Now he mounted the chair, and as he did so he heard, or fancied he heard, the descending footsteps of the stranger as he came from the upper story. Jacob Gray then trembled so excessively that he could scarcely contrive to put himself through the small paneled opening, and when he did, his anxiety was so great and his nervousness so intense that it was several moments before he could place his foot securely upon one of the rounds of the ladder. The shrill whistle of the man now sounded awfully distinct in his ears, and he fancied that he must have closed the panel scarcely an instant before the stranger entered the apartment. Then Jacob Gray laid his ear flatly against the wainscot to listen if more than one person was in the room, and gather from any conversation they might indulge in what were their objects and expectations in remaining so long in the ancient and dilapidated house. For some minutes the whistling continued, for that was an innocent amusement that Mr. Elias was fortunately partial to, and one to which he invariably resorted when anything of a disagreeable character absorbed his mind. And as now he could not withdraw his thoughts from the fact that he must fast until sunset, he whistled with an energy and a desperation proportioned to the exigency of the case. At length, however, from want of breath, or that he had gone through every tune he was acquainted with 3 times, he paused in his whistling and uttered the simple and energetic apostrophe of, "Well, I'm D.D." This did not convey a great deal of information to Jacob Gray, and he waited very anxiously to hear what further remarks concerning his thoughts and objects in this world might fall from the speaker who had so cavalierly and off-handedly settled his destination in the next. Nor was he disappointed, for Mr. Elias, having no one to talk to, addressed himself in the following strains. "Well, here's a precious old crib to be shut up in. Upon my soul, it's too bad of the governor. And no dinner, not a drop of nothing, no how whatsoever. How would he like it, I wonder? Why, not at all, to be sure. The £50 is something, but it's all moonshine if the fellow don't come, or that air gal as he talks on, as may make her blessed appearance in a masculine sort of way. Well, I only hope she may, that's all. Won't I give that Steffi a precious knob on his cocoa-nut, if he makes it very late afore he comes? Curse this place, it's as dull as a sermon, and about as pleasant and lively-looking as mud in a wine-glass. I don't like these kind of goes at all. Give me fun and a hunt after such a rollicking, slashing blade as Jack Sheppard. Ah, he's the fellow for my money. I love that blade. He's got a voice, too, like a flock o' nightingales that he has. Shall I ever hear him sing that song again as I learnt of him by listening to him in quad, and all the while as I was taken up with the tune, he was a-filing away at his darbies, bless him? Oh, he's a rum un." Elias then delighted himself and astonished Jacob Gray by singing the following song, which was in great vogue at the time. "What nights like the night of the road? What nights like the night of the road? Who lives so well as he? The proudest duke don't lead a life so brave and free. Hey-ho! How the maidens sigh as he dashes proudly by. And there's not a gentle heart of all, let weal or woe betide, that would not leap with dear delight to be his happy bride. The day goes down on Hounslow Heath, the night wind sighs amain, hurrah! Hurrah for the road, for now begins his reign. Hey-ho! How the ladies cry as they see his flashing eye. And there's not a pair of cherry lips of high or low degree would scorn a kiss from the knight of the road, who's welcome as he's free. As Mr. Elias, between the stanzas of his song, whistled an accompaniment, in which there were a great number of shakes, trills, and what musicians call variations, which mean something which is not at all connected with the tune. The whole affair took some considerable time in execution. And Jacob Gray stood upon the ladder in a perfect agony of annoyance until it was over. "Bravo!" cried Elias when he had completed the last few notes of his whistling accompaniment. "Bravo! Encore! Bravo! Well, I do hate these long summer days, to be sure. Why, it will be 8:30 if it's a bit before Steffi comes. There's an infliction. I wish this cursed fellow, or the gal, or both of them, would just trot over the fields and save me any further waiting. Let me see." A thin, pale covey, the governor said, with a nervous sort of look. "Very good, I shall know him. Just let him show his physiognomy here, and I'll pop the darbies on him before he can say jack to leave alone the Robinson. Well, I'll take another walk through the old den. They say there's been a murder here. I wonder if the fellow got much swag. I never heard o' any gentleman being hung for a murder here. I suppose as that affair never put £40 into a runner's pocket. Some fellows is such beasts when they does slap-up murders. They commit suicide and so cheat somebody of the blood money. Curse 'em." Having uttered this sentiment, Mr. Elias struck up an intense whistle and walked from the room. Jacob Gray could hear him descend the stairs, and the whistle gradually died away in the distance, until it sounded only faintly upon his ears, convincing him that the stranger had gone into some of the rooms on the ground floor. Jacob Gray now slowly descended the ladder and pronounced the name of Ada in a low, anxious tone. "I am here," she replied. "Ada, our situation is now perilous and awkward in the extreme. The persons who were here have left one of their number behind them." "Indeed." "Yes, they suspect I may return to this house." "Are we then to starve here?" said Ada. "Starved?" echoed Gray. "I did not think of that. God of heaven! What shall we do?" "Jacob Gray," said Ada, "you are caught in your own snare. This place which you imagine to be one of safety has now become your prison. Remain here, if you please. I have no such urgent reasons as you may have. If he whom you tell me is keeping guard in the house be an enemy to me as well as to you, I will rather trust to his mercy than abide here the horrors of famine. Such a death would be dreadful. Jacob Gray, I will not remain here. You will not. I will not. I am armed, Ada. You forget that I can force your obedience by the fear of death." "You can murder me," replied Ada, "but I cannot perceive that it is your interest to do so." "Why not? Let me go freely, and I promise not to disclose the secret of your place of concealment. He who is waiting, if he be an enemy to me as well as to you, may be satisfied with my capture, or perchance my death, and leave you undisturbed to pursue your own course. If he prove a friend to me, which from my heart, Jacob Gray, I verily believe, for the voice I heard address me by name carried in its tones truth and sincerity, then you will have less to fear, for I here promise not to betray you." Gray was silent for several moments after Ada had spoken. Then, bending down his mouth close to her ear, he said in a low, agitated voice, "Ada, there is another resource." "Indeed?" "Yes, but one man keeps guard above. I understand you. You will risk a contest with him." "No, no, no." "What mean you then, Jacob Gray?" "To kill him." "But should he prove the stronger or the bolder, which he may well be, Jacob Gray, you might be worsted in the encounter." "It shall not be an encounter," said Gray. "You speak in riddles. Listen to me. He is walking uneasily from room to room of the house. He does not suspect anyone to be concealed here. That much I can gather from his talk. At sunset I will creep forth and, hiding somewhere in perfect security, watch my opportunity and shoot him dead." "What?" cried Ada indignantly. "Murder him." I only act in self-defense. I cannot help it. He would murder me. Hush, hush. Do not speak so loud. You are incautious, Ada. Hush, hush. Chapter 59. The projected murder, the alarm, the death shot, Ada's anguish and indignation. Ada was so much shocked at the proposal of Jacob Gray to commit a deliberate and cold-blooded murder that now for several minutes she remained perfectly silent, a silence which Gray construed into passive acquiescence in his proposition. "You see, Ada," he continued, "we have no other hope. As you say, we cannot starve here. The blood of this man be upon his own head. I do not want his life, Ada, but I must preserve myself and you. You must see all this in its proper light, Ada. You do not speak." "Hear me then speak now," said Ada. "In all your knowledge of me, Jacob Gray, what have you found upon which to ground a moment's thought that I could be as wicked as yourself? Captivity may present horrors to you, from which you would free yourself, even at the fearful price of murder. It may be that this awful deed you contemplate would, if executed, add but another item to a fearful record of crime. But, God of heaven, what should make me so wicked? Wherefore should I connive at a deed prescribed alike by God and man? Jacob Gray, I am weak and you are strong. I am defenseless and you armed. But as there is a heaven above us, I will dare all, risk all to prevent this contemplated murder." "You are wild, mad," said Gray in a low tone which, from its bitterness, was evidently one of intense rage likewise. "The fear of death has hitherto acted upon your mind. Let it so act still." "It was a sufficient motive," replied Ada, "when I personally was concerned and had to choose between captivity with hope and death which would extinguish all but heaven's mercy hereafter. But now, Jacob Gray, I will not purchase life for myself at the price of death to a fellow creature." "You will not?" "No, I will not. Not if he whose life you seek were the veriest wretch on earth. Were he even such as you are, Jacob Gray, I would leave him to his God." "You rave, girl, you rave." "No, I do not rave. 'Tis you that with a hollow, hideous sophistry delude yourself." "Your consent or non-consent is of little moment," said Gray. "I hold both your life and his in my hands." "Then you shall take mine first, for I am sickened at such villainy, and would rather be its victim than its spectator. From this moment, Jacob Gray, no bond, no promise binds me to you. Take but one decisive step to commit the murder you contemplate, and this place shall echo with my cries." Gray was evidently unprepared for the dilemma into which he had now brought himself, and he knew not what to say for some moments, during which he glared upon Ada with a fiendish expression of his eyes, which she could just discern in the dim light of the cellar. That was more worthy of some malignant demon than anything human. "You ask me to sacrifice myself?" he at length said. "No, I ask no such thing," replied Ada. "Allow me to ascend from this place and see the man you say waits above. Friend or foe, I will risk the encounter, and I will not betray you." "No, no," said Gray. Not yet, Ada, I cannot part with you yet. Moreover, there would still be danger, great danger. I cannot do as you wish. Then you shall incur a greater risk or commit 2 murders." "Hush, hush," said Gray. "You speak too loud. Let me think again. I will spare him if I can." Jacob Gray remained in deep thought for about 10 minutes. Then, as he came to some conclusion satisfactory to him, a dark and singular contortion of the features crossed his face, and his hand was thrust into the breast of his clothing, where he had a loaded pistol, upon which he well knew he could depend in any sudden emergency. "Ada," he said, "I am resolved." "Resolved on what?" "To take this man's life, who is here for the express purpose of taking mine if he can find the opportunity." "Then I am resolved," said Ada, "to raise a voice of warning to that man, be he whom he may. If this is to be my last hour, heaven receive me." "You shall die," said Gray. Ada sunk on her knees, and covering her face within her hands, she said, "Jacob Gray, if heaven permits you to murder me, I will not shrink." "May God forgive you the awful crime." Gray laughed a bitter, short laugh as he said, "No, Ada, you may live. I do not intend to kill you. Possibly, too, I may spare him who keeps watch above for me. Be patient while I go and reconnoiter." "No, no," cried Ada. "I cannot be patient here. You are going to murder." "Listen to me," said Gray. "There is one more chance. After nightfall, we will endeavor to leave the house. If we succeed in doing so unobstructed, all may be well, but if opposition be offered, I must defend myself. You surely cannot deny me that privilege, Ada? Jacob Gray, you have not the courage to pursue such a plan, said Ada. Girl, are you bent on your own destruction? Cried Gray. No, but I know your nature well. The plan you propose is opposite to your usual manner of acting. A darker scheme possesses you, of which the one you have now proposed is but the cloak. I waste time upon you, said Gray, advancing towards the ladder. He slowly and cautiously ascended, and then paused at the top step. Ada bent all her attention to listen if any sound came from the room above, for she was quite resolved, let the consequences to her be what they might, to raise a cry of alarm should Gray show any decided symptoms of carrying out his project of murdering the man in the house. The few moments that succeeded were intensely agonizing to Ada, and her heart beat painfully and rapidly as she kept her eye intently fixed upon the dusky form of Jacob Gray, as it was dimly discernible at the top of the ladder. This state of suspense did not last long, for in a very few minutes the shrill whistling of Elias awakened the echoes of the old mansion, and it was evident that he was in the room from which the panel conducting to the cellar opened. Ada strained her eyes upwards, but still all was darkness. She knew that if Gray were to remove the panel, ever so slightly she must be aware of it by a ray of light streaming through the aperture. For that ray of light, Ada waited as her signal to raise an alarm, which she was determined to do. Little, however, did Ada suspect that Gray had formed a plan which her very effort to save the man on watch would assist to carry into effect. Such, however, was the fact. Gray fully expected, and was quite prepared for a cry from Ada whenever he should draw aside the panel. The loud whistling of Elias still continued, when suddenly Gray moved the panel just sufficiently to allow Ada to see from below that he had done so. And then, as he had done once before, he slid down the ladder and, as Ada thought, disappeared in the darkness which shrouded the further extremity of the cellar. Had she felt inclined, Ada could not have stopped herself from uttering a cry, and the instant she saw daylight through the panel, her voice rose clear and loud. "Help! Help!" she cried. "Help! Murder? Mr." Elias's whistling immediately ceased, although he was in the middle of a very intricate passage, and he sprung to the opening in the wall. With one effort he tore down the piece of wainscoting and cried in a loud voice, "Helloa." Ada made a rush to the ladder, but an arm suddenly arrested her progress with such violence that she fell to the ground with great force. Ada lay for a moment or two stunned by her fall, and she heard only indistinctly the voice of Elias cry, "Helloa? Below there." "Oh, here's a ladder, is there? Well, that's what I call providential." Elias was upon the ladder and cautiously descending backwards when Ada shrieked, "Beware! Treachery!" Elias paused a moment. Then there was a bright flash, a loud report, and a heavy fall, all of which were succeeded by a silence as awful and profound as that of the grave. Ada rose partially from the floor, and a dreadful consciousness of what had occurred came across her mind. "Jacob Gray," she said, "you are a murderer, a murderer." I was compelled to do the deed," said Gray in a low, hoarse voice. Come away, Ada. Let us fly from hence, come away." "Not with you, man of blood," cried Ada. "God sees this deed. Murderer, I cannot go with you. 'Twas my life or his," said Gray, creeping out from behind the ladder where he had been crouching, and through the spokes of which he had shot Elias as he descended with a certainty of effect. "No, no. Such was not the fact," cried Ada. "I care not," said Gray, throwing off his low, cautious tone and assuming a high, shrill accent of anger. "I care not. Place what construction you will upon me or my actions, you shall come with me now or remain here to starve. Refuse to accompany me, and I will remove the ladder and leave you here with the dead." Ada shuddered. "Whither, oh, whither would you lead me?" she said. "To some other place of refuge for a short time until my purposes are completed. Be quick, girl, do you stay or go?" "It may be death to go," said Ada, "but it is suicide to stay." "You consent?" "I am in the hand of Providence. To it I commit myself. I will follow you." "Quick, quick!" cried Gray, and he ascended the ladder with nervous trepidation, followed slowly by the afflicted and terrified Ada. The evening was fast approaching as they gained the room above, and Jacob Gray, seizing Ada by the wrist, led her to the outer door of the old house in which they had lived so long. He turned upon the threshold and, holding up his hand, cried, "My curse be upon this habitation. Had I the means at hand, yet stay one moment, Ada." He knelt on the step and struck a light with materials he always carried about him. Dragging Ada again into the house, he opened the door of a room on the ground floor on which was a quantity of littered straw and baskets. Throwing the light among the inflammable material, he ground through his set teeth, "Burn, burn, and may not one brick stand upon another of this hateful place." He then dragged Ada from the house and took his course along the fields at a rapid pace. Chapter 60. The Ruin at Night. The Fire. Gray's behavior. A challenge. Old Westminster again. Ada made no remark upon these proceedings of Jacob Gray. She had made up her mind to a particular course of action. She had wound up her feelings and her courage to a certain pitch, and she resolved not to say another word to Jacob Gray until she had an opportunity of acting, as she had now considered it her sacred duty to act. Gray himself seemed suspicious and annoyed at her pertinacious silence, and he addressed her in a fawning, trembling voice, as if he would fain restore her to her usual confidence in addressing him. The calm of Ada's manner alarmed him. He would 10 times rather she had spoken to him in terms of reproach and abhorrence, but now that she said nothing, he trembled for what might be the nature of her thoughts regarding him. "Ada," he said, as he crept along by her side, or rather one pace before her towards the inner side. "Ada, all that I have often pictured to you of riches and honor shall soon be yours. You will enjoy all that your young and ardent imagination can hope for. But there are some few things yet to be done ere I can place you in such a position as would make you the envy of all." These few things, in Jacob Gray's mind, consisted in efficient preparations for his own departure from England, the secreting of his confession, and the extortion of a yet further sum of money from the fears of Learmont. "You do not hear me, Ada," as she made no reply. The young girl shuddered and shrank from him as far as he would permit. "You shrink from me now," said Gray, "and yet I am the only person who can and will place you in a position to enjoy every pleasure, to gratify every taste. Ada, you will be much beholden now to Jacob Gray." Still, Ada would not speak, and they were rapidly nearing some stairs, at which plied wherries between Battersea and Westminster. Gray now looked cautiously around him, and being quite satisfied that no one was within hearing, he stooped his mouth close to Ada's ear, and said, in a voice of suppressed yet violent passion, "Girl, I am a desperate man. Do not tempt me beyond what I can resist to do a deed which I fain would not do. Hear me, Ada, I swear to have your life if you play me false. Be obedient to what I shall command, and all will be well. But have a care, for I am desperate, and you know what I can do." Jacob Gray then walked on in silence until he reached the stalls, at which there was no one but a boy, who immediately cried to him, "Boat, your honor, going across, sir?" "Yes," said Gray. The boy ran into the water to steady the beat while Gray handed in Ada, who submitted passively. Then he stepped on board himself, and the boy, clambering in after him, pushed the boat out into the stream. "Where to, your honor?" said the boy as he settled the sculls in the rowlocks and gave a sweep that turned the boat's head from the shore. "To the stairs at Westminster Bridge," said Gray. The boy nodded, and the boat, under his good management, was soon gliding up the stream in the wished-for direction. The sun was now rapidly sinking, and tall dark shadows lay upon the surface of the Thames, making the waters look as if they were composed of different kinds of fluids of varying colors and densities. Then the last edge of the sun's disk, which had been reposing on the horizon for a moment, suddenly disappeared, and a cold wind on the instant swept across the face of the river, curling it up into small wrinkles and giving a gentle, undulating motion to the boat. Not a word was spoken, and the small wherry might have been occupied by the dead, for all the signs of life or animation given by Gray or Ada. That Gray's thoughts partook of the apprehensive might have been guessed by the nervous manner in which he clutched the side of the boat, and the distracted movement of the fingers of his other hand with which he held the collar of his cloak across the lower part of his face. Ada was pale as a marble statue, but there was an intellectuality and determination about her small, compressed lips and commanding brow that would have won admiration from all, and enraptured a poet or a painter. She sat calm and still. There was no nervousness, no trembling, no alarm, and it was the absence of all those natural and feminine feelings which cast a cold chill to the heart of Jacob Gray and filled him with a terror of he knew not what. He could not for more than one instant of time keep his eyes off Ada's face. There was a something depicted there that while he dreaded, he seemed, by some supernatural power, compelled to look upon. Like one fascinated by the basilisk eye of a serpent, he could not withdraw his gaze, although pale, firm, and slightly tinged with a death-like hue by the strange colors that lingered in the sky from the sunset. That young and lovely face brought to his recollection one which the mere thought of was an agony, and the name of whom was engraven upon his heart in undying letters of eternal flame. The fresh breeze caught as it passed the long, glossy ringlets of Ada's hair and blew them in wanton playfulness across her face, but still she moved not. The night darkened, and the shadows of the buildings and shipping crossed her eyes, but she stirred not. Her whole soul, with all its varied perceptions and powers, seemed to be engrossed by some one great idea that would admit of no sort of companionship, and for the time reigned alone within the chambers of her brain. Suddenly now the boy let his oars rest in the water, and the boat no longer urged forward, moved but sluggishly. His eyes seemed to be fixed on something. Now he lifted one hand and shaded them, while he looked earnestly in the direction from whence he had been coming. Gray for a moment did not seem conscious that the boat was making no progress, but in fact slowly turning broadside to the stream, and Ada, if she did notice it, preserved her silence and calmness, for she neither moved nor spoke. "Master!" cried the boy suddenly, and Gray started as if he had been suddenly aroused by a trumpet at his ear. "What, what?" he cried. "Who spoke?" "I spoke, sir," said the boy. "There's a famous fire out Battersea way." "A fire?" said Gray. "Yes," said the boy, and he pointed with his finger in the direction from whence they came. "It's a large fire. Now it does burn, to be sure. Look, sir, there." Gray turned half round upon his seat in the boat, and he saw that the heavens were illuminated with a dull, red glare in the direction to which the boy had pointed, and in that one particular spot there was a concentrated body of light from whence shot up in the sky myriads of bright sparks, and now and then a long tongue of flame which lit up the house, the shipping, and the river with a bright and transitory glow. "It is the house," muttered Gray to himself. "My work prospers. Sir Frederick Hartleton, I have but one more wish, and that is that your flesh was broiling in yon house along with your Miamidon whom you left to his fate." "It's a large fire," remarked the boy. "A famous fire." "Yes," said Gray, "a famous fire. Can you tell where it is?" "I think," said the boy, "it lies somewhere over the marshes." "Indeed?" "Yes, and I should say it was Forrest's old haunted house, only nobody lives there but the ghosts." "Forrest's house," repeated Gray in an assumed careless tone. "Indeed, I should not wonder if you were right." "I hope it is," said the boy. "It was an old, miserable-looking place. You've heard about it, sir?" A little," replied Gray. "There was a murder there once," said the boy. Yes, I know," said Gray. "Forrest, you see, sir, lived in the house. He built it, you see, sir, and he wasn't content with what he had, so he murdered a poor fellow who they say had £1,000 belonging to somebody who employed him to collect rents, you see, sir." "Yes," said Gray, licking his lips. "Well, sir, Forrest shot him." "Shot him?" "Oh, yes. He shot him. He was hung, though," added the boy, "and well, he deserved it, too. My grandfather saw him hung on the common, not 100 feet from his own door. After that no one would live in the house, and, in course, old Forrest's ghost and the man's ghost that he killed took to being there. Well, it does flare now famously. The fire seemed now at its height, for the flames rose to a tremendous height into the sky, and the roaring and crackling of the timbers could be distinctly heard, even at that distance from the spot of the conflagration. Now and then, a loud sound, resembling the discharge of artillery at a distance, would come booming through the air, indicative of the fall of some heavy part of the ancient building, and then the flame would be smothered for a moment. and dense volumes of smoke, terrifically red from the glare beneath, would roll over the sky, to be succeeded again by myriads of sparks, which would, in their turns, give place to the long tongues of flame which shot up from the fallen mass, as it became more thoroughly ignited. Jacob Gray gazed intently on the scene for a few minutes, then turning to the boy, he cried, "We are in haste." The lad resumed his oars and struck them lazily into the glowing stream that looked like liquid fire from the bright reflection of the sky, and once more the boat was making way towards Westminster. Several times Gray glanced in the face of Ada, to note what effect the burning of the old house had upon her imagination, but not a muscle moved. All was as still and calm as before, and save that the reflection from the reddened sky now cast a glow of more than earthly beauty over her otherwise pale face. To look at her, she might have been supposed some thing of heaven, summoned by the small casualties and petty commotions of this world, which she had but visited for a brief space, for some specific purpose. The boat glided on, and so intent was the boy upon the fire that he had several narrow escapes of running foul of barges and other wherries, some of the latter of which were pulling down the stream on purpose to look at the fire, which was causing a great deal of comment and commotion among the gossips of ancient Westminster. Many were the oaths leveled on the head of the boy, by parties who were obliged to ship their oars suddenly to avoid a collision with his boat, and it was not until this happened thrice that he began to be a little more careful and look warily about him. The stairs to which Gray directed the boy were through the bridge, and the boat now reached the ancient structure, which looked beautiful and brilliant from the reflection of the fire upon its many rough stones and jagged points of architecture. A wherry in which sat one person besides the rower now came rapidly from under the same arch of the bridge, through which the boat containing Ada and Gray was about to proceed. "Hilloa!" cried the man who was sitting in the boat. "Hilloa there!" "Well, what now?" said the boy. "None of your impertinence, youngster," cried the man, showing a constable's staff, which Ada knew no more the meaning of than if he had unfurled the banner of Mahomet. "Well, sir," said the boy, "I only want to land my passengers." "You may land your passengers and be D.D.," replied the man in authority. "Thank you kindly, sir," replied the boy promptly. The rower in the other boat laughed at this, and the constable cried, "Come, come, none of this. How far have you pulled up the river, boy?" "From Battersea." "Oh, from Battersea? I told you so." "Come, come, young fellow, no insolence. Where's the fire?" "I can't say exactly." "Where do you think it is? You say you have pulled up from Battersea, and the fire is at Battersea, we know." "I think it's at Old Forest's haunted house," said the boy. "D.D. if I didn't think so," cried the officer, who was no other than our old friend Steffi. "I must go and see, though, notwithstanding." "Pull away, my man." The wherries shot past each other, and in a few moments more, Ada and Gray stood on the top of the flight of stone steps conducting from the river to Bridge Street. Chapter 61. The alcove on the bridge, Gray's speech to Ada, the flight, the hunt, the last refuge. London was not so thronged with passengers at the period of our tale as it is now, and Gray stood with Ada several moments at the corner of Westminster Bridge, without more than 3 persons passing, and those at intervals apart from each other. Gray appeared to be in deep thought during this time, and then taking Ada by the arm, he said in a trembling voice, this way," and led her to the bridge. Ada made no resistance, but suffered herself to be conducted into one of the little alcoves which now exist. Then, after a pause, Jacob Gray spoke to her in a low, earnest tone to the following purport. "Ada, the time is now fast approaching when you will be free in action as in thought, and with the means of giving to every thought, however wayward or expensive, the immediate aspect of reality. You will be guided implicitly by me, Ada, for the space of about 1 month and no longer. Then all that I promise will be fulfilled, and you will be happy. You may then forget Jacob Gray, for you will see him no more. In another country I will spend the remainder of my life. What I am about to do now is to seek in the very heart of this populous city a temporary abode for you and myself. I am tired of solitudes and lonely places. Ada, you must for that brief month assume in all appearance the character of my daughter. Ada shuddered and shrank back as far as she possibly could into the alcove, for Gray, in the earnestness of his discourse, had brought his face in very close proximity to hers. "For your own sake, as well as for mine," he continued, "you must pass as a child of mine. When I am gone, you may repudiate the relationship as quickly as you may think proper." Jacob Gray then paused as if awaiting the answer of Ada, but to his great surprise and aggravation, she preserved the same unbroken silence which she had dictated to herself since the murder at the lone house. "You will not answer me," said Gray with bitterness. "Well, be it so. Let no words pass between us. I can construe your silence. You feel that you must obey me, and yet you cannot bring your nature to give me one word of acquiescence. 'Tis as well, Ada, 'tis as well. Our conversations have never been so satisfactory that I should wish to urge their continuance. You may preserve your silence, but you must obey me. Before this time I have been placed in desperate straits, and have reflected upon desperate remedies. Now, Ada, remember that if you betray me, or even leave me, until the time I shall please to appoint, you shall die. Remember, young, beautiful as you are, you shall die." Again Gray paused with the hope that Ada would speak, for although he affected to despise it, the silence of the young girl was an annoyance to him of the first magnitude. His hope, however, was futile. She spoke not. "Come, follow me," cried Gray suddenly. "Here, place your arm in mine." He attempted to draw her arm within his as he spoke, but Ada drew back so firmly and resolutely that Gray saw she would not walk with him in such apparent amity. "As you please," he said, "so that you follow me. Come on, come on." Ada stepped from the alcove onto the bridge, and then Gray paused a moment to see if he was observed, and being satisfied that he was not, he drew aside the collar of his cloak and showed Ada the bright barrel of a pistol, to which he pointed, saying, "Remember death, sudden, painful, and violent on the one hand, and on the other, after a short month, unbounded wealth, enjoyment, and delight. Come on, come on." Side by side, the ill-assorted pair walked in the direction of Parliament Street, it being Gray's intention to pass through Westminster, and proceed towards the densely populated district north of the Strand, there to seek for a temporary lodging in which he and Ada, as his daughter, could remain until he had perfected his arrangements for his own escape and the utter destruction of Learmont and Britain. Gray had calculated his chances and position well. He stood as free as ever from any attempt against his life by Learmont or the savage Smith. Ada, even if she should suddenly leave him, scarcely knew enough to be thoroughly dangerous. Sir Francis Hartleton had but an indistinct knowledge of his person, and even should he meet him in the public streets, he could hardly hit upon him as being the man who had merely flashed across his eyes for a moment. Besides, it was possible to make sufficient alterations in his personal appearance to deceive those who were not very well acquainted with his general aspect and appearance. Then he need not go from home above 4 times, perhaps, in that whole month, even provided he remained so long in London. And on those occasions it would only be to creep cautiously from his own place of abode to Learmont's house and back again, so that the risk would be but small of meeting the magistrate or Albert Satan, who were the only 2 persons at all interested in his capture. His threats to Ada that he would take her life upon any attempt of hers to escape were perfectly insincere. To Ada and her existence he clung as to his only hope of mercy, if by some untoward circumstance he should be taken, as well as for his only means of being thoroughly and entirely revenged upon Learmont. Upon the whole, then, Jacob Gray, as he walked down Parliament Street in the dim, uncertain light from the oil lamps of the period, and saw that Ada followed him slowly, rather congratulated himself upon his extreme cunning and the good position for working out all his darling projects, both of avarice and revenge in which he was placed. "There is an old proverb," he muttered, "which says, the nearer to church, the further from heaven, and I have read somewhere a fable of a hunted hare finding a secure, because an unsuspected, place of refuge in a dog kennel. Upon that principle will I secrete myself for 1 short month in some place densely inhabited, where 2 persons make but an insignificant item in the great mass that surrounds them, will I seek security, and then my revenge, my deep revenge." But few passengers were in Parliament Street. The quantity of persons, however, sensibly increased as they approached Whitehall, and from Charing Cross the lights were just glancing when Ada suddenly paused, and Gray, on the impulse of the moment, got 2 or 3 paces in advance of her. There were 2 persons conversing, about where Scotland Yard stands, and laughing carelessly, while several more people were rapidly approaching from Charing Cross. Gray was sensible in a moment that Ada had stopped, and he hurried immediately to see what were her intentions. As he did so, Ada broke the long silence she had maintained by suddenly exclaiming in a voice that arrested every passenger and made the blood retreat with a frightful gush to the heart of Jacob Gray. "Help! Help! Seize him! He is a murderer, a murderer! Help! Help! Seize the murderer!" For one moment, all sense of perception seemed to have left Gray. So thoroughly unexpected was such an act on the part of Ada, and it was well for him that those who were around for about the same space of time remained in a similar undecided and bewildered state, as people do always on any very sudden occasion for instant action. Ada stood pointing with one trembling finger at Gray, while her pale face and long black hair, combined with her rare beauty, made her look like one inspired. "The murderer!" she again cried, and her voice seemed to break the spell which kept both Gray and the chance passengers paralyzed. With a cry of terror, Jacob Gray turned and fled towards Charing Cross. Ada's feelings had been wrought up to too high a pitch of excitement. She had felt it to be her duty to denounce the murderer, and while that duty remained to be done, the consciousness that upon her it devolved had nerved her to the task and supported her hitherto. Now, however, the words were spoken. At what she supposed the risk of her life, she had announced the crime of Jacob Gray. The revulsion of feeling was too much, and a bystander who saw her stagger was just in time to catch her as she fainted and would otherwise have fallen to the ground. The 2 persons who had been talking and laughing together at the moment of Ada's first exclamation did not seem disposed to let the accused man get off so easily as he appeared upon the point of doing. They raised the cry so awful in the ear of a fugitive through the streets of London. "Stop him! Stop him!" And they both started after Jacob Gray at full speed. Had Gray, when he turned the corner of Northumberland House, then walked quietly like an ordinary passenger, the chances were that he would have escaped. But in his terror he flew rather than ran up the Strand, at once pointing himself out to all as the one pursued, and tempting every person who had time or inclination to join the exciting chase. The words, "Stop him," sounded in his ears, and he bounded forward as he heard them, with another cry and a speed that, while it made it very hazardous for everyone to oppose him, yet increased the ardor of the pursuit. In the course of a few seconds, 50 persons had joined the chase, and yells and shouts came upon Gray's affrighted ears. With compressed lips and a face as livid as that of a corpse, he rushed on without the smallest idea of where he was going. "For my life, for my life!" he gasped, and each cry behind him affected him like a shock of electricity, and caused him to give another bound forward in all the wildness of despair. Of the crowd now that followed Gray, not one knew who he was, of what he was accused, or why he was thus hunted like a wild animal through the streets. One joined in the cry because he saw others engaged in it. The 2 young men who had first raised the chase were a long way off, for no one could keep up with the frantic speed of the nearly maddened Gray. Those who followed him the closest were those who had joined the hunt en route, although, to the fugitive's excited imagination, he seemed to be on the point of being overtaken by harder runners than himself. Shouts, cries, hootings, groans, and every wild and demoniac noise of which the human animal is capable, were uttered by the mob, which kept momentarily increasing as each alley, court, or street sent forth its tribute of numbers to the stream that roared, whooped, hurried, and raced along the Strand. Some began now to throw missiles of all kinds after Gray. Stones and mud showered upon him, and he felt faint and neatly exhausted as he saw at some distance before him a man apparently intent upon stopping him. Little, however, did he who thought to capture Gray reflect upon the shock he would receive from the speed of the hunted man. As Gray approached him, he swerved, more involuntarily than designedly, and coming against the man rather obliquely. He shot him into the roadway with an impetus that sent him rolling over and over in the mud, as if he had been discharged from a cannon. To Gray, the shock was severe, but it did not take him off his feet, and the circumstance caused some little diversion in his favor than otherwise. For the mob first trampled upon the prostrate man, and then some fell over him. After this, none were so bold as to stand in the way of a man who was rushing along with so terrible a speed. And Jacob Gray, reeling, panting, his lips running with blood as he had bitten them in his agony, arrived at Somerset House. Just beyond the stone front was a small court, and towards this temporary place of refuge from the high street Gray tottered, spinning round and round, like a drunken man. A light, agile man who had joined the chase by the Adelphi, and who had kept very close upon Gray, now, with a shout of triumph, made a rush forward, and grappled with him at the mouth of the little court. The touch seemed like magic to revive all the fainting energies of Jacob Gray, and he turned and grappled his enemy by the throat with fearful vehemence. The court descended from the street by a flight of stone steps, and in the next instant, with a shriek from the man and a wild cry from Gray, the pursuer and pursued rolled down the stone descent, struggling with each other for life or death. Chapter 62. The Dark Court. A Deed of Blood. The pursuit continued, the mother and the child, bruised and bleeding. Gray and the adventurous stranger who had essayed to capture him arrived at the bottom of the flight of stone steps, and for 1 or 2 seconds it was doubtful if either of them were in a condition to make any further effort, either offensive or defensive. The fear of capture and death, however, was sufficiently strong in the mind of Jacob Gray to overcome for the moment the sense of pain arising from personal injury. And with an energy, lent to him by despair alone, he rose on his knees and felt about for his antagonist. His hand touched the man's face, and now he began to move. With something between a shriek and a shout, Gary laid hold of his head by the hair on each side. He lifted it as far as he could from the stones and then brought it down again with a sinking, awful crash. One deep hollow groan only came from the man, and again Gray lifted the head, bringing it down as before with frightful violence. The skull cracked and smashed against the hard stones. The man was dead, but once more was the bleeding and crashed head brought into violent contact with the stones, and that time the sound it produced was soft, and Jacob Gray felt that he held but loose pieces of bone, and his hands were slimy and slippery with the blood that spouted onto them. Faltering, dizzy, and faint, he then rose to his feet, and from the open thoroughfare there came to his ears shouts, cries, and groans. Then he cast his eyes to the dim opening of the court, and he heard several voices cry, "He is hiding down here. Let's hunt him out. Lights, lights." In a state of agony beyond description, Gray now turned to seek shelter further down the dark court, and in doing so he trod upon the dead body of the man he had just hurried from existence. Recoiling then, as if a serpent had been in his path, he crept along by the wall until he thought he must have passed the awful and revolting object which now, in death, he dreaded quite as much as he did in life. He then plunged wildly forward, heedless where his steps might lead, so that it was away from his pursuers. A few paces now in advance of him, he descried a dim, faint ray of light, and hastening onwards, he found himself at the entrance of a court running parallel with the Strand, and consisting of mean, dirty, squalid-looking houses inhabited by the very dregs of the poorer classes. Some of the half-broken, dirty parlor windows in this haunt of poverty were converted into shops by being set open, and a board placed across in the inside displaying disgusting messes in the shape of eatables, mingled with wood, old bones, rags, and sea. Gray hesitated a moment and cast his eyes behind him. A loud yell met his affrighted ears, and lights began to flash in the direction he had left behind him. With a groan of despair, he rushed into the dark, open passage of one of the houses. Breathing hard from his exertions and the fright he was in, Gray groped his way along by the damp, clammy walls of the passage until he came to some stairs. He hesitated not a moment, but slowly and cautiously ascended them. As he crept stair after stair up the dark flight of steps, The sound of pursuit seemed to come nearer and nearer, and he could hear the hum of many voices, although he could not distinguish exactly what was said. Only one word came perpetually as clearly and distinctly to his ears as if it had been spoken at his side, and that word was murder. They have found the body," he gasped. "Yes, they have found the body now. My life hangs on a thread." The cold perspiration of fear rolled down his face, and notwithstanding his great exertions, which would ordinarily have produced an intolerable sense of heat, he was as cold and chilled as if he had suddenly awakened from sleep in the open air. His teeth chattered in his head, and his knees smote each other. He was fain to clutch with both hands the crazy banisters of the staircase for support, or he must inevitably have fallen. "This is dreadful," he whispered to himself, "to die here. They have hunted me to death. I feel as if a hand of ice was on my heart. This must be death." Slowly the cold sensation wore off, and like the flame of a taper which suddenly renews its origin most unexpectedly, when apparently upon the point of dissolution, Gray gradually revived again, and his vital energies came back to him. With a deep sigh he spoke. "'Tis past, 'tis past. They have not killed me as yet. It was, after all, but a passing pang. They have not killed me yet." Again the cry of murder echoed in the court, and, with a start, Jacob Gray set his teeth hard and continued to ascend the dark staircase. Suddenly now he paused, for a sound from above met his ears. It was someone singing. How strangely the tones jarred upon the excited senses of Jacob Gray. The sound was low and plaintive, and to him it seemed a mockery of his awful situation. He now, by 2 more steps, gained the landing, and he was sure that the singing proceeded from some room on that floor. The voice was a female's, and by the softness and exquisite cadences of it, evidently proceeded from some person not far advanced in life. Gray held by the banisters at the top of the stairs, and for some minutes he seemed spellbound, and to forget the precarious situation in which he stood as those low, soft strains came upon his ear. The female was evidently singing to a child, for occasionally she would pause to express some words of endearment to the little one, and then resume her song. The few short lines of which the song was composed came fully to Gray, and there was a something about their very simplicity and innocence that rooted him to the spot, although they brought agony to his heart. The mother's choice. "My babe, if I had offers 3, from gentle heavenly powers, to bless thee, who with aching heart I've watched so many hours, I'd choose that gift should make thee great in true nobility, that greatness of the soul which leaves the heart and conscience free. Gold should not tempt me, gentle babe, it might not bring thee rest, nor power would I give to thee, 'tis but an aching breast. But I would ask of heaven, my babe, a boon of joy to thee, to make thee happy in this life, from sin and sorrow free. Nor gold nor silver shouldst thou have, nor power to command, but thou shouldst have a guileless heart, an open, unstained hand. So should thou happy be, my babe, a thing of joy and light, while others struggled for despair, you'd wish but to be right." The song abruptly ceased, for the loud tones of men reached the ears of the singer, crying, "Murder! Hunt him, secure the murderer! This way, this way!" Those sounds roused Gray from his temporary inaction. He started forward as if he had received some sudden and irresistible shock. More from impulse than any direct design or preconcerted plan, Jacob Gray made towards the door of the room in which was the mother and her infant child. At the moment, then, a sudden thought struck his mind that possibly he might convert the affection of the mother for her infant into a means of saving himself. It was a hope, at all events, although a weak and forlorn one. Time, however, was precious, and Jacob Gray, with his pale, ghastly face, torn apparel, bleeding hands, and general disheveled look, made his appearance in the room. By the remains of a miserable fire sat a young female scarcely above the age of girlhood, and in a cot at her feet slept a child, the face of which she was regarding with that rapt attention and concentrated love which can only be felt by a mother. So entirely, in fact, were all the faculties of the young mother wound up in the contemplation of her sleeping child, that Gray's entrance into the room failed to arouse her, and he had time to glance around the room and be sure that he and the mother, with the child, were the only occupants of the place before he spoke. He then drew the pistol he still retained from his breast and suddenly cried, "One word, and it shall cost you your life. Be silent and obedient, and you are safe." A cry escaped the lips of the young female, and she stood panic-stricken by Gray's strange appearance, as well as his threatening aspect and words. "Listen to me," he said in a low, hoarse voice. "You love your child?" "Love my child," re-echoed the mother in a tone that sufficiently answered the question of Gray, who added, "I am a desperate man. I do not wish to do you harm, but betray me to those who are seeking my life, and your child shall die by my hands." "No, no, my child, no," cried the mother in a voice of alarm. "Hush," cried Gray, advancing and pointing the muzzle of his pistol towards the sleeping form of the child. "Such another outcry, and I will execute my threat." The young mother stood paralyzed with terror while Gray hastily added, "I am hunted, I tell you. Have you no place of concealment?" "Speak. Concealment? Good heaven! How can I aid you? What have I done that you should menace my child? You cannot, dare not be so wicked." A loud shout at this moment rang through the court, and the flashing beams of several torches blazed through the murky windows of the miserable abode of poverty. "What sounds are those?" cried the female. "My pursuers," said Gray. "Now hear me, I dare not leave this place. They are on my track. Your infant is sleeping. Place its cot as nigh to the wall as you can, and I will hide beneath it. If this room is entered by my enemies, you must, on the plea of not disturbing your child, prevent a search from taking place." "I cannot. You must. You shall. Betray me by look, word, or gesture, and your child shall die if the next moment were my last. By all hell I swear it." The mother shuddered. "Quick, quick," cried Gray. "My life is now counted by moments." "Hunt him, hunt him! Hurrah!" cried the voices of the pursuers. "Hunt the murderer." "You hear!" cried Gray. "Quick, quick!" With a face of agonized terror, the mother drew the cot, without awakening the fastly slumbering child, towards the wall. "Now," cried Gray, "remember, your child's life is at stake. If I escape, it escapes. If I am taken, it dies." "But I may not be able to save you," said the mother in imploring accents. "The child then dies," said Gray. "Guard the entrance to the court well," cried a loud, authoritative voice from the outside of the house. "Search every one of these hovels from top to bottom." "You hear?" said Gray, trembling with terror and scarcely able to speak from the parched state of his lips. "I do," she said. "Give me some water." She handed him a small earthen pitcher from which he took a copious and refreshing draught. "Now," he said, "sit you by the fire and sing that song you were singing. It will seem then as if you had been undisturbed, and remember you are playing a game in which the stake is the life of your child." "Heaven aid me," said the mother. "Hush, to your seat, to your seat. Oh, even be you what you may, I will do my best to save you if you will allow me to sit here." She pointed to the side of the cot. "No, no," said Gray. "The child shall be nearer to me than to you." "Why, oh, why?" "Because it will then be out of your power to prevent its doom." "I swear, pshaw." "I trust no oaths. Away to your seat, or—" He pointed the pistol again to the sleeping babe, and with a shudder the young mother sat down by the fireside. The tramp of men was now heard below in the passage, and a voice cried, "Detain anyone who attempts to leave the house. Should you meet with resistance, cut him down at once." "The song!" cried Gray. He then insinuated himself between the wall and the cot so that no part of him was visible, and in a hissing whisper he again cried to the trembling, agonized mother, "The song! The song!" A confused sound on the staircase now announced the approach of the persons, and once more from his place of concealment, Gray hissed between his teeth, "Curses on you! Will you do as I bid you, or must I do the deed?" "Spare him, said the mother. "Oh, spare him." "The song," cried Gray. Chapter 63. A Mother's Care. The Pursuit. A Successful Ruse. The Second Visit. With a faltering voice, the terrified female commenced the strain which Gray had overheard her singing to her child before it was placed in the fearful jeopardy she now considered it in. The men's footsteps sounded on the staircase, as in trembling accents she softly repeated the words, "My babe, if I had offers 3, from gentle heavenly powers, to bless thee, who with aching heart I've watched so many hours." There was then a slight pause, A knock from without, a broad glare of light, and Jacob Gray's pursuers were in the room. The mother rose from her chair and cried, "What do you mean? What is the meaning of all this?" "We are pursuing a man who is hiding in one of these houses," replied a stern voice. "I am an officer. There has been murder done, my good woman." "Murder?" "Yes, a man has been savagely murdered at the bottom of the steps, and he who committed the deed is somewhere about here. Have you heard any alarm?" "I have heard many voices." "I mean, have you heard anyone on the stairs, or has anyone been here?" "I was singing to my child. Pray do not speak so loud, or you will awaken it." "Search the room," cried the man. The mother walked to the side of the cot and appeared to be regarding the features of her sleeping babe, but she was in reality endeavoring to hide the expression of terror which she felt was upon her face. The men raised the torches they carried high above their heads and glanced round the miserable apartment. "Open that cupboard," said one. It was opened and then shut again. "Move that cot," cried he who appeared to be in authority. "No," cried the mother, suddenly looking up. "Do your duty in discovering the criminal, but do not in doing it commit a needless act of cruelty." "Cruelty?" "Yes, you see my babe is sleeping. Why move his cot and awaken him? He has been ill. The fever spot is still upon his cheek. The quiet slumber he is now enjoying is the first he has had for many weary nights and days. How could a murderer hide with a sleeping child? Some of you perhaps have little ones of your own. If you have, you will think of them and not harm mine." "Was it you singing just now?" "Ask the officer." "It was. My voice, I think, soothes him even in sleep." "Hush! Do not speak so loud, or you will wake him." "Leave her alone," said the officer. "My good woman, we don't want to disturb your child." "We have our duty, however, to do, but I am quite satisfied he whom we seek is not here." "A mother's blessing be upon you, sir," said the woman. "You have, perhaps, saved the very life of my child by not disturbing it." "What, has it been so bad as that?" remarked another. "Oh, quite, quite." "The turn of a fever in those young things is always a ticklish affair," remarked another. "Come on," said the officer, "come on. We are sorry for disturbing you. If any strange man should walk in here, be sure you give an immediate alarm." "Yes, yes," gasped the young mother, scarcely yet believing that her infant was safe. In a few moments more the room was clear of the men, and then the woman covered her face with her hands and burst into such a hysterical passion of weeping that Gray was dreadfully alarmed lest it should be heard and induce a return of his pursuers. "Peace, woman, peace," he said in a hoarse whisper from his hiding place. "I am not yet out of danger, nor is your child yet safe from my vengeance." "Man, man," cried the mother, "I have saved your life. Be grateful and depart." "Not yet, not yet," said Jacob Gray, slowly and cautiously emerging from his hiding place. "Not yet. This place is now the safest I can remain in for some time because it has been visited. You are wrong. I cannot be. I say you are wrong. I have a husband, and when he returns, he may not be so weak as his wife." Gray started and replied in accents of fear, When do you expect him?" "Even now, he may be here directly." I must go," said Gray. "You are telling me the truth." "I will give you gold if you hide me here for another hour." "My compliance with your commands," said the woman, "arose from a higher motive than the love of gold. Heaven knows we are poor, wretchedly poor, but gold from your polluted hands would bring with it a curse instead of a blessing. You reject a large sum for an hour's safety for me." "I do. But your husband may better see his interest in this matter." "No, my husband is poor, but he was not always so. The feelings and the habits of a gentleman still cling to him in the sad reverse of fortune we are now enduring. Go, wretched man, save yourself if you can, and ask mercy of heaven for the crime I hear you have committed." "That crime was in self-defense," said Gray. "I will risk all and remain here until this house has been searched." "I cannot hinder you. On your own head be the risk." Gray stood near the door, listening attentively, and presently he heard descending footsteps, which from their number he supposed rightly to be the officers returning from their unsuccessful search in the upper rooms of the house. He drew his pistol from his breast, and pointing to the child, said in a whisper to the weeping mother, "One word as they pass, and I fire." His honor may be conceived but scarcely described, as the door at this moment was opened, pinning him against the wall behind it, and the officer who was conducting the search put his head into the room, saying, "No alarm, I suppose?" "None," said the mother. "Good night, ma'am." "We have not got him yet, but he cannot escape. I hope your little one will get better." "Thank you," she said faintly. The door closed again, and the heavy tread of the men going downstairs sounded in the ears of Jacob Gray like a reprieve from immediate execution. His state of mind while the officer was speaking was of the most agonizing description. As one step into the room of that personage, or one glance towards him of the young woman's eye, must have discovered him, and it would have been but a poor satisfaction even to such a mind as Jacob Gray's. To have taken the life of the infant, even if he had the nerve to do it, which he certainly had not, although a mother's fears would not permit her to run the risk. "Tell me now," said Gray when he could speak, for his fright had almost taken away his breath. "Tell me who lives upstairs in this house." "I know not," replied the woman. "I am but a stranger here. And you are sure your husband would not protect me? A murderer and the threatener of the life of his child can have little indeed to expect in the way of protection from my husband. Fly, wretched man, while yet you are free to do so." "They have left the house," muttered Gray. "Will you betray me by an alarm when I leave you?" "Let heaven punish you in its own good time," replied the young female. "Base and guilty as you are, I will not have your blood upon my head." "You will be silent? I will strive to forget you. Then I go. I think I am safer away, as you are sure your husband will not take 100 gold pieces to protect and save me." Gray glanced at the woman as he named the sum of money to see what effect it had upon her, but there was nothing but a shudder of disgust, and he gave up all hope of purchasing safety from her. Without another word, he cautiously opened the door and listened. All was comparatively quiet, and he passed from the room. In a moment he heard it locked behind him in the inside, and his place of refuge was at once cut off. "Curses on her," he muttered. "She may have no husband coming after all. What can I do to free myself from the mazes of these courts? Ada, Ada, if ever we meet again, I will have a bloody revenge on thee. Beware of Jacob Gray." He shook his clenched hand as he spoke and ground his teeth with concentrated anger. The question now was whether to ascend or descend in the house, and after some moments of anxious consideration, he thought his better chance would be to descend, and make an effort to pass himself as one of the crowd which had come from the Strand in pursuit of the murderer. He wiped the blood, as he thought, well from his hands, and the dust and mud from his face. Then, arranging his disordered apparel, he fancied he might pass muster without much suspicion, as he was confident none of those who followed him could have obtained more than a transitory glance at him. He then carefully groped his way in the pitchy darkness to the top of the stairs and began slowly to descend. It was many minutes before he reached the passage, and when he did, he felt for the wall of the passage and glided along it towards the open doorway. As he neared it, he heard two persons conversing, and the theme of their conversation struck a chill to his heart. "Yes, you may pass in," said a voice. "My orders are to let nobody out. We are hunting up a fellow who has committed a murder." "Indeed?" "Yes." "If the people in the parlor here know you, you can pass." "I live in the house," said the other speaker. "They will recognize me directly." Some little bustle now ensued, and a third voice inquired, "Do you know this person?" said the person who was keeping guard. "Oh, yes," was the reply. "He lives upstairs." "Very well. Sorry to have detained you, sir." "Never mind that. I hope you may catch the scoundrel." Jacob Gray shrank as close to the wall as he could, and someone brushed quite against him in passing along the passage without, however, noticing him, although the imminent danger almost made him faint upon the spot. Chapter 64. The Staircase. The Old Attic. A Friend in Need. Fair Play. Gray's Despair. For several moments now, Gray stood in the passage quite incapable of thought or action. His only impulse was by a kind of natural instinct to stand as close to the damp passage wall as he possibly could, to decrease the chances of anyone seeing him or touching him in the act of passing. His brain seemed to be in a complete whirl, and many minutes must have elapsed before he acquired a sufficient calmness to reflect with any degree of rationality upon his present very precarious position. When he could think, his terrors by no means decreased. For what plausible course of action was there now open to him, as he could not leave the house? The thought then occurred to him that if he could make his way into the cellars, he might have a chance of lying concealed until the guard at the door was removed. And with this feeling he crept along the passage, with the hope of finding some staircase leading to the lower part of the premises. He was still engaged in this task when the door of a room leading into the passage suddenly opened, and a flood of light immediately dissipated the pitchy darkness of the place. Fortunately for him, Gray was within 1 pace of the bottom of the staircase he had so recently descended, and, with the fear of instant discovery upon his mind from the person who was coming with the light, he bounded up the staircase, nor paused till he reached the first landing, from whence he had entered the room containing the mother and her child. There he stopped, but, to his extreme fright, the flashing of the light evidently indicated that its bearer was coming up the stairs. With a stifled groan, Gray cautiously ascended the next flight, and again paused on the narrow landing. Still the light came on, and he could not conceal from himself the fact that the person was still ascending, and that he had no other resource than to continue his flight to the very upper part of the house. The next flight of stairs was steep, narrow, and crazy, so that, tread where he would, they wheezed, creaked, and groaned under the pressure of his feet. There was, however, no resource, and onward he went, until he was stopped by a door exactly at the top. He pressed it, and it yielded to his touch, allowing him to enter a dark attic. Further progress Jacob Gray felt there could not be, and he stood in the doorway, listening attentively if he could detect any sounds of approaching feet. A gush of blood to his heart, and an universal tremor of all his limbs, seized him as he saw the light coming, and felt convinced that the destination of the person approaching was one of the attics, if not the very one he had sought refuge in. All hope appeared to die within him. There was no time for the briefest reflection. With his eyes fixed upon the door and the pistol in his grasp, he retreated backwards into the room as the footsteps came nearer and nearer to the door. Then there was a slight pause, after which the door was flung open, and a tall, heavy, coarse-looking man entered the room, carrying in his hand a light. One glance convinced Jacob Gray that the man was by far his superior in strength. His only chance lay in the loaded pistol he had, and that he was resolved to use should he not be able to bribe the man to connive at his presence and aid his escape. It was a moment before the man observed the figure of Jacob Gray with his back to the wall opposite to the door, and the pistol in his grasp. When he did, he by no means betrayed the emotion that might have been expected, but shading the light with his disengaged hand, he cried in a loud voice, "Hilloa, who are you when you are at home? Do you love gold?" said Gray. "Rather," replied the man, "will it tempt you to assist me to escape from this place? If so, name your price." "That's business-like," said the man. "I suppose it's you they are making all the rout about below there." "It is. They are hunting me, and, with your assistance, I may yet escape." "The devil doubt it. Curse me if I don't actually love you. Why, I have been poking about for this half-hour to do you a good turn." "Is that possible? To be sure. Why, that fellow, whose crown you have cracked so handsomely below there, was the pest of all the cracksmen in the neighborhood. I love you, I tell you." "Then you are Jem Batter, the cracksman. Then you will befriend me." "In course, though hang me if I know you. I thought I knew all the hands on town, but I never clapped eyes on your paste pot of a mug before." Gray replaced his pistol as he assumed a sickly smile and said, "Then I have really found a friend." "A friend? Ah, to be sure you have. I say, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll wait till the enemy is gone, and then I'll poke you out on the roof, and you can get in at Bill Splasher's attic. It's only across a dozen houses or so. He'll let you out then by the cellars of Somerset House, and you'll be as safe as any gentleman need wish to be." "I thank you," said Gray. "I am now faint and weary." "Sit down then," cried the man. "Don't stand upon ceremony here. I suppose you've been at some fakement of value." "Yes, yes, a robbery," said Gray, who thought it best to fall in with the humor of his new friend. "Plenty o' swag?" "A trifle, a mere trifle." "Never mind, better luck next time," cried the man, dealing Gray an encouraging blow upon the back that nearly took his breath away. "Thank you." said Gray. The thief, for such indeed he was, now proceeded to a cupboard and handed to Gray therefrom a bottle covered with protective wickerwork, saying, "Drink, you'll find that the best stuff." Gray took a hearty draught of the contents, which consisted of exceedingly strong raw spirit. "Don't you feel better?" said the man. "Yes," replied Gray, "a great deal better, very good. Now you see, short reckonings make long friends." "What do you mean?" "Oh, you know the reglar terms of business. It's share and share alike with all who help a lame dog over a stile." "I am quite willing," said Gray, "to award—" "Oh, bother award," interrupted the other. "I'm above it. Do you think I'd take anything but my rights of lending a hand to help a poor fellow when the bulldogs are on his track? No, sink me." "You are very kind," said Gray, "but still—" "Still nonsense. There's you, me, and there will be Bill and Bill's young woman. That'll make 4 of us. Share and share alike's the plan. Share? Yes, the swag. Come, honor bright, now produce it, will you?" "Really, do you doubt my honor?" cried the ruffian. "If you do, why don't you say so, you sneak? Take my life, but don't doubt my honor." Gray's hand mechanically moved towards his breast for his pistol, but before he could reach it, the brawny hand of the man was upon his throat, and holding Gray as if he had been an infant in his Herculean grasp, he himself took the pistol from him and put it in his own pocket, saying, "Thank you, I'll mind it for you." "Let me go," gasped Gray. "Then you don't doubt my honor?" "No, no, certainly not." "Oh, very well, I thought you didn't mean it." Gray was then liberated from the grasp, which came within 1 degree of suffocation, and he said, "I will be candid with you. I have 40 pounds with me, which I will divide as you propose." 40? Humph! It's d little, but I hate all grumbling. We can't have more than a cat in her skin, say I. "No, certainly," said Gray. "I didn't understand you at first, you see, or I should never have for a moment hesitated." "Oh, it's all right, it's all right. Never say die, sink me. That'll be 10 pounds each," remarked Gray, who really, as we know, had a very large sum about him, a sum so large indeed as materially to have inconvenienced him in his race down the Strand. "So it will," replied the man. "Now you know the rules, my covey, as well as I do, I dare say." "What rules?" "Why, you must strip and let me examine, for myself and Bill's young woman, all your togs, to see whether you haven't forgot a stray 5-pound note or so. No offense, my covey, but you know rules is rules all the world over, and fair play is a jewel of very great luster, my rum-un.